Democrats. But as far as the Republicans, Tom DeLay admitted this morning he has not spoken to Republicans. He has not taken a vote count. He's only relying on the 5 people who have come forward publicly. I know of a number of others who have told me privately they intend to vote no. And I still say there are 15 to 20 who would vote no. Now, obviously, this could be fluid. This can all change in the next 10 days. But right now, I still believe if there was, certainly if there was a censure vote allowed on the House, you would find 15 to 20 Republicans voting for it and then voting against impeachment.
You're confident of that?
Absolutely.
I mean, if you had to make a bet on it right now, then you would say that this president will not be impeached by the House.
Well, certainly he won't be impeached if Tom DeLay allows us a free conscience vote on whether or not there should be a censure motion. Even notwithstanding that, I feel if it does come down to the wire, that the president will not be impeached, which, again, I want to emphasize this. I am not in any way defending the president's conduct. I believe I'm defending the traditional Republican position, a position which was defended before the committee by Judge Wiggins, who was Richard Nixon's strongest supporter on the Watergate Committee 24 years ago. And he said if it came before the full House today, and he remembered, he would vote no. I just don't believe it meets that threshold of the type of high crime that we want to paralyze the nation for a trial of 4 months.
Now, are you working with the White House actively to find a compromise? Because you have put out a compromise plan that you say you've at least run by the White House. It would, one, call for a strong apology by the president, a censure by the Congress, and some sort of monetary fine. Where is that right now?
First of all, I only discussed with the White House after talking to a number of Republicans. I did give it to the White House. The White House is considering it. My understanding is, from talking to them, is they would want to have it actively considered. But I think that can only be done, really, if the Republican leadership gets involved. So really it would have to be probably Bob Livingston getting involved in direct talks with the White House at some stage. It's not going to happen now. It's not going to happen, I don't believe, before the committee finishes its work. But to me, it has to be resolved at that level.
Now, let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that the incoming speaker, Mr. Livingston, is going to have to get together with the White House or the Democrats to work out some way to get this censure vote to the floor, or else it's not going to work.
I would think it's going to be very difficult to get it to the floor unless the House leadership decides that it wants to have a censure resolution, and that can only be done by having the new leadership working with the White House and also with Democrats to see if it can be worked out.
Mr. Graham, let me ask you, do you believe that a censure vote should be allowed on the House floor?
There's a great debate. We've listened to people talk about whether it's appropriate constitutionally or not. Here's what I'm...
Out of fairness, though,
right.
Forget those constitutional questions may never be resolved. Should there be a censure vote on the House floor?
Out of fairness to who? To the Constitution or to the political moment? That's what we're all trying to do, is get through the political moment. And Bobby and I are going to talk in a minute about the wake we leave. Right now, I think we need to vote in the committee based on the evidence and not based on any spin machine going on out there. And Judge Wiggins said that he believed grand jury perjury on behalf of any president was subject to impeachment. I agree with that. The crimes the president is facing, obstruction of justice, grand jury perjury, I think should subject any president, regardless of party, to a trial in the Senate. The only thing that would
change... He vote against it, was he, on the House floor, though?
That's right. And it's going to be a vote of conscience. And I can only tell you this, that in my part of the world, in the South, it's going to be very hard for Southern Democrats to walk away from this and say that I believe the president committed grand jury perjury, that he tried to tamper with an individual's lawsuit while president, and not have him tried in the Senate. That's going to be very difficult for people where I come from.
What bothers you most about what's happened this
Well, a couple things. Here we are dealing with a president who has his own fate in his hands. This is not the 4 of us going to decide the fate of the world here. If the President of the United States would come forward and admit what I believe is the obvious, that he violated his oath, that he committed crimes, apologizing to your wife is a good thing for his family, but he needs to reconcile himself with the law. Here we are months later, almost a year later, and let me read you some answers here. This is what bothers me the most. Do you admit or deny that you're the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America? The President is frequently referred to as the chief law enforcement officer, although nothing in the Constitution specifically designates the President as such. Article 2, Section 1 of the United States Constitution states that the executive power should be vested in the President of the United States of America, and the law enforcement function is a component of the executive power. Something else, if I may. This is what bothers me. You asked me, and I'm going to tell you. He left his deposition in the Paula Jones case, and he went back shortly thereafter to talk to his secretary, Betty Currie, who he knew was going to be a witness. Do you admit or deny that on January 18th, 1998, at or about 5 p.m., the day after his deposition of Paula Jones, you had a meeting with Betty Curry at which you made statements similar to any of the following regarding your relationship with Monica Lewinsky? You were always there when she was there, right? We were never really alone. You could see and hear everything. Monica came on to me. I never touched her, right? She wanted to have sex with me and I couldn't do that. Here's his answer. When I met with Miss Curry, I believe I asked her certain questions in an effort to get as much information as quickly as I could and made certain statements, although I do not remember exactly what I said. That's a bunch of baloney.
So in order for you to vote for anything short of impeachment like censure, would the president have to admit to lying under oath?
The president would have to admit, yes, that he committed a crime, that several months after this deposition he continued to lie to the federal grand jury. And let me tell you, there's two aspects to this case. Bill Clinton the man and Bill Clinton the president. Bill Clinton the man would be subject to prosecution 2 years from now. That's not going to happen. The chances are zero this will be resurrected 2 years from now. Everybody in Congress is going to have to deal with Bill Clinton the president, who, while president, chose to lie to a federal grand jury, while president chose to commit a fraud in a lawsuit with an average everyday citizen. That's what we're going to have to vote on.
Okay, let's get quickly to the Democrats. Mr. Barrett, do you think that the White House should now be given this extra time they're asking for here at this late date to make the president's case? Up until now, the White House has been saying we need to get this done with.
Well, I don't think it's unreasonable at all for the White House to ask for this time. And I'm one of the people who have been saying loudest and longest, let's get this resolved as quickly as possible. I think we can still get this resolved by the end of the year, or certainly by January 6th, and allow the White House to have the time that they need. But remember, we have gone 3 months since Congress has received the Starr report, and this is the first opportunity that the White House has to make its case. I do not feel that I am the representative of the White House. I'm not their legal counsel. In fact, when overtures were made to talk to me from the legal office of the White House, I said, I don't want to talk to you. I consider my allegiance to the American people, and I don't feel that I should be in there as the defense attorney for the White House. But somebody has to be the defense attorney for the White House, and that's the White House itself. So we have gone 3 months, and we have not had an opportunity for the White House to put its position on in front of the American people. But so to say that we could have 3 months without hearing from the White House, but you only get a day or two, I just think that the American people would say, well, that's not fair.
But, Mr. Scott, the White House, when their lawyer came up, all he did was attack the independent counsel. What's going on? This sounds to people like they're just going to drag this out until next year.
You had the absolutely absurd situation of a prosecutor serving as the fact witness. He was asked by a number of Democrats, do you know anything about the underlying facts? He said no. He didn't even have on most of the facts. He didn't even sit in on the interviews. So all he's testifying to is what his investigators told him, other people told them. He acknowledged that he had no direct knowledge of any of the underlying facts. So there's nothing to ask him about the underlying facts. The problem that the president's going to have in presenting his case is we haven't gotten a statement of what the allegations are. The fundamental fairness suggests that if you're going to have somebody defend themselves, tell them what the allegations are. We don't know. We had Ken Starr come up with 11 allegations, then Mr. Shippers came up with 15, then the next day the chairman said, well, we'll do 3, but wouldn't tell us what they are. We've had members say that the Paula Jones testimony shouldn't be considered. Others say that the executive privilege shouldn't be considered. We don't even know what the scope was. Last week it was campaign finance. The week before that, it was Kathleen Willey. We don't know what the allegations are, and you're asking the president to come forward and defend yourself with a suggestion that you're presumed guilty if you don't defend yourself.
Well, Mr. Scott, sounds like you want more time. Are you trying to delay this till there are more Democrats next year?
As Tom said, we got the report. We haven't done anything since we got the report. We have received no testimony.
Do you want to call more witnesses? Like
more witnesses. You would expect. Is there a presumption of guilt?
So do you want to call more witnesses?
Is there a presumption of guilt? If there's a presumption of guilt, then the president has to prove his innocence. If there's no presumption, then you would assume that the president, the referral coming forward, making allegations, that you would have to take some time to determine whether or not the allegations are true. First thing you ought to do is figure out what the allegations are. Outline the allegations with specificity. And if it boils down to the president said he didn't touch a certain part of her body, she said he did, and that's what we're going to ask the Senate to convene with the Chief Justice of the United States overseeing it to determine whether he did or not and whether he ought to be removed from office as a result. If that's what this boils down to, then let's state the allegation. The allegation, it should not be we were offended by his word games and the questions. Lindsay read the answer to the question. If someone were to ask somebody in the city, who is the chief law enforcement officer of the city? Is it the prosecutor? Is it the chief of police? Is it the mayor? I don't know, and I don't know what the relevance of it is.
Well, but Mr. Scott, I mean, the president is the head of the executive branch of the government.
But that is not an
impeachable. That seems to be obvious to me.
Writing an insulting answer to a question is not an impeachable offense.
I agree with that.
If you write down what the allegations are...
But don't you agree that he hurt his case by the way he answered these questions?
I think if we would write down what the allegations are that we're considering, then we would know what to look into and
where
what
do you
not.
think
and not get sidetracked by... I'm offended by his answers, therefore I'm going to vote to remove him from office.
I take your point, but where do you think it is right now? Do you think that, as it now looks, people are saying it's getting very close. It may be decided by 1 or 2 votes.
I think it would be a lot more productive to go back to a logical process and follow the facts where they take us.
Okay.
We have not taken any logical process.
Let me ask Mr. Barrett what he thinks about that.
Oh, I think that Peter King is absolutely correct. For months we've been hearing from the Republican leadership that this is going to be a vote of conscience. If this is a vote of conscience, then it's incumbent upon the Republican leadership to put that vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. But on the one hand to say that this is a vote of conscience, but on the other hand to then say, but we're not going to allow a censure vote on the House of Representatives, shows you exactly what Tom DeLay has in mind. He wants to choke off all Republicans and all Democrats who feel that the president's behavior was wrong, but don't feel that it rises to the level of impeachment. And so he's saying to them, here's your choice. You either vote for impeachment or we're going to claim for the next 2 years that you are in favor of lying to a grand jury or lying in a civil suit. And that's simply not true.
Very quickly, Congressman Graham, where is this going to wind up in committee? Going to have 1 count of perjury, or are you going to vote on 3?
I think there's some serious problems with obstruction of justice. The president left the deposition, and he ran a fact pattern by Betty Curry's secretary that he knew to be false, planning in her mind a story that would exonerate him in the lawsuit. That's a real problem. The affidavit of Monica Lewinsky that was shown to the president, and I've seen his Paula Jones deposition, he knew what was in that affidavit. I believe he conspired with her to produce false testimony. That's one of the accusations. 7 months later, he lied to the federal grand jury about the affidavit, whether he was alone with her, his relationship with his secretary. This is really about serious crimes, and I'm asking the president now, again, to reconcile himself with the law so we can end this thing on a note of honor. If we don't, if he continues to lie, if he continues to ignore the obvious, I believe the president should be removed from office based on his conduct that is criminal in nature and his unwillingness to come forward and be straight.
That has to be the last word. I'm very sorry. We turn now to the real deal, where we highlight the little stories that help put the big stories in context. Today's real deal from Gloria, and it's about the coming presidential campaign.
Well, Bob, lately everyone's been acting as if Texas Governor George W. Bush has all but wrapped up the Republican presidential nomination. Well, not so fast. One of the biggest guns in the party doesn't think he's conservative enough, and he's been looking for an alternative. We've learned that James Dobson, the influential conservative Christian who runs the huge Focus on the Family, called Bill Bennett the other week, and he asked him to think about running. That's a surprise because Bennett's a cultural conservative, never much loved by the religious right. Clearly, Dobson's looking for a horse. Can this mean he thinks the conservatives John Ashcroft or Gary Bauer can't win? Now, sources close to Dobson are careful to say he wasn't endorsing a Bennett run, just asking about it. Bob, I wonder who he's going to call next.
All right. When we come back, we'll talk to Labor Secretary Alexis Herman about all these recent corporate layoffs in a minute.
This portion of Face the Nation is sponsored by Charles Schwab, providing people, technology, and support to help you gain financial control. And by the Document Company, Xerox. Keep the conversation going. Share the knowledge.
You want the proposal tomorrow? No problem.
Ah, the self-employed.
Happy, free, masters of their own destiny.
They'll get it done with the right help. Where's Jason?
He's going out on his own.
He can't do that. He hasn't finished his training.
He just likes to hang out with entrepreneurs. We can't let them think we're too small. Let's go.
You've got the knowledge, you've got the internet. Just show them what you know, and you can compete with the big boys.
We know that.
Put your charts in color, it'll focus the conversation.
All our charts are in color.
Now that looks professional.
It has to. This document represents us.
Wait,
Jason, they're doing fine.
but they have no support staff.
They have Xerox digital copiers and printers, software and service. Let's go home.
I really did think that Xerox only worked with big businesses.
That boy's got a lot to learn.
Keep the conversation going. Share the knowledge. The Digital Document Company, Xerox.
I've loved investing all of my life. It allows me to think about all the new creative things going on around me. I come across companies with great new ideas. So what do? I jump onto Schwab.com. I can get all kinds of information. I can get earnings projections. I can get what the company's done in the past. I can get their balance sheet. It allows me to have a complete, comprehensive amount of information to allow me to make a very informed decision. It's about freedom and your control.
And we're back now with the Secretary of Labor, Alexis Herman. Welcome to Face the Nation. Yesterday, the Teamsters Union elected a new head. There's a Hoffa back in charge of the Teamsters Union. Are you comfortable with that? What do you think that means for the American labor movement?
I think that the rank and file of the Teamsters movement have spoken, and it is apparent that Jimmy Hoffa seems to be headed now for the new head. I congratulate him. He has said that he wants to pursue a goal of fiscal integrity, of organizing rank and file. We support him in that effort, and I look forward to working with him.
Gloria?
Last week, you got some good news. You had some very low unemployment numbers, just over 4%. But at the same time, you had the news of about 20,000 layoffs at Boeing. The ExxonMobil merger is going to cause at least 9,000 more layoffs. We've heard about a lot of layoffs lately. I guess it's 200,000 manufacturing jobs lost since March. What's that going to mean in the next year and in the long term for American workers?
Well, I think a couple of things are important to put in perspective. First of all, most private forecasts tell us that they expect to see continued growth in our economy and that we expect to see continued low unemployment rates. The other reality is it's always important to remember that these are planned announcements, and oftentimes they don't materialize in real numbers. We had a similar number in 1994 of 500,000, but we continue to grow jobs and we continue to add people to the economy and to keep unemployment low.
Well, can the service sector absorb these manufacturing jobs that are lost?
I think it's both a combination of looking at other sectors in the economy, but also let's continue to revitalize manufacturing. Don't forget, when President Clinton came into office, we had lost 2 million manufacturing jobs. We have now restored nearly 500,000 manufacturing jobs. And what we want to do is to continue to bring stability to the Asian region, as the President is aggressively doing, and make sure that we revitalize manufacturing as we are doing, and at the same time look to the other opportunities in this economy.
Are you concerned about this merger of Exxon and Mobil? After all, this is the huge oil company that was broken up way back when because it was considered too powerful. What's your take on this?
Well, as Labor Secretary, Bob, we're always concerned in the context of mergers and acquisitions when workers lose jobs through no fault of their own. So what we want to do is aggressively help workers manage that change, manage the transition. That's what we really have to do in a dynamic new global marketplace today.
Do you have any sense of how many jobs are going to be lost as a result of this merger?
We know that as a result of the Mobil Exxon merger, they're talking about approximately 9,000. But again, those are planned announcements, not necessarily actual announcements. We already know, for instance, that in Boeing, while they talked about 48,000, that number is more likely now going to be about 20,000.
But is there a sense that maybe things are just getting too big here and there might be a danger in that?
Well, I think there is a sense that we certainly are growing very fast and very big in this dynamic marketplace. Our challenge is really to raise the question of how do we help workers manage the change, ease the transition, get the skills that they're going to need in this dynamic new marketplace, and mergers and acquisitions are a big part of that, and the President is aggressively working on that.
You can help retrain workers, as you're talking about, but how much impact can you have on the Asian economic crisis, which is, of course, very important to the future of American workers.
Well, the president has worked very aggressively, I believe, to bring stability to that region. We are already seeing signs that some countries are beginning to turn around in that area. So there is a lot that we can do to relate on a global basis while at the same time make sure that we're going to do all we can to help workers here at home.
Madam Secretary, I'm sorry we have to end it there. Thank you so much for joining us
Thank
this
you.
morning. We'll be back with a final word in just a minute.
How far will you go so that people can fly? How deep into darkness to bring a city to life? What depths will you dare to keep the world running smoothly? How far will the people of Texaco go to provide the energy the world needs?
Going down.
How deep is the ocean? Texaco, a world of energy.
We help make lives more memorable. We help people love one another. We help keep families strong. We're the people of Pfizer. We develop medicines that make the world a better place. We spend over $2 billion a year on research. That's why we believe we'll introduce more new medicines for more diseases than anyone else. We're not just looking for cures. We're going to find them. Pfizer. Life is our life's work.
My goodness, stocks, bonds, equities, large. Ooh, 10 best bets.
Help you out.
Oh, talk about information overload.
It's too much.
But you must know all this.
You don't need all this.
It's my mission to be informed.
Fidelity can help you work out what you should know.
For your free investing guide, call 1-800-FIDELITY or visit fidelity.com.
You're going to buy something?
Just browsing.
Oh.
Check this out. I got involved, but this will last you 2 years. Guaranteed.
Cool. Philips Halogena. Lasts 2 years guaranteed.
The FBI going global? You bet. Teaching crime-fighting secrets away. Eye on America, Monday on the CBS Evening News.
Finally, it was 25 years ago today that Congressman Gerald Ford, the leader of the Republicans in the House of Representatives, was sworn in as our first unelected vice president to replace Spiro Agnew, who had been forced from office. The story was that President Nixon chose Ford as impeachment insurance. In their arrogance, the Nixon people brushed off the amiable Ford as not all that smart and believed that Congress would be reluctant to impeach Nixon if it had to replace him with Ford. It turned out to be the worst insurance buy of all time. In less than a year, Nixon was out, Ford was president. He didn't do much on the legislative front, but his long years in Washington had left Ford with great respect, even awe, for the office that was thrust upon him, and Americans sensed that. He reminded us that truth is the glue that holds government together, and the tone, he said, allowed the country to relax, regroup, and get back to normal after 2 years of Watergate. Later, he would pardon Nixon. I thought then it was the wrong thing to do, but I've since come to agree with his reasoning. After Watergate, it wasn't worth the trauma of putting the country through a criminal trial of a former president. The pardon probably cost Ford the election, but I always thought he cared more about the presidency than being president. As we've come to understand, that's a rare commodity, a politician who cares more about an office than holding it. Well, that's our broadcast for today. If you'd like to comment on our comment, you can write or contact us through the CBS webpage. It's at www.cbs.com. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week on Face the Nation.
Some people call it retirement planning. I think of this as future construction. Year by year, block by block, until...
It's our dream house.
Beautiful. But I was hoping we could afford to travel. This plan can help make it happen. We can even make sure you've got worry-free income for life.
AXA, dynamic vision, equitable, a trusted resource. Call us. Equitable is a member of the global AXA Group.
Star Trek is a culture.
It's about hope, diversity, camaraderie.
It's part of us.
It's about technology.
Tricorders.
Replicators.
Transporter.
Computers.
And the phasers. Oh.
There's a new movie coming out.
I have visited the website.
Engage.
You can buy everything online.
Where else would you buy a board?
Coming soon, one of the best online stores in the universe. The Star Trek Online Store, an IBM e-business.
In the financial world, to survive, you must keep on the move. It is not a world for the hesitant or the timid. Sometimes, to defend against larger, fiercer competitors, your best choice is merger or acquisition. But beware, lest your careful, well-planned strategy should result instead in failure or doom. In these troubled waters, experience, knowledge, and size are your best allies. If you're considering strengthening your company through merger or acquisition, think first of First Union. Wherever you plan to go, we have been there before. Come to the mountain called First Union. Or if you prefer, the mountain will come to you.
This portion of Face the Nation was sponsored by First Union, your guide to the financial world, by IBM, Solutions for a Small Planet, and by AXA and the Equitable. Start building your financial future today. If you'd like to write to Face the Nation, send your letters to Bob Schieffer, Face the Nation, 2020 M Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20036. This broadcast was produced by CBS News, which is solely responsible for the selection of today's guests and topics. It originated in Washington, D.C.
Experience CBS News. Take the stress out of your holiday. Think it's impossible? We'll show you how to do your shopping online. It's fast and easy, even if you're a computer dummy. This week on This Morning.
The address is CBS. Welcome home.
He won't be convicted, but the president may be impeached. We'll discuss it and handicap the governor's race in 2002. 10 Sunday morning on Belling and Company.
Hello, I'm CBS 58 Sports Director Rock Road. We're covering the Packers from sideline to sideline all season long.
CBS 58 is running with the pack tonight during the CBS 58 News at 10.
Got a great idea? Just drop it in the Idea Box, a store that really listens. Best Buy. Now that's a great idea.
Tonight, a late husband's diary reveals a hidden past.
I thought I knew everything about Warren.
Was there another woman?
I need to know.
To fulfill a wish, one grandson will search for the truth.
Now it turns out he had this other life.
But what he finds...
Did you say that she's been here for 24 years?
...will change their family forever.
This search is one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
Debbie Reynolds, Neil Patrick Harris, in a world premiere movie, The Christmas Wish, CBS tonight.
Wisconsin inmates may be sent out of state for 10 years. And will the Republicans pull the trigger on impeachment? 10 Sunday morning on Belling and Company on CBS 58.
From the CBS 58 studios in Milwaukee, this is Belling and Company.
Good morning. This week's headline topic, history in the making. The best guess now is that the U.S. House of Representatives will vote by the end of this month and maybe the end of the week on the impeachment of President Clinton, and the votes might be there to do it. There is no chance Clinton will be convicted in a two-thirds vote in the U.S. Senate, but impeachment by a simple majority in the House is a real possibility. Congressional Republicans are angered by the president's ongoing refusal to admit he committed perjury, and the ongoing Judiciary Committee impeachment hearings are giving them the cover they believe they need for their vote. The only alternative seems to be a formal censure of the president, an option Democrats and some moderate Republicans are advocating. If he is impeached, Clinton would be only the second president in American history, joining Andrew Johnson, to carry such a stigma. Should the Republicans do it? Todd Robert Murphy.
Should they impeach him? Probably not, because they would be acting in contempt of the will of the American people. The American people are quite clear Poll after poll after poll has said that they don't want Bill Clinton impeached. I think censure is a bit of a joke and is kind of the toothless tiger. I think there's probably some sort of admission and some sort of deal that's going to be struck by Clinton where he acknowledges some sort of wrongdoing.
That can't avert impeachment anymore, though. The Republicans just have the votes. Clinton's team has made only one miscalculation through all of these scandals. Everything Clinton has done is right, except when they started getting on the Republicans for dragging it out, dragging it out, dragging it out. That has just killed them, because so long as this occurs during the present Congress, the new one doesn't come in until January, the Republicans can lose a few of their members and still have the votes to impeach. And I think the only way you stop this and is to go to a censure with Clinton giving some sort of admission of wrongdoing, which he doesn't want to do.
Yeah, he will give some sort of admission for the censure. But I think that
may not be enough to satisfy.
Mark, I believe the Republicans inside the Beltway don't get it. Every Republican outside the Beltway gets it. They don't have the votes. It'll be close, but they don't have the votes for impeachment. They get off this foolishness, cut the deal, and move on.
I'm not sure that's right. Now, we've got one of the Republicans from outside the Beltway. You're way outside the Beltway. Wauwatosa is not in the Beltway. Scott Walker. Close. What do you think about this?
Well, I think the key goes down to what Speaker Livingston is going to do. If he says that there will be no vote on censure, if that's the bottom line, you got a choice between impeachment or not, I think it's likely that the House votes. There's no way the Senate votes to act on that impeachment. But I think it's likely. And I think the key is that, as you mentioned, it gets beyond this month. And it doesn't matter what happens 2 years from now.
Well, it's clear
politically,
politically, I think the Republicans have nothing to lose here. Nobody's going to hate them any more than they presently do. The people who think that they've been dogging this poor, innocent Bill Clinton, you know, they already despise them. There isn't an election for 2 years further. Clinton is not going to be convicted. There's no scenario whereby he leaves office. So any vote for impeachment in the end will have been on the losing side of an issue, and voters never punish politicians who are on the losing side of an issue.
The key here, though, is Bill Clinton refuses to acknowledge his lies, his deceits, his obstruction.
I think that's the way he avoids impeachment, is if he does it.
No, if he doesn't admit to some wrongdoing, he'll be impeached.
No, I think he's got to admit to criminality.
Because that will force.
I think he has to admit to criminality.
You think he will?
No, he will not.
You think he will?
I think he will. I don't think he wants impeachment after his name in the history book.
I don't think he will admit to criminality. That would be stupid. If he were going to admit to criminality, he might as well have resigned from office. This is a gray area.
Why?
No, because he opens himself up to all kinds of charges, investigations after he leaves office.
Except I don't think there's much chance that would happen. If he's impeached but not convicted, the overwhelming will, even among a lot of the Clinton haters, and I'm one of them, would be to pretty much let it go, that they'd be satisfied with impeachment, that that's the ultimate form of censure. Impeachment but not conviction is the ultimate way of saying we despise what this guy did, and it will dog him for life.
You need to listen to Congressman King, the Republican from New York, who's pushed the issue forward of a strong censure.
Yeah,
he knows that the votes are there.
King has said that his motion for censure requires an acknowledgement from Clinton of wrongdoing. In other words, that's the deal, the carrot he's offering to Clinton.
But it won't be criminal wrongdoing.
Clinton needs to accept it. That'll be the key.
There's a small group of moderate Republicans that ought to be ashamed of themselves. You know, they're a bunch of wusses. What will come down?
We've got a member of that group on this panel, I believe, of that moderate wing of the Republican Party.
Or the extreme of the Democrat Party. But the Republicans are going to be forced in the corner because Bill Clinton is going to stand his line, and he's going to lie to the American people like he did time and time again and force the vote on impeachment.
The problem is, if Republicans say they take some sort of a deal and they say, okay, he's admitted wrongdoing, he's admitted maybe even illegal activity, then they look like an even bigger joke if they didn't vote to impeach. I think the bottom line is they take the vote on impeachment, they take the fall, they say if you committed a legal act, you vote yes, if you didn't, you vote no, and let the chips fall.
And I think they can do that without risk because he's not going to be convicted in the Senate anyway. So I think whatever anger comes from the public is going to be muted at least somewhat.
They can do that, Mark, but they will lose, and then they will look like a bunch of fools. That is exactly what will happen.
Well, after the vote's taken. If they do it, they may go to censure then as their next option if they do it. But I think that their base is going to demand that one way or another there be a vote.
The base has demanded for them to let it go. You guys need to read the polls. The base has spoken.
Well,
we want to be done with this.
Let's deal with the public opinion part of that question. Why do you think public opinion should matter here?
I think people are...
This is a democracy. It's real simple.
Well, is that your point?
Well, no, my point is I think public opinion, when you use words like hater, I'm a Clinton hater, I think that...
Just honest, Todd Robert.
Well, I think that's a very strong word. It's a very uncivilized word.
It is.
It's a very tragic thing that you have so much hate in your soul for the President of the United States. I feel sorry for you. And I think the American people don't like those types of terms associated with the President.
They may not.
For one
on the other hand...
Can't you be a Clinton disliker, Mark? Can't you moderate your animus?
When he wagged his finger at me and said, now you listen to me, I never had sex, that got me past the dislike.
For him without
that got me past the dislike.
Question the validity of the polls. People
JJ, come on. There is overwhelming support for him, and there is overwhelming opposition to impeachment. People like me are just honest enough to acknowledge it.
There's overwhelming apathy.
The point that I think is interesting in listening to all of these people like the two of you who cite public opinion is, Jerry Falwell made a great point about this. You know, the American people, 81% support prayer in schools, but somehow we don't allow that to override the Constitution, and we shouldn't allow it to override the constitutional duty
Mark,
here.
As your friend and colleague, I want to warn you so you will not make the same mistake that Newt Gingrich made, to have your constituents send you home.
You think I'll be deposed if I continue this stand? I don't know. Bill Clinton, for all the damage he's done to the country, has been pretty good for talk radio hosts like me. Let's go around the table real quickly. What will happen to Clinton? Impeachment, censure, or nothing?
Censure.
Censure.
Impeachment or nothing?
Well, which one?
I think it's going to be impeachment. I think it'll be close.
I believe the time will come that this month he'll be impeached.
You know, this is like the Denver Broncos. As long as they keep winning, I'll pick with them. I'll predict nothing. Coming up, our most outrageous topic ever.
NFL Hall of Fame member Bart Starr talks about the advantages of donating your used vehicle to the Rawhide Boys Ranch.
I think it's the finest facility of its type in the country. We take those cars and the dealers purchase these automobiles. This provides us with a very important income. We could not sustain this facility here without that.
To find out more about a tax-deductible vehicle donation to the Rawhide Boys Ranch, call 1-800-RAWHIDE.
Please contribute those automobiles to us. They're put to great use.
Chrissy, if you were in danger, what would you do? Well, Shannon, my parents told me that if I ever felt unsafe, I could always head to the nearest Wendy's. It's a safe place for kids.
Wendy's continues its commitment to keeping Wisconsin's kids safe. Each store manager is on alert to notify authorities if a child is being followed, frightened, or even lost.
Make sure your children know where the nearest Wendy's is located in your neighborhood. Let them know Wendy's is a safe place because Wendy's cares about kids.
Look for the sign of safety at Wendy's in your neighborhood.
Hi everyone, I'm Charlotte Gillespie from CBS 58.
And I'm Ben Walker from FM 106. CBS 58 and FM 106 are working together this holiday season along with the United States Marine Corps and the Salvation Army on the 1998 Toys for Tots program.
When you're out holiday shopping, please remember to donate new unused toys at any of the following locations: George Webb Restaurants, Northbridge Mall, Southbridge Mall, and at all Boston stores. Help spread joy this holiday season by touching thousands of children's lives.
Please give to Toys for Tots.
Tune in to us this weekend right here for the suspense. For the humor. Excuse me. For all the action. Because I wouldn't mind seeing a few more honest faces. Walker, Texas Ranger, tonight at 10:45 on CBS 58.
Topic number 2, looking ahead, way ahead. I know the last election isn't even a month old, but we're going to look ahead to another one, and not even the one in 2 years. We're going to attempt to handicap the race for Wisconsin governor in 2002. Before you laugh, there is already a lot of speculation as to who is in the best position to succeed Tommy Thompson, and some ambitious politicians seem to be in the early stages of angling for the right position. Let's size up the field with my early line on the candidate's chances of winning party nomination. First, the Republicans. You've got the ultra-ambitious State Assembly Speaker Scott Jensen, who many see as Thompson's logical heir apparent, and I'll put his odds at 3-1. Lieutenant Governor Scott McCallum is at 7-2. largely because of the potential of Thompson resigning midterm and handing the governor's office to his longtime backup. The third choice at odds of 5-1 is former Madison area Congressman Scott Klug, who is handicapped by his support of legal abortion and questionable ability to keep his name in the news for 4 years. At 8-1, I'll include newly elected Republican Congressman Paul Ryan, a seeming political superstar in the making. And at even money, everybody else, the field, all the would-be governors who haven't emerged yet as viable candidates. Now, let's go to the Democrats. The early favorite probably ought to be Attorney General Jim Doyle. In 4 years, he will have been a 12-year statewide office holder with proven vote-getting ability. We'll post him at 3-1. Second choice, how about Herb Kohl, who many believe would love to be governor, but faces a Senate race in 2 years. And by the next governor's election, Kohl would be 67 years old. So I can't make him any better than 7-1. We'll throw in Russ Feingold at 10-1, and how about Milwaukee Mayor John Norquist at 12-1. And to make things interesting, a real dark horse in western Wisconsin Congressman Ron Kind at 15-1. In other words, the Democrats have a wide open race. So wide open that I'll put the field, every other Democrat than the ones mentioned, at odds-on numbers of 3-5, meaning the Democratic candidate in 2002 is likely to be someone who hasn't emerged at all yet. Let's deal with the Republicans first. Do you agree that Jensen, McCallum, and Klug are the front-runners, Scott Walker?
Well, absolutely. It bodes well for a Republican named Scott. But
evidently, they're all named Scott. You're the only prominent Republican named Scott not on the list.
I'm not in the running, at least for now. No, I think that Scott Jensen, not only because of his position as Speaker, but he's shown a pretty good base of dealing with some of the prominent issues, forcing the issues. And I think a lot of it depends in 2002 on what happens in the year 2000. Someone like a Scott McCallum, as you alluded to, could become the active or acting governor just by virtue of a Republican winning the White House.
That's McCallum's only chance, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That he walks in through the back door.
But the other possibility is not only some of those folks on the list, but some of the others you've heard about, Bob Welch, Alberta Darling, any of those names. Much of that depends on whether they decide to either take on Herb Kohl, or if it's an open seat.
You think my odds are pretty accurate as to where they stand?
I think that the obvious ones. I think that the obvious ones, but I would be looking for someone outside the Thompson camp. Thompson has such a reign of control in Wisconsin that I believe people are going to look outside of possibly a Bob Welch, or Scott Klug, who are not affiliated very tightly with Tommy.
The problem with Scott Klug, as I mentioned in that brilliant assessment earlier, is that he is pro-choice, which is anathema in a statewide Republican primary. And secondly, he's leaving Congress now. How does he keep himself in the news? How does he raise money?
He could pull a Scott Jensen, who also at one time, was pro-choice and
Scott Jensen is in office and can raise money.
Scott Klug isn't even going to run, and I'll predict that 4 years out. And you're missing a critical one who should be on there. Is this County Executive Dan Finley of Waukesha. He's got a wonderful base. He's unopposed for re-election this coming spring. He'll have 12 years in as the chief executive officer of the third largest, fastest growing
That's one of the
county.
reasons why I've got the field at even money. Yeah. Everybody else involved. Quickly on the Republicans, Walter.
I would agree with that. I think Dan Finley, because he has a base, and he would essentially subsume Scott Jensen because they would have to come out of the same base, and Finley has had it in his palm for the last 12 years.
I'm still fascinated by Scott Walker saying I'm not in there for now. As for the Democrats, I've made Doyle the front runner with Kohl, Feingold, Norquist, and Kind the other contenders, but the likely candidate being somebody else entirely. Reaction to that, Walter Farrell.
I think there's a very likely possibility that someone else entirely would do it. I think even at 67 years of age, it's Senator Kohl's race to lose.
You do.
If he gets in it, Jim Doyle would be next. I don't think John Norquist is in it at all.
I don't think
John Norquist is reviled.
I made him, I believe, 12-1.
He's reviled in a major segment of the Milwaukee community, the African American community, which would have to be its base, and that will be a major share of the Democratic vote in the year 2002.
Not the only segment of the Milwaukee community he's reviled. And Todd Roberts.
Well, we may have an openly gay governor someday. I don't think
implying Tammy Baldwin.
Tammy Baldwin. I don't think you can rule her out.
I think the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats, traditionally, with the exception of Lee Dreyfus, both nationally and in the state that Republicans like to be, they're establishment-oriented, the next person in line, the logical person. The Democrats have a history of picking candidates out of nowhere, which is why I think the Democrat is likely to be somebody we haven't mentioned, but the Republicans are going to follow the pecking order.
I think you're right about that, and I think as a Republican, the most dangerous candidate on that list is Congressman Ron Kind. He went against the norm on the inquiry for the whole investigation into Bill Clinton. I think he comes from a very swing district, which is reflective of the state as a whole. He's a charismatic guy who's young. He goes against conventional wisdom.
So if you gambled, which I don't believe you do, you'd take the bet on Kind at 15-1.
I would if I was.
Quickly, JJ on the Democrats.
I would agree with Scott. I think the race in 2000 are going to be
2002. We're 4 years in the future here.
Will be from outside of the conventional arena right now. I think it's way too early because of the fact people are going to be looking for an entirely new change.
It is too early, but you know what? The thing that interests me about this is these people are kind of positioning themselves already. Our politics has gotten where fundraising is so important and being mentioned is so important that you literally do have the early stages of a campaign right now.
I think a dark horse who could emerge on the Democratic side would be former State Senator Tim Cullen, who's proven his mettle in politics and is in the corporate arena and president of one of the Blue Cross companies and can raise money very quickly.
If I had $20 for every office Tim Cullen has threatened to run for, I could buy myself another racehorse. Coming up, we may be sending prisoners out of state forever.
Hi everyone, I'm Charlotte Gillespie from CBS 58.
And I'm Ben Walker from FM 106. CBS 58 and FM 106 are working together this holiday season along with the United States Marine Corps and the Salvation Army on the 1998 Toys for Tots program.
When you're out holiday shopping, please remember to donate new unused toys at any of the following locations. Help spread joy this holiday season by touching thousands of children's lives.
Please give to Toys for Tots.
Give your kids the Burkhardt advantage in sports at Burkhardt Sporting Goods. Burkhardt has the equipment, knowledge, and advice to help you and your child excel in competitive team sports. Burkhardt Sporting Goods has the high-performance equipment and expert help you need to win. Plus, the Burkhardt batting cages are free with every purchase. Get the Burkhardt advantage at Burkhardt Sporting Goods on 146th and Capitol Drive in Brookfield.
In a world of everyday existence, something comes along that scares you to death.
You have my word.
Something with teeth.
Bite me.
Something that's a real scream. Finally, a show that isn't afraid to ask the tough questions.
Drinking blood is all it takes to live forever. Then why is everybody lining up for double lattes?
Poltergeist, The Legacy. It's a scream.
Poltergeist, tonight at 11:45 on CBS 58.
Get ready to match the stars. George Hamilton, Nell Carter, Vicki Lauren, Judy Tenuta, and host Michael Berger on an all-new season of Match Game.
To blank or not to blank? The match is back.
I'm there for you!
It's the most fun you can have. Blanking.
Match Game, weekdays following the CBS 58 news break at noon. Furnishings for Belling and Company provided by Fields Fine Furniture, downtown West Bend.
Topic number 3, no end in sight. The head of the Wisconsin prison system says those controversial transfers of state inmates to out-of-state prisons will have to continue for at least a decade. The number is up to 2,500 and growing. The problem is that the state isn't building prisons fast enough to keep up with the criminals. And legislators like our own Scott Walker, who heads the Assembly Corrections Committee, love out-of-state prisons as the solution. Is it a long-term solution, though, J.J. Blanion?
No, I don't think so, because, we're going to constantly run into the objections. What we need to take a look at is encouraging private companies to build those state prisons here, because if the state can't build them fast enough, you put a profit incentive out there.
Why isn't this a long-term solution?
Why would we want to send prisoners to another state?
Why not?
We could house them for the same price.
Well, I don't know that we can. It seems to be cheaper to do it this way. They're being sent out of state. There have been allegations of abuse. Scott Walker went down there and said, oh, don't worry about that. Nobody is worrying about it. Why not use this as a long-term solution? I don't see a downside here.
Well, you have to. I mean, it's a cost. The average cost in Wisconsin is $53 per day per inmate. It's only $42 in Tennessee and Oklahoma and less than $40 in Texas. It's going to be part of our long-term solution. We're at over 4,000 over capacity now. We're growing day by day. A year from now, Truth and Sentencing will only bump that up. I think we need to continue with out-of-state and go to private prisons here in Wisconsin, which I'll propose.
But couldn't those same companies build here?
When you look at the fundamental economics of it, you can't dispute it. It is a long-term solution. And as long as the per inmate cost is $10 to $12 to $13 below the cost of housing in Wisconsin, I mean, anybody who has any fiduciary acumen knows it's a
Walter.
On the economic basis, you're right, but I think that what is going to emerge is the whole issue of race, because most of these prisoners who have been sent out of state are males of color. And as that number continues to grow and you're sending out the prisoners who are most likely to be rehabilitated, it's going to cause tremendous political contentiousness in the southeastern part of the state, and people will have to deal with that politically.
And you're right about that. The problem is, JJ talked about building private prisons here in Wisconsin. I've authored that bill in the last session. I'll introduce it again this session. But some of the biggest groups who fight me are liberal black members of the Assembly and the Senate, as well as their colleagues.
But this trend will not be allowed to go on.
Now, I think it will be. Now to yet another Milwaukee area agency in big money trouble. Transit Plus is the government-funded and privately operated system for people that can't be accommodated by the regular bus system. The users are usually disabled or elderly, but Transit Plus is more than $2 million in the hole. County figures say one provider's service is costing $30 per ride. What's more, it seems a lot of the users aren't paying the $2.50 for their share of the service. Can this ever be straightened out, or do we have another Milwaukee money pit in our hands? Todd Robert Murphy.
It appears to be a pit. I mean, it's conceptually not a bad idea, but as is so typical with county bureaucracy, the execution's an abomination. And I don't see any way that this program can ever be adjusted so it would be at least a break-even proposition. So I think the county executive and the county board of supervisors needs to take a hard look as to the merits or demerits of this program. And right now, I'd say the demerits.
You saying we should just get rid of it?
Right.
Yeah, Walter, should we get rid of it?
I would generally agree that we need
cab fare, it's cheaper.
We need to evaluate it, but in the meantime, I'm going to buy a bus and see if I can get into this
part
pit.
Of the deal. My gosh.
I
mean, $800,000 of that deficit is from spending twice as long on actually getting these people moved around. Another $250,000 of it's because they didn't bother to collect the mere $250 they were charging the recipients.
That's real money.
They don't want to collect it because, well, the person's disabled or old. How can you say you've got to have your money in order to get on, even though we're already subsidizing them to the tune of $27.50 a ride?
That's typical of a government agency, especially here in Milwaukee. If you ask someone to contribute even a little bit, they won't contribute anything. And I think we'd be cheaper off if we gave the service away free, because half the problem was collecting the money. If we didn't have to collect the money and just gave the service away, we would probably...
Let me commit heresy again. Government's got a bus system, for crying out loud. Is it the job of government to go and pick up and give a ride to anyone who wants a ride to anywhere they go?
It's not.
Frankly, where are families, where are church groups and so on? This isn't a government function, and that's why it's losing a fortune.
Yeah, I think there's no question about it. I think, government has overreached in this particular program. I mean, there are some things that are not necessarily...
Wandering back to a hardliner again? You're going to be a Clinton hater if this keeps up.
He called me a moderate. Last week you called me a liberal. Now I'm a hardliner.
Our hot tips of the week.
At CBS 58 News, our job is to make sure every story hits home.
That's why our reporters are on the street focusing on stories important to southeastern Wisconsin.
Milwaukee is more than a place where we work.
Just like you, it's a place we call home.
We have the experience to find the local connections.
And we make those connections clear in every newscast.
Come home to the CBS 58 News at 5, 6, and 10 with Mike Strelo and Renee Riddle.
Tonight, a late husband's diary reveals a hidden past.
I thought I knew everything about Warren.
Was there another woman?
I need to know.
To fulfill a wish, one grandson will search for the truth.
Now it turns out he had this other life.
But what he finds...
Did you say that she's been here for 24 years?
...will change their family forever.
This search is one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
Debbie Reynolds, Neil Patrick Harris, in a world premiere movie, The Christmas Wish, CBS tonight.
It's Heiser Ford's final 98 closeout. Every remaining new 98 Escort, Ranger, F-Series, Windstar, Explorer, and even Expedition is priced up to $998 under invoice, plus you keep any rebates. But when the 98s are gone, they're gone. And there's no shortage of new 99s at Heiser Ford, and they're under invoice too. Every new 99, including Explorer and Expedition, is priced $99 under invoice. $99 under invoice on every new 99, plus you keep any rebates, but only at Heiser Ford.
Someone's bitten off more than they can chew.
You've got enough tongue for 10 rows of teeth, okay?
Next, Judge Mills Lane.
Monday night at 6:30 on CBS 58.
The Patriots' last-minute heroics have been miraculous. Now they meet the Steelers. Then, the Chiefs battle the unbeaten Broncos. The NFL on CBS.
Time now for this panel's hot tips of the week.
Former Deputy Director of the Lottery, John Lehman, who is best known for being Lottery Director Lanny Weber's boy toy, is planning a run for the Milwaukee Circuit Court.
Joanna Richard, the Democratic caucus chair who steered the Dems back into the Senate majority, will resign from her position January 1st, 1999.
To do what?
No
Lobby
one knows.
for Foley and Lardner? Scott?
For weeks, sources told me that Paul Molitor would retire, join the Brewers, and prepare to take over for Phil Gardner next season. I think Thursday's announcement makes it likely that's a good tip.
Sources are that America's own Pravda, Time Magazine's Man of the Year, will be no other than Hillary Clinton, who wears the pants in the family.
My hot tip, in reaction to suggestions started on this program by Todd Robert Murphy that cartoonist Gary Markstein plagiarized a political cartoon, Journal editor Marty Kaiser will restrict Markstein to almost entirely local cartoons, which could cost Markstein his national syndication deal. See you next week.
The views expressed on Belling & Company are not necessarily those of the advertiser or the management of WDJT-TV. Viewers are encouraged to express their opinions by calling Belling & Company at 607-8134.
Tonight, a late husband's diary reveals a hidden past.
I thought I knew everything about Warren.
Was there another woman?
I need to know.
To fulfill a wish, one grandson will search for the truth.
Now it turns out he had this other life.
But what he finds...
Did you say that she's been in here for 24 years?
...will change their family forever.
This searching is one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
Debbie Reynolds, Neil Patrick Harris, in a world premiere movie, The Christmas Wish, CBS tonight.
Milwaukee has so many stories. We get involved in every way. Southeastern Wisconsin, a place we're proud to call our home. And it's nice to know CBS 58 is the team that you can trust. Come home to CBS 58. Welcome home. We're always here to help you. Come home to CBS 58. We take pride in serving you. We're a place for you to call home. Bring your family and come on in. Come home to CBS 58. Well,
the great bulk of the testimony of the President's counsel relates to specific rebuttal, specific factual rebuttal of the claims against the President, that the President did not commit perjury, that the President did not obstruct justice, that the President did not tamper with witnesses. And in analyzing some of the President's counsel's response, I'd like to address the issue of perjury, because that's the issue that seems to have captured the imagination of most of the Republicans in the House. And let's talk about what that perjury, alleged perjury, is at the grand jury. The President admitted to an inappropriate, intimate relationship with Ms. Lewinsky at the grand jury that was physical in nature. He acknowledged that his conduct was wrong. What the President denied at the grand jury was having sexual relations with Ms. Lewinsky only as that term was defined by the Jones lawyers and substantially restricted by Judge Wright. The President failed to details of his encounters with Ms. Lewinsky. And he did testify that he did not have sexual intercourse or sexual relations as defined by the Jones deposition. Mr. Shippers, the Republican counsel for the committee, in his presentation to this committee, analyzed that the discrepancy between the testimony of President Clinton and Ms. Lewinsky over the precise nature of the physical contact involved in their relationship, that was the basis for an allegation that President Clinton perjured himself before the grand jury. I would respectfully submit that the American people understand full well what an affair entails. They understand it's not going out for coffee. And what the American people need to understand, and what I'd like Mr. Benvenisti for you to address to the American people and to those so-called moderate Republicans that have yet to make up their mind, what is this perjury before the grand jury about? Do I have it right? Is it about the discrepancy of the great detail by Ms. Lewinsky as opposed to the admission by President Clinton that it was wrong, that it was a physical relationship, that it was intimate, but he didn't tell us all the precise details? Is that what the perjury is all about?
It seems to be what the perjury is all about, what the claim of perjury is all about. And I have to say that if that's what it is, then simply using the word perjury does not convey the discrepancy between what remedy you were talking about. That is to disenfranchise all of the United States in its elected president, taking away their vote, nullifying it, and saying he cannot be president anymore because he did not testify to these details in the grand jury. To me, that is mind-boggling.
Thank you very much.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Barr.
Thank you. Indeed, that might be mind-boggling, but that's not the situation we're faced with, Mr. Benvenisti. You know very well that essentially what we're faced with here is not simply a statement about an improper sexual conduct and an argument over the plain meaning of language regarding a court definition, but whether or not it's appropriate for a president to make statements in court for the purpose of either establishing or not establishing a pattern of activity that is deemed relevant to a lawsuit involving the civil rights, the constitutional rights of a citizen. You may, along with your colleagues on the other side of the aisle, keep simply saying that this is about a particular statement, but it really isn't. Mr. Hamilton, I find, similar to other statements that we've heard here, rather disturbing. You say in your statement that the president lied, that he unlawfully invoked executive privilege repeatedly, abused power, and so forth, yet these don't rise to the level of an impeachable offense, and I'm sure that we could engage in a discussion for the entire remainder of my 5 minutes, and I'm not going to convince you otherwise. It just strikes me as odd that the learned attorneys who have extensive experience in representing parties, including the United States in court, believe that it's appropriate for a president, not just an average citizen, but the president of the United States of America, in your opinion, lies under oath, unlawfully invokes executive privilege, commits abuse of power, yet should remain in office.
Congressman Barr, I did not say it was appropriate for the president to lie under oath.
Really? Well, then
mischaracterizing
the only way we have under the Constitution, Mr. Hamilton, unless you can pull out your copy of the Constitution and show me otherwise, to remove a president is impeachment, and you're arguing that we should not impeach the president. Therefore, you are denying to us, you're saying the one method that we have of removing a president for these things which you agree he committed should not be available, then yes, by implication, you are saying that that president should remain in office. We don't have any other way of removing a president from office for these sorts of abuses of office. Censure, even if we censured the president, called him all sorts of names, would not remove him from office. Even if we reprimanded the president in the most horrendous terms, it would not remove him from office. attention to behavior is that we believe is impeachable is impeachment. Is there some other way of removing a president in our constitutional form of government?
Well, you have a way if he's disabled.
Pardon?
If the president is disabled,
well, we're certainly not contemplating disabling the president. I mean, maybe you have some.
You asked me a question whether it was the only way, and my answer is that the president is disabled. There's another way.
That's sort of silly. I mean, there are provisions in our Constitution that address a president who is disabled. That is not a method of removing a president from office that's available to us. I certainly would never contemplate that anyway. But what I'm saying is, it really does strike me as very, very odd for you all, and you're not alone. I mean, I know there have been many defenders of the president that have sat in those chairs today and in the prior hearings that we had, and I'm sure we'll have more tomorrow that will sit in those same chairs and admit that the president lied under oath, that he abused office. I commend you for at least recognizing that he has unlawfully abused the privileges available to him, such as executive privilege. Many of your colleagues won't even admit that, but yet then say that this president should remain in office. And particularly with somebody with a distinguished career who has represented the United States of America, both of you, that really does strike me as odd. And I think that sends a very, very bad message to the country. That, I think, Mr. Benvenisti, is what does damage to our country's reputation and the ability of our president to conduct foreign affairs, not the fact that we might remove him for those sorts of behaviors.
Well, if you have some actual empirical evidence of that, that would be contrary to what I hear when I talk to foreign nationals about what is going on in this country.
Well, and indeed, the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Rothman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get back, if I may, to what I believe these hearings are all about. We've heard a great deal of conversation from my friends on the other side of the aisle. What these offenses are all about and what we should do about them has to do with whether we're going to enforce the rule of law in America or not, and whether we're going to send the right messages to our children and to others involved in the justice system as litigants or defendants. I agree that the rule of law is important, critically important to our system of justice and our way of life in a civil society. That is why there are penalties, civil and criminal penalties. I dare say to my friends on the other side of the aisle who trivialize what President Clinton is going through and think that he might be a model to those who would avoid telling the truth, the following. The President of the United States has just agreed to pay Paula Jones and her lawyers $850,000 for his misconduct during the Paula Jones matter. Is that an incentive for people to lie in a civil litigation or not to tell the truth in civil litigation? President didn't get away with anything there, did he? The fact that President Clinton is still subject, when he leaves office, to being criminally charged for any of the charges raised by Mr. Starr, and could go to prison for his misconduct, his alleged misconduct. Is that an incentive for people not to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under oath? Of course not. So all of the incentives to uphold the rule of law are there already. We're not talking about whether we want our kids to respect the truth. It's there already and will be applied against the president. What we're talking about is what we're responsible for, upholding the Constitution. And the Constitution says how the president gets hired, elected, and gets fired. Treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. And we have to decide whether the president's conduct not should be punished, because it has already been punished and may very well be punished criminally in the future. We're deciding whether, as a nation, we must remove the president. So I dare say that the arguments about upholding the rule of law, we've already taken care of that discussion. One could argue that the penalty of impeachment and removal far exceeds the crime, and that censure is a better approach. I have not yet made my mind up on the charges raised by Mr. Starr. The hearing has not been concluded, but I will say to you this, that in my judgment, a clear and convincing standard of proof must be met by those who would seek the president's impeachment and removal, and that it of necessity requires fact witnesses when the testimony relied on by Mr. Starr, by Judge Starr, is equivocal, is ambiguous, is contradictory, and is qualified, as the President's counsel has addressed. So we have the one prosecutor, Judge Starr, say the witnesses say this and it means this. We have the President's counsel say the witnesses said this and mean this, and we're left to decide in the middle. Let me say that we are founded by a nation of those who loathe to take the word of government officials only. And they gave our people, put the burden of proving guilt on the accuser and did not require the accused to prove his or her innocence. To put the burden of proof on the accused, in this case President Clinton, is not only to subvert the Congress's impeachment power, but 200 years of American justice. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And gentlemen, thank both of you for being here. It has been a long day. We've had, you're now the third panel who's been here. Two very good lawyers testifying, not representing, testifying for the President of the United States here today. And as I understand your testimony, both of you think that the President has engaged in wrongful conduct. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Both of you think that the President has violated the law.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Certainly his testimony is most troubling.
And perhaps and testimony is most troubling. Both of you in any event believe that some remedy for this situation is appropriate.
Yes.
Both of you believe that. And you have talked about censure, fines, and reprimands, and perhaps one or two other possible remedies. Now, to follow up on what Mr. Barr was asking, and I'll try to leave time for you to respond to this, but I am concerned in reading the Constitution that the Constitution says that in the event there is a violation, that the remedy for that is removal from office. Now, some people don't like to call it a remedy, some don't like to call it punishment, but whatever you call it, the Constitution provides that removal from office is the appropriate action to take. Now, I'm not directing this at you, but this entire day has reminded me of that lawyer strategy that's used across this land, whereby if the law is against you, you argue the facts. If the facts are against you, you argue the law. If the law and the facts are both against you, then you attack the prosecutor, and certainly the special counsel has been attacked time and again in this room. And now the very resourceful Washington lawyers have added a new dimension to that. And in addition to attacking the prosecutor, they have said, well, tell how bad Watergate was. So if I ever get back to practicing law, I may use this down in Tennessee. But my question to you is, do you not have any concern, either of you, for what the Constitution says, and we don't know what's going to happen. It may never get to the point where there is a remedy employed, and that will resolve that question. But in the event that this proceeding gets to the point where there must be some remedial action taken, then do neither of you have any concern for the words of the Constitution that say that removal from office and that additional option of not ever holding public office again? Do you not have any concern for that, Mr.
Congressman, clearly that is a remedy that is set forth in the Constitution. That doesn't mean that there are not other remedies. the House is governed by a rules manual. If you look in the first pages of that manual, there is something that is called Jefferson's Manual that was written by Thomas Jefferson when he was the vice president and was therefore the president of the Senate. And in the Jefferson's Manual, he says that a resolution is a way that a House can express its opinions, its purposes, and its principles. And if you look in the footnote that's written by the parliamentarian of the House, the parliamentarian says, in modern practice, a concurrent resolution is the means by which the Senate and the House express their opinions and their purposes and their principles. So there is a legitimate way to do it that has been recognized since the time that Thomas Jefferson was vice president, which was before 1800.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair is aware of two members that wish to make requests to include material into the record. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Barr.
Chairman, I'd move to include a letter I'd given to the chairman at the same point as the letter from Mr. Conyers.
Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce a newspaper article from Sunday's Washington Times to the record.
Without objection. And, Mr. Chairman, are there any further requests to include material in the record?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the Wall Street Journal article of today's date by Henry Ruth be included in the record.
Without objection. Further requests for material in the record. Gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two articles that I'd like to have submitted. One dated November 26, 1998. House panel reportedly draws up Clinton impeachment charges. And one dated November 28, 1998. Impeachment articles being drafted. And, Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit...
Without objection, they're included.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like...
California, Ms. Waters.
One other document. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Okay. I'd like to submit in its entirety the Constitution of the United States of America, which does not denote any prohibition on censure.
I believe the committee has already printed that, but if objection is heard, gentlewoman from California, I have a request.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take you up on your offer to place my questions to the chairman in the record about his past comments on 1987.
Now you're talking about the real chairman, not the acting chairman.
Real chairman, the real chairman.
The chair
I haven't
will
found
put the
any
question
on you
without
yet.
objection. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California?
Unanimous consent to submit to the record my letter to my two letters to Mr. Starr and my letter to the Attorney General relative to the three questions and my seeking of answers to those.
Without objection. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Gentlewoman from California.
Yes, I'd like to submit the LA Times article that I referenced by Mr. Savage relative to 1987 and the comments by our chairman, the real chairman.
Without objection. And the gentleman from Wisconsin has been very patient and has recognized...
Mr. Chairman, I seek a clarification. It was noted that the Constitution is already cited in the record of these proceedings. Is that accurate, Mr. Chairman?
I said the committee has already published the Constitution elsewhere.
All right. Well, then I will get raise the question again tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Then that request is withdrawn without objection. And now the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been keeping score tonight and have said that this is the third panel where we haven't had a material fact witness on behalf of the President. They're absolutely correct. Now, at the end of 3 months, if you're keeping score as they have, there have been 0 material witnesses to push this investigation and 0 material witnesses, fact witnesses against it. The score remains 0-0, which sort of highlights the bizarre nature of this proceeding, that we have heard hours and hours of testimony, talked to ourselves for hours and hours, and still have not heard from a single individual who was supposedly involved in this. That points to some of the problems with the impeachment. I just want to take a minute or two to talk about my perception as to why we're having problems here. I think there are 3 reasons why the American people are opposed, or at least the majority of the American people are opposed to impeachment. I'm going to advance first the one that is I hear most often from my Republican colleagues, and that's that the economy is doing well. The stock market is doing well. People are working. And that might be true. I must say I never thought that I would hear my Republican colleagues in Congress being frustrated by a good economy. But certainly I think that that's part of the reason that the economy is doing well. Inflation is low, unemployment is low. And darn it, it was that Democratic president who was in office when that happened. The second reason, and the one that I hear least often from my colleagues here, is that the American people think there's something wrong here. There's something going on. It can be characterized as attacks on Ken Starr. I frankly prefer to center my attention on Linda Tripp because I think that she is the one that in many aspects is the focal point here. And I don't think it's necessary to hold Ken Starr's office culpable for the mistakes. But when you have a situation where the cooperating witness for the independent counsel is also working very, very closely with the attorneys for Paula Jones, there's something wrong here. And when we are doing something as grave as talking about setting aside the only national election in this country, and there are questions about her role and the role that is being played by the political enemies of the president, in some respects, I think that that's a greater danger to democracy than anything we're talking about here tonight. The third reason, I think, is that many Americans think that these are not impeachable offenses. And I was at home over the weekend, and I wanted to buy some hot ham on Sunday, and the grocer said to me, I'll tell you, the president screwed up, and his language was much more colorful than that. But he said, the president screwed up. But the question is, was it Bill Clinton, the president, or Bill Clinton, the man? And he said, I think it was Bill Clinton, the man, who screwed up, and we should deal with him. It wasn't Bill Clinton, the president. And as you analyze an impeachable offense, I think you can take a piece of paper and draw a line right down the middle. And on one side, you can put offenses against the body politic, offenses against our democracy in terms of Watergate. And I think that most of us would agree that those are offenses that are impeachable. On the other side of the ledger, you have offenses that are committed by a person. And I've heard individuals talk about murder. I would think that murder would be an impeachable offense, even though it is not an offense against the state. That's sort of at the high end there, even though it's committed by the person. At the low end would be jaywalking. I don't think anybody would talk about that. But in the middle, you have perjury. And you've got perjury for things like murder, but then you have people who say that their odometer was wrong on their when they got a speeding ticket. If that were the case, we'd have a lot more malpractice, or we'd have a lot more products liability suits against odometer makers than we have. But people are lying there, and I think that's a gray area. So what it comes down to is what's the best thing to do for this country? And there's not a single person that I have yet to talk to who thinks the president's going to be removed from office. So then it comes down to we're going to slap him in the face. Either going to slap him in the face with censure or impeachment. Impeachment drags this matter out for several months, divides the country. Censure, also a slap in the face. Both have only been done once in this nation's history. So in both cases, censure the president for the second time in this country's history, or we're going to impeach the president for the second time in this country's history. I opt for censure, which I think is the least divisive or the less divisive of the two. And I would yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to first make reference to my friend from Virginia, Bobby Scott. He has mentioned twice today a question and a statement that I had made to Mr. Craig, the White House counsel, the President's counsel. I was providing with specificity at his request really what the concerns I had on perjury. So the whole idea was not to bring up a new area, was be very specific and to respond to his request. There's been some questions asked about the evidentiary record in this case, and I want to make it clear in my own judgment, I believe it's clear that this committee has the burden of proof. There's not any question about that if the House goes forward, the President has no burden of proof. It's this body that has the burden of proof, and it's not, in my judgment, by preponderance. It should be a high standard because we're talking about impeachment of the President of the United States. And so as I look at these facts, the burden of proof is on those who wish to go forward with articles of impeachment. And we should make that perfectly clear, and it should be a high standard. Now, the evidentiary record on perjury, I don't know that there's a whole lot in dispute here. It appears to me that there's a growing consensus that the President lied under oath. Now, there's a debate as to whether this is legally perjury or whether it's simple lying under oath and the consequences of that. But I think the facts, there's a growing consensus on. We don't need to have a whole lot of witnesses on that, if any witnesses. The record is clear. Obstruction is a little bit more difficult. You have to look at a lot of common sense. You have to apply other evidence to support the particular witnesses in the case, and you have to analyze that more. But let me go to the questions about perjury. I think this is an extraordinarily serious area. And the questions have been raised about Mr. Starr, about Linda Tripp, about other questions about the inquiry. And to me, it comes down to whenever the president testified in front of the judge in the civil deposition, the federal proceeding, he had a choice to make, either to tell the truth or not to tell the truth. And regardless of what has happened in the investigation, the Paula Jones lawyers, when he went to the grand jury, Alan Dershowitz and everyone else was writing him, whatever you do, tell the truth in the grand jury. It could very well cost you your presidency. He had a choice to make. And blaming it now on Starr or blaming it on Linda Tripp really is not helpful to it. And I think that you all would agree as lawyers that you cannot excuse a decision he made if he made a decision not to tell the truth on anything else but his own decision. Is that fair?
The question all the way up to the grand jury, there are two things. One,
you better answer it quick.
He had another choice, and that was not to respond in the civil deposition. Take an appeal and to take that up. In connection with the grand jury, I again question the materiality and indeed the entire basis for claiming that perjury was committed, because maybe I'm missing something.
All right, I agree. That's a legal question there that we can debate. That's not conceded. Materiality, all those issues on perjury, you can debate. But the truthfulness, the decision to lie or not, is the president's decision. Either answer, don't answer, tell the truth, or don't.
That's true.
Or don't. And would you agree, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to run out of time here in just a few minutes, but I want to thank you, gentlemen, for testifying. I wanted to hear you because I have high regard for both of you. But you're put in an awkward situation to help us make a decision, and you have no information that will help us make that decision. But I respectfully receive it, and we're getting down to the lick log in this case, as they say on the farm in Arkansas, and we've got to make a decision. It's not an easy one. And I thank you all for testifying. I wanted to end with the 1974, since we spent so much time on that, quotation from a member of Congress, whenever he said in his remarks to the committee, the most of the people in my own state of Arkansas are law-abiding citizens who believe strongly in the rule of law of this country, and that all of the people of this country have an obligation to live by that standard of law, and that the leaders of this country have an obligation not merely to obey the law, but to set an example of justice and adherence to justice upon which our free government must be based. There can be no national interest greater than the requirement that the public servants must be bound by the laws that they make and administer. That statement was made by Representative Ray Thornton of Arkansas, who's now in the Supreme Court of Arkansas, and I reflected on that last night. I think that's still the attitude of the people of Arkansas. I just want to bring that to everyone's attention.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Benvenuto, you discussed early in your prepared remarks your suggestion that it would be appropriate and constitutional for the Congress conduct. What do you mean when you say it would be appropriate for us to reprimand the president for his personal conduct?
By which I mean to make the distinction between the meaning of high crimes and misdemeanors in the category of treason and bribery versus the conduct with which you are now struggling. And it seems to me entirely proportionate, reasonable, and in the greatest interest of this country to apply a common sense and moderate approach. So, conduct in question and the kind of remedy with which you will deal with that conduct. And in my view, a reprimand, be it a censure, be it a rebuke, but a formal declaration of disapproval of the conduct is the appropriate remedy.
I understand that. My question still is, when you say, well, let me back up. I'm not a censure, an impeachment, the president's personal contact, whatever it may have been, with Ms. Lewinsky. I do think it is appropriate for us to address the question of his behavior before judicial proceedings in their various forms. That's the distinction that I was getting.
All of that conduct, if I may, flows from his personal conduct. He appeared in his personal capacity before the lawyers and the judge in a deposition in a civil matter. He appeared in his personal capacity before a grand jury. And I think that's the distinction. Were he to have lied about the misuse of power, say he had someone on this committee, Mr. Barr, for example, audited by the IRS, or had his phone bugged by a plumber's unit, or broke into a psychiatrist's office for the purpose of obtaining records.
I understand your distinction.
All of those things would indeed rise to a level of scrutiny.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hamilton, can you, in your prepared materials, you discussed the issue of abuse of power, and I don't recall that you got into the question of executive privilege, but can you explain for us your understanding of that concept?
Well, I did several types of executive privilege, but one type is what is called the deliberative privilege, when the president speaks with his aides to obtain advice. That is presumptively the district court. Those conversations were presumptively privileged. Now, the court went on and found that the needs of the criminal justice system outweighed the president's presumptive privilege. And so the court ordered conversations to be turned over. This is essentially what happened, by the way, in the Supreme Court found that tapes were presumptively privileged, but the needs of the criminal justice system, in this case, the need in a trial, outweighed that.
Thank you. Can you help me understand how, on the one hand, it can be argued that the president's behavior, his conduct, was purely personal, but yet he asserts executive privilege about behavior that he also contends is purely personal?
Well, I was not obviously in the conversations, and some of this information was in a sealed transcript. But I understand that certain of these matters, the Lewinsky matter and all, was discussed in the White House in determining what official actions the president was going to take. It had some ramification. Now, I can't give you any details on that. Maybe that's a good question you can ask Mr. Craig tomorrow.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to begin by agreeing with my friend, Mr. Barrett, that we actually have a good economy with a Democratic president, and that fact, the fact that the economy is doing well, despite the Democratic president, is maybe the best case for not exaggerating the threat of impeachment proceedings to the country. Now, Mr. Benvenisti, did you know that Sam Dash was going to resign before that, from the Office of Independent Counsel, before that became public?
No.
You did not. Okay. Really nice things about being at the end of the panel, besides going through a long process, is that you get to sort of put things together as we go. And frankly, I'd like to speak to a couple of points made by my friend, Mr. Rothman, who pointed out, first of all, that the president is going to be punished to some degree, $850,000 in the and humiliation, $850,000 penalty in the Jones case, and that should teach children that perjury is not appropriate. May I just point out that I don't think this is about punishment. Secondly, in the case of the $850,000, the president may have decided to do that because of the box he's in public. I think that went to settling the base case with Ms. Jones. Mr. Rothman then talked at some length, and I agreed with much of this, about the rule of law. But let me suggest here that the question is not the rule of law or not having the rule of law. but rather the kind of weight that we give here to perjury. There's been a great deal of comment today that we've heard about what happened in the Watergate circumstance situation, and that has established what I would call a very high bar for impeachment. I might say that this bar seems to be a lot more clear today after 24 years and after having come to a national consensus that what went on was wrong. I recall distinctly during the and partisan that all was. On the other hand, we have a great deal of talk also about an alternative, and that alternative would be some kind of censure. The bar with censure is actually quite low. You may raise that bar a little bit by talking about a penalty, but of course you can't penalize the president unless he agrees, and you may also have him come and stand in the well of the House and abase himself before the House, something that I think would do great damage to the office of the president and not be appropriate. I find myself this time really searching for where we ought to go, and I think that most Americans are also looking at some of these same questions. Interestingly, the facts are not really in question. We've talked about 0 for 0 with fact witnesses, but we do have a prima facie case. We have a case that's been made, and many people have acknowledged that. Somebody, Father John, said even if these actions wouldn't be impeachable. Later, the current panelists have talked about or acknowledged wrongdoing on the part of the president. Mr. Orlando admitted to the president or said that the president was lied and by politicians. He also said earlier that the facts are pretty clear, by which I think he meant that the president had actually committed perjury. Those people who support the president have variously called sinful was a term that Mr. Craig used. Obscene has been used. Morally wrong, indefensible, inappropriate, and improper. These pejoratives from the supporters of the president imply sex rather than perjury, I might say, and I think it's to avoid the real issue here, which is, I believe, in trying to tie these issues up. Mr. Owen looked at the Republicans and sort of blamed us for people becoming aware of some of the president's most lurid actions, when it was, in fact, the vast majority of all of Congress who voted for the release of the documents that made those actions by the president public. Professor Drinan pointed out that one of the major differences between this hearing and that of 1974 is that Republicans are in the majority. I would suggest that the fact that Republicans joined Democrats in 1974 says more about Republicans then and Democrats now than it does about the difference between crimes of President Nixon and the
gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Lindsey Graham.
Thank you. Where did Mr. Rogan go? Sorry, I'm sorry. I apologize. Very important. You made some statements that really, Mr. Benveniste, is that right?
Yes, it is.
That I think I understand what you're saying about the type of things you'd want to impeach a president for and the type of use of an office that becomes threatening to the public. If a president focused on a political enemy or someone that could affect the president adversely and started using the power of the presidency or the power of the government against that small individual, that would trouble you, right? Watergate stuff. Is that correct? If he wiretapped an individual,
right,
somebody that was a potential threat to their political interest, personal interest, monetary interest, let's just say political interest, or they got the IRS to kind of audit that person, then that really bothers you, doesn't it?
I think that's an abuse of power, yes, sir.
If I can show,
Get in the zone.
if I can show a reasonable fact pattern that suggests such an event occurred with Bill Clinton, would you have a different opinion about this as being a little more than about sex?
I'm certainly willing to listen to your arguments.
Okay. Well, you just need to tune in tomorrow. Let me ask you this. About his perjury, about the body parts being contacted, I think most of us really believe if that's all there is to this, let's just let it go. Count me in that category. Count me in that category. We'll do something to him other than impeach him. When the president, according to Ms. Curry, came to her after his deposition testimony and made these statements, do either one of you know what he was trying to do? Here's what she claims he said. You're always there when she was there, right? We were never really alone. You could see and hear everything. This is really important. Monica came on to me, and I never touched her right. She wanted to have sex with me, and I couldn't do that. What do you believe the president was trying to do when he made those statements?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. I'll yield back the balance of my time. We'll talk about this tomorrow.
And finally, last and certainly not least, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Bono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always get the same introduction every time. Mr. Benveniste, I want to address this to you. Actually,
Hard to see you.
I know. Can the co-reporter slide back? I'm sorry. Thank you.
How are you this evening?
Fine. It's nice to. We were on a panel together. You were in New York. I was here in Washington. We didn't get to complete our dialogue, so I'd like to do that now, if I may, without Larry King present, unfortunately. But I am curious which tape you saw first, between the Paula Jones deposition or the videotape of the grand jury testimony.
I don't think I've seen any tape of the Paula Jones deposition.
All right, so you just read the transcript?
I'm not sure that I read the entire transcript.
But you read
Probably
parts?
did not.
You've read parts of the transcript in the Paula Jones?
I've read parts that were reproduced in the Star report.
You know, my question is not going to be legal. Obviously, these brilliant minds, I leave that up to them to do that argument. By the time you ask me, Mr. Graham and I have questions that are great and written, and we lose them, and I rate by the end of 37 people, I'm stuck with what's left in my gut. The question I ask is, you have read parts of the transcript. I don't know that many Americans have read even that much of the transcript of the Paula Jones testimony. But I'm wondering if you believe that if the American people saw the testimony or the deposition before the Paula Jones case, if they might feel differently about the perjury case, if they would, when they saw the president lie, if they juxtaposed the two, Paula Jones, grand jury, how would they feel then? Would they be more inclined? Would the poll numbers be different than they are?
Well, when I saw the president's testimony before the grand jury on videotape, and I listened to what they were saying, I think they understood that the president was reacting as a human being who had done something about which he was ashamed, which was a very human reaction. I think the idea of not disclosing a personal relationship with an individual with whom he should not have been having that relationship was troubling to him. And I think it's quite clear that he did not want to tell anybody about it in connection with that very highly politicized Paula Jones case. Whatever that was, dismissed by the court now, the tangential matter of Ms. Lewinsky, which the court ruled was not central to Ms. Jones' allegations against the president, was something that the president clearly wanted to evade talking about. And I don't think he did it the right way, and I don't think it is appropriate to lie in depositions, but it happens every day. Every time there is a civil case in which one party says X and the other party says Y, one says black, one says white, usually after all of that happens, the matter goes to a trial if it's not settled before that, and then a jury decides, was it black, was it white, was it X, was it Y, and then the loser loses, the winner wins, and no one gets prosecuted for perjury.
All right, can I just jump back into my original question? I think it's a good one, I really do. If the American people saw both testimony, the president in both situations, would they feel differently? Would the polling numbers that are so important to the Democrat side of this aisle, would those numbers be different if they actually saw the president lying to them?
I don't think I can answer your question. As much as you've worked on it, it has a lot of parts to it, and I think we'll just have to see. And I am thankful that you are the last person to question us this evening.
Well, thank you very much. We all appreciate your time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The chair is about ready to make the most controversial statement of the day. The committee stands recessed until 8.
I have no doubt that you will reach your decisions on the merits, and I hope unswayed by mere partisanship.
And even as the president's legal team has been making its case, Republicans have been putting the finishing touches on articles of impeachment. A vote is still expected on Saturday, first on impeachment and then on censure. For continuing coverage, watch MSNBC on cable and NBC Nightly News.
Gave at least 10, and there may be more, versions of this event. The independent counsel chose one. The one the independent counsel thought was most injurious, most reflective of what that office believed to have been improper conduct. They don't tell you about the other 9. They don't tell you about all of the ones in which Ms. Lewinsky doesn't mention the president saying anything to her, or at worst says, I'll think about it. Doesn't mention the ones in which the story they want to tell is not reflected in their critical witnesses' testimony. And if you move to the issue of who triggered the picking up of the gifts, you face a comparable problem. According to what I have to say is a simplistic summation by the Office of Independent Counsel, it's easy. Betty Curry called Monica Lewinsky, said, President tells me you've got something for me to pick up, or I understand that you have something for me to pick up, all of which fits neatly into a theory that it all must have happened at the president's instigation. Problem is, Betty Curry says, never had such a conversation with the president. Betty Curry says, Monica Lewinsky called me. The president says, never had such a conversation with Betty Curry. Didn't know anything about Betty Curry going to pick up gifts. Where is that? Where is that in the independent counsel's assessment of its case? Indeed, presumably it is the independent counsel's theory that the reason for this transfer of the gifts from Monica Lewinsky to Betty Curry had directly to do with the Jones subpoena. Problem with that is that what Betty Curry says about her conversations with Monica Lewinsky is nothing about Jones, references to people asking about the gifts, and in particular, a reporter, Michael Isikoff. Indeed, it's interesting that in possession of Betty Curry's description of that telephone call, that conversation, the independent counsel never even asked Monica Lewinsky, is that right? Did you really say to Betty Curry that the reason you wanted to get rid of these gifts was because people were asking, including Michael Isikoff? Never even asked her the question, much less put it before this committee. But let me point not to conflicting testimony, one version by Ms. Lewinsky, another version by Ms. Curry. Let me point to the actual events about which there is no conflict on December 28th. On that day, the president gave gifts to Ms. Lewinsky. The independent counsel would have this committee believe that on the very day in which the President and Ms. Lewinsky and maybe Betty Curry are conspiring to get rid of the gifts that she already had, the President added to the pile. That's very strange conduct for a bunch of conspirators. Very strange conduct. Why would the President, so concerned about the possibility that she might have to turn over gifts, give her a bunch and encourage her to send them all to Betty Curry on the same day? I don't think there's a sensible answer to that question. Certainly not one offered by the independent counsel. Let me just briefly suggest to you that a similar analysis on the issue of the job search leads to the same result. The referral would have you believe that there was an inextricable link between the assistance given to Monica Lewinsky in searching for a job and her role in the Jones case, either as a witness or in connection with her affidavit. It does so, although I must say it does admit that there is only circumstantial evidence to support the theory, by offering a chronology that essentially focuses only on the events of late December and January. And indeed, if you look at pages 183 to 184 of the referral, you'll see that they talk about what happens on January 5th. Monica Lewinsky declines the UN job. January 7th, Monica Lewinsky signs the affidavit, and Vernon Jordan informs the President that the affidavit has been signed. January 8th, the very next day, Ms. Lewinsky is interviewed by McAndrews and Forbes on Vernon Jordan's recommendation. Shortly thereafter, after it's reported that that interview didn't go very well, Vernon Jordan calls Ron Perlman. And ultimately, Ms. Lewinsky is re-interviewed and offered a job. What could possibly be more incriminating? Well, you might want to know, as I'm sure you do if you've done your homework and you've looked at this record, that Monica Lewinsky was looking for a job months before any of this happened. Mainly, candidly, she wanted a job in the White House. Spent a lot of the spring of 1997 looking for a job in the White House. Now, there was one person who I guarantee you from personal experience in the last 2 years could have gotten her a job in the White House. That's the President of the United States. Didn't happen. Never pushed the button. Never called anybody and said, put her back in legislative affairs, give her a job. Didn't happen. Strange. Indeed, if you look at the record, you'll see that the President gave only limited assistance to Ms. Lewinsky in her job search, never put any pressure on anybody. Vernon Jordan has helped a lot of people in this town, and he helped Monica Lewinsky, and he didn't do it because she was a witness in the Jones case or because she was going to file an affidavit. Monica Lewinsky told the President as early as July that she wanted to move to New York. The reason for that is she'd been told by her friend, Linda Tripp, that she wasn't going to get a job in the White House. Failing that, New York looked good to her. And the issue of the UN job arose, was pursued during the summer. And Vernon Jordan begins to help her later in the fall, met with her in November. And at the same time, by the way, just so that the conspiracy gets broader and broader, Ken Bacon at the Pentagon, her boss, was helping to get her a job too. You will search the referral in vain for an honest description of these events. And those are facts Not new, because they've been resting in your hands for months, but new if you ask the question, were they in the referral? Have they been the focus of discussion? In that sense, I suggest to you, members of the committee, that they are new and they're important. And one last piece on this subject. To the extent that it has been suggested that there was some linkage between the job search and the filing of her affidavit in the Jones case, I direct your attention to Ms. Lewinsky's interview with the FBI on July 27th, in which she said, as clearly as anyone possibly could, there was no agreement to sign the affidavit in return for a job. You can search for a while, too, before you find that in the referral. Indeed, it is noteworthy that Ms. Lewinsky's friend, Linda Tripp, was the one who recommended, at a time when we now know she had other roles in life, not signing the affidavit until she had a job. Now, this is not a new fact because we've been very vocal about it from the very beginning. But it is a fact that isn't in the referral in any meaningful sense. And that is, of course, her statement in the grand jury, not in response to any question from a prosecutor, but in response to a question from a conscientious grand juror. And she said, Ms. Lewinsky said, I think because of the public nature of how this investigation has been and what the charges have been that are aired, I would just like to say that no one ever asked me to lie. I was never promised a job for my silence. Lastly, and very briefly, on what we surmise to be the articles that may be under consideration here, although, of course, we have not been given any specific information about what they may contain, and thus our defense is modestly handicapped. I want to touch very briefly on the issue of abuse of power in the assertion of executive privilege. From the very first day that this story broke, in January of this year, impeachment has loomed on the horizon for all of us in the White House. We were faced with the truly unique experience of coping with a grand jury inquiry by a prosecutor who had a statutory mandate to inquire into whether there were grounds for impeachment of the president. I considered, personally, the question of whether we should raise any issue of executive privilege on behalf of the president in response to any documents that were subpoenaed or questions asked of particular witnesses. We fully understood from earlier litigation what our obligations were when the issue of executive privilege arises. It is to assess whether indeed the president has had conversations which go to the essence of his official responsibilities and which need to be preserved as confidential so that he can in fact receive the most candid and sensible advice to which he is entitled. But step one, whenever we contemplate assertion of executive privilege, is accommodation. There are some on this committee with whom we have engaged in accommodation in other settings in similar situations. And we do so as well when prosecutors seek information from us. We accommodate by trying to get into the hands of, in this case, the prosecutors, in some cases congressional committees, the facts, the information which they need in order to perform their duty, and to screen off only those limited areas of inquiry that go to the heart of the confidential advice and discussion between the President and his senior advisors. And that's what we did here. We tried, albeit unsuccessfully, to accommodate the interests of the independent counsel. And only when he rejected all efforts towards accommodation were we required, upon his filing of the motion to compel, to assert executive privilege. And we did so in two areas. With respect to two non-lawyer staff members of the White House, and ultimately, although initially only one lawyer, ultimately three lawyers. The latter really being linked to a wholly separate area of disagreement having to do with attorney-client privilege. Now, one cannot read the independent counsel's description of what happened in the executive privilege area and come away, I think, with any true understanding of what happened. There's no indication of our efforts to accommodate, no indication that we understood the need to provide facts about the underlying conduct at issue. Indeed, no indication that we produced thousands and thousands of documents without ever once raising the issue of executive privilege. Instead, what happened is that the Office of Independent Counsel took the position that executive privilege simply didn't apply at all to his inquiry because it all arose out of the personal conduct of the President. And we litigated that issue. And we litigated it on the ground that we weren't seeking to protect information about the President's personal conduct. What we were seeking to protect was the advice he was getting and the discussions we were having amongst senior advisors with respect to the conduct of his official business in the most extraordinary, high-tension, hectic era that's ever been my, I won't say pleasure, been ever my experience in this city. We had state visits. We had the State of the Union address. We had the core business of the President to worry about, and we told that to the judge. And guess what? Although you'll never read it in their referral, judge agreed with us. She said, these conversations are presumptively privileged. And she instructed the independent counsel to make a factual showing, which is what happens in executive privilege claims because it's a qualified privilege, to demonstrate that their need for this information was greater than our interest in confidentiality. And only then did the independent counsel finally and reluctantly acknowledge that indeed executive privilege properly was asserted here, made it showing, the judge ex parte, we don't know what it was, the judge found that it overcame our interests in confidentiality, and that was the end of the assertion of executive privilege for Ms. Hernreich and Mr. Blumenthal, the two non-lawyers involved. That all happened by March. No delay, no great hurdles to be overcome. But most importantly, I think you need to understand what really happened. This was not the President throwing out willy-nilly whatever privilege claims he thought might stand in the way of an investigation. This was his lawyer's advice that the interests of the presidency dictated protecting not the facts, but the day-to-day advice he was getting about running the presidency and the discussions amongst his senior advisors. Now, if you ever had any question about the extent to which the independent counsel's referral sought to color, sought to paint the blackest picture of this insidious effort to assert a privilege recognized by the Constitution and by the Supreme Court in as limited a way as was necessary to protect the core interests of the President, look to pages 207 and 208 of the referral. At the bottom of page 207, we find the following. The tactics employed by the White House have not been confined to the judicial process. On March 24th, while the President was traveling in Africa, he was asked about the assertion of executive privilege. He responded, "You should ask someone who knows." He also stated, "I haven't discussed that with the lawyers. I don't know." And the referral says this was untrue, unbeknownst to the public. In a declaration filed in district court on March 17th, 7 days before the President's public expression of ignorance, White House counsel Charles F.C. Ruff, that's me, informed Chief Judge Johnson that he, quote, had discussed, unquote, the matter with the President, who had directed the assertion of executive privilege. And not satisfied with noting that in the referral, the independent counsel, when he appeared before this committee, engaged in a colloquy with Congressman Cannon. I hope the Congressman will excuse me for making use of his dialogue. Mr. Cannon, according to the sworn declaration of White House counsel Charles Ruff, the President personally directed him to assert executive privilege to prevent you from questioning some of his assistants. When he was in Africa, however, President Clinton denied knowing about the assertion of executive privilege. Which is it? Did Mr. Ruff ever amend his declaration, or is the President lying to the public on his Africa trip? Mr. Starr, to my knowledge, Congressman, there was never an amendment to the declaration, and the declaration was filed on March 17th, and then the President's statement in Africa was on March 24th. So they both can't be right. Either the President had discussed with Mr. Ruff the invocation of executive privilege, or he had not. Both cannot be true. Well, unhappily, at least I think for the independent counsel, both are true. Because what really happened was that I did, as my declaration say, consult with the President of the United States. He did authorize me to assert executive privilege. And if you look at, now I'll have to take a minute to find it in our at pages 174 and 175 of our submission of yesterday, what really happened in March in Africa was not what the independent counsel said happened. The independent counsel completely misstated the questions posed to the President, and by carefully selecting only a portion of his answer, took his response entirely out of context. The actual exchange was this, questioned by the press. Mr. President, we haven't yet had the opportunity to ask you about your decision to invoke executive privilege. Why shouldn't the American people see that as an effort to hide something from them? The President, look, that's a question that's being asked and answered back home by the people who are responsible to do that. I don't believe I should be discussing that here. Question, could you at least tell us why you think the First Lady may be covered by that privilege, why her conversation might fall under that? Answer, and this is where the quote comes from, I haven't discussed it with the lawyers. I don't know. You should ask someone who does. By the way, the First Lady was found by Judge Johnson to be covered by the executive privilege. But it would have been nice, whatever argument the referral wanted to make, to at least put the full statement in the record so you could assess and not simply rely on the independent counsel's assessment of what happened. Some commentators and indeed some members of Congress have suggested that the work of this committee and indeed the work of the House should be treated as nothing more than some preliminary proceeding designed to package a bundle of evidence and send it over to the Senate. Some have likened the committee's work to that of a grand jury whose only task is to determine whether there is probable cause to believe that the President has committed an impeachable offense. Members of the committee, nothing could be further from the constitutional truth. With all respect, nothing could be a greater abdication of your responsibility. This is not routine business. This is not a charging device pushing hundreds of thousands of cases out into the criminal justice system. Only twice before has this committee ever voted out articles of impeachment. Such a vote is not intended to say, well, we think there may be some reason to believe that William Clinton may have done something wrong, but we'll let the Senate sort out the truth at trial. This vote is intended to speak the constitutional will of the people. To say, we believe that on the evidence before us, the President of the United States should be removed from office. No member of this committee and no member of the House can take shelter behind the notion that an article of impeachment is the equivalent of nothing more than a criminal complaint or an indictment or some formalistic slap on the wrist. Each member, and I need not tell you this, must bear the weightiest burden that our Constitution contemplates, the burden of making an individual determination that the President has committed such grave offenses against our polity that he is no longer fit to serve, that the will of the people should be overturned. If there is any analogy to the grand jury, it is this, and you heard it from some of my former colleagues in the prosecution business, and you heard it from others. For any professional prosecutor, the true test, and it's certainly true for serious cases, and one can conceive of no case more serious than this, is whether there is sufficient evidence on the basis of which the prosecutor could convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that an offense had been committed. This is not, as Congressman Kennedy suggested earlier today, a matter of counting noses in the Senate. It's not a question of whether a majority vote in the House somehow gives permission to put this responsibility in the hands of the Senate. We only require a majority vote in a grand jury, and we require a unanimous vote in a criminal case at trial. This is a matter of testing the charges that you're going to consider and asking yourself, not would I win if I really litigated this in the Senate, but rather, do I have enough evidence to justify putting the country through the horror that we all know will follow if, in fact, there is an impeachment. In closing, I urge you to ask, as Senator Fessenden asked 130 years ago, is the evidence before you of such character to commend itself at once to the minds of all right-thinking, forgive me, men, as beyond all question an adequate cause for impeachment? And finally ask, what is best for our nation? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ruff. Would you like a break?
Ready when you are, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Let me say, just as we venture into the questioning period, there may come a moment or two, with the chair's permission, when I actually turn to one of my colleagues behind me for a little assistance as we get into the specifics. But
well, no, but if you want to take a break.
No. I just meant as we go on, it may be necessary for me to turn for a little guidance on the facts, but I'll do it in such a way as doesn't disrupt the process.
It would be a terrible waste not to avail yourself of their talent, so I understand.
Indeed.
All right, we're going to operate under a strict 5-minute rule. Mr. Sensenbrenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ruff, and thank you for a very eloquent statement. I will not get into the business that there are no fact witnesses provided here because you're obviously the President's cleanup hitter. But I do think that we've got to cut through the academic discourse and the legal hair-splitting that's gone on in order to make an essential determination on whether the President has committed an impeachable offense. And let me say for my own part that I believe at least perjury before a grand jury is an impeachable offense, whether the perjury has been committed by the President or whether it has been committed by a federal judge. I think that that issue was decided 9 years ago in the Walter Nixon impeachment. So getting to whether or not the President did make a false statement before the grand jury, let me ask you a few questions. First, Mr. Ruff, did the President mislead the American people when he denied having sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky?
He's admitted doing so, Mr. Congressman.
Did he lie then?
Mr. Congressman, I think there is no secret here. When he stood in the Roosevelt room and said, I never had sexual relations with Ms. Lewinsky, he knew that the vast majority of the people who were listening to him out there would probably understand that to mean that he had no improper relationship with her of any kind. And he knew when he said that, holding within him as he did, his understanding that sexual relations means sexual intercourse, that he was misleading the people who were listening to him.
Mr. Ruff, was the President evasive and misleading in his answers in the civil deposition and before the grand jury?
I've so stated, and so has he.
Did he lie?
The President engaged in an exercise, the hallmark of which was a desire to be as little help to these people on the other side of the Jones case as he possibly could. I think my colleague's description of his testimony as evasive, misleading, and maddening probably as good as you can get.
But did he lie?
And I'm going to respond to your question. I have no doubt that he walked up to a line that he thought he understood. Reasonable people, and you maybe have reached this conclusion, could determine that he crossed over that line, and that what for him was truthful but misleading, or non-responsive and misleading, or evasive, was in fact false. But in his mind, and that's the heart and soul of perjury, he thought, he believed that what he was doing was being evasive but truthful.
The oath that witnesses take require them to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Right. And I seem to recall that there were a lot of people, myself included, when asked by the press what advice we would give to the President when he went into the grand jury in August, was to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Indeed.
Did he tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth when he was into the grand jury?
He surely did.
And how come following the grand jury appearances, we heard all kinds of allegations of legal hair splitting and debating the meaning of various types of words, and claims that some of the questions were ambiguous? My list includes words such as is, alone, sex, and sexual relations. Do you have any more?
I'll take your list for starters, but I'm not sure how that addresses the question that you put to me, which is, did he tell the truth? He made it very clear to the grand jury that he had engaged in inappropriate, intimate relationship. There's nobody who listened to that testimony.
Mr. Ruff, you're saying that some of the questions were ambiguous and the president really did not understand what those questions were. Now, who do we blame for the fact that the president didn't understand and we have had all of these redefinitions and legal hair splitting? Is it the president or is it his lawyers?
I don't think you'll find any suggestion that the president didn't understand the questions put to him. What you will find is an effort by him to explain not how he was responding to the questions in the grand jury, but how he responded to the questions in the deposition. And that's where the issues are debated over what the meaning of those terms are.
But whose responsibility is that? Is it the president's responsibility or his lawyers when he's talking about all of the legal hair splitting?
When the president is answering questions in the grand jury under oath, it is his responsibility to answer truthfully. He did so.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers.
Thank you. I appreciate your coming forward and taking this lengthy amount of time, and I'm very moved by what you've had to say. The question that I think most people are asking themselves is whether in this 445-page narrative, even assuming that for the benefit of this question that everything in it is true, are there any acts, is there any conduct, are there any things in the narrative that would rise to the level of an impeachable offense?
As I've stated, Mr. Conyers, it is our very clear conviction. The answer to that question is no.
Thank you. You pointed out one glaring example of Mr. Starr's omissions. We've noted that a fair amount of exculpatory evidence was excluded as we've gone through our exercise here. But the one concerning the president's response to a question about executive privilege, and is that the only example of an important omission that has come to your attention by the independent counsel?
As one might gather from not only my testimony today, but submissions that we made both yesterday and earlier, we find many. I referred to a few today in terms of leaving out exculpatory information about the gifts and the job search, and those are, I think, but examples of areas, and I raised them, Mr. Conyers, in this setting not because of some collateral attack on the independent counsel, but rather to ask the committee to look with care at the record before them.
Have you, Mr. Ruff, any insight into why the president's grand jury testimony was videotaped by the independent counsel?
Well, I was not engaged in the discussions over that. I'm advised by my colleague, Mr. Kendall, that this was something on which the independent counsel insisted, nominally because there might be a missing grand juror. I don't candidly know whether that was in fact the case on August 17th or not, but one might surmise that there was some collateral interest in fleshing out the package to be sent to this Congress.
Thank you. What about the struggle that's now going on within the Congress and even outside of it to find some intermediate position to which we may all find an exit that we might, with whatever integrity remains, get to a conclusion to this matter. Is there any way that this kind of a resolution might resonate favorably in the White House?
I think what I can say, Congressman Conyers, is what we have said before. We are looking for an end to this process. We think it does not advance the public weal to drag it out further. We are open to any reasonable suggestion from any side as a way of finding an end to this.
I appreciate that. And if you believed, counsel, that the president had abused the powers of his office, would you still be serving as the White House counsel?
I think we all have as our core professional responsibility an unwillingness to serve where we believe our legal skills are being abused. And I surely would not serve where I thought that was the case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ruff.
Thank the gentleman from Florida, Mr. McCollum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, in your opening comments, you suggested that the matters before us, no matter what we might conclude of the facts, do not rise to the level of impeachable offenses because nothing the president did amounts to subverting the system of government.
Yes.
And you also suggested that these were purely personal matters that were involved in this case. I would submit to you...
I think not the latter. They arose out of personal conduct.
Very well. Whatever your characterization, I would submit to you that the President of the United States committing perjury, if we believe he did, obstructing justice in a court system, and lying in the grand jury are things which subvert the justice system of this nation. If we believe that, you may not, but if we come to that conclusion, that certainly subverts the American government system because the justice system is integral to that government system. So I would suggest they do rise, as was said by Professor Dershowitz the other day with regard to lying and committing perjury before the grand jury, to impeachable offenses for which the president, if we conclude that, should be impeached. Now,
may I respond just briefly?
I would like to go on to a couple other points. That's a comment I want to make. I want to ask you a question or two. With regard to how you characterize things, you have obviously every right to characterize, just as Mr. Starr has. You also highlight. There were a number of pages in what you submitted to us, 180 or something like that. At any rate, I find that those things you highlighted, which were your strongest points, and I respect that. But there are things you didn't highlight, particularly, that you glossed over more. You only gave us about 2.5 pages on the perjury before the grand jury in your written testimony, though you mentioned it today. You gave us 20 pages in the written testimony on the gift question, and you gave us no comments, though a few pages, on Betty Curry and her specific questions as whether the president may have tampered with her as a witness. Now, with regard to the perjury question before the grand jury, the central issue there is whether the president committed that perjury or not, whether he lied or he didn't lie. And the issue there, as I discussed this morning, as you may or may not have observed in my questioning, boils down to whether you believe Monica Lewinsky or not, it seems to me. The president said one thing, she said another. The fact of the matter is that the president said, I did not commit sexual or have sexual relations based on the definition the court had given me in the Jones case. Monica Lewinsky described at least 2 things on several occasions the president did with her which would meet that definition. She's corroborated by having talked to 7 different people, family members and friends, on several different occasions at contemporaneous times to engaging in these relationships with the president, having told them precisely what she later told the grand jury that was consistent with that. And no matter what anybody says, to me that's corroboration. That's something you don't want to highlight. Mr. Starr highlighted a little bit, but I do want to highlight because I think that's factually very important. And the one thing I want to ask a question about goes to the other matter of perjury as well as Betty Curry. When the president testified under oath in his civil deposition that he could not recall being alone with Monica Lewinsky, was he telling the truth?
Well, first of all, Congressman, that's not an accurate statement of what he said. He was originally asked, were you ever alone in the Oval Office with Ms. Lewinsky? And he responded, not completely, but accurately, that he recalled being alone with her during the government shutdown when she brought letters to him. Now, it is frequently bruited about that he made some broad-ranging and closed-end representation that he was never alone with Monica Lewinsky. Didn't happen.
Well, he was asked later, very clearly to my recollection of the evidence, I go back and dig it out, was he alone? And my reading of it was that he said he wasn't alone, and any fair reading of it would say that your parsing, which is in your own reports you gave to us today, your own analysis, would say that alone doesn't mean the same thing to me that it does to the average person. If the president thought that he was having relations with her when nobody else was around in a room, that's alone, not simply being in the White House when somebody else was there. And with regard to Betty Currie, you know, there were a number of times when he went back to her and asked her, and it suggested things like to her the next day after this deposition was given, he asked her, you know, do you agree you were always there when she was there, right? We were never really alone. You could see and hear everything. Monica came on to me and I never touched her, right? And so forth. Well, the fact is that he knew she was going to be a witness in all probability, even though she wasn't on the witness list. And he wanted to know that. That strikes me as very apparent because he had raised her name a number of times in that deposition.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does Mr. Ruff wish to briefly answer?
Just quickly. Betty Currie was not a witness. She was not on the witness list. The discovery process was closing down in Jones. Betty Currie had been known to the Jones lawyers for months. They could have put her on the list if they'd wanted to. They didn't.
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for the very even-handed and I think appropriate way that you've been presiding over these kind of potentially tricky question and answer series. 2 points. First, on hair splitting. I think we are in a hair splitting tie. Because what some of my colleagues on the other side have said is the actual nature of the acts which the president committed is irrelevant. That is, whether or not you lied about interfering with a state court prosecution of your partner's son for drugs, Judge Nixon. Judge Nixon was accused of lying about whether or not he tried to fix a case in state court using the prestige of his federal judgeship, whether he tried to fix a case for his partner's son, that's the same as lying about a consensual sexual affair. Now, morally, factually, most of us, I think, would think those are different. But we're told, but technically, if they're both perjury, they're identical. That is, the notion that conformity to technical legal standards trumps all other questions comes from the accusers of the president. And it certainly is in the situation legal, it seems to me, unreasonable for the president to say, well, you have basically said that a consensual sexual act, which you have said in and of itself would not have caused all this, becomes a constitutional crisis if it conforms to these legal standards. And he is therefore obviously entitled to say, no, it doesn't. You cannot have a one-sided objection to the invocation of legal standards, because the gravamen of the charge against the president is not that he did something terrible, not that, as in the Watergate case, there were substantive violations of people's rights, but that he told untruths, or he didn't tell the whole truth. He was supposed to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and he only got 2 out of 3, that makes it technically perjury, and therefore we go off the substance and into the technical legal situation. And that then requires, doesn't just invite, but requires a technical legal rebuttal. Now, even on those terms, it seems to me with regard to the grand jury, there is no showing that that the president committed perjury. I must say, Mr. Ruff, that I do not find the rebuttal on the was I alone persuasive. I think the president simply wasn't being truthful when I think he waffled past the point of the line on that. But I also believe that given the circumstances of a civil deposition where the issue of consensual sex was, in my judgment, completely irrelevant to the underlying case, that there's a materiality question. And I note that my colleagues have stressed grand jury perjury. That's the one that they are talking about. And we now, as you note in your point here, Mr. Shippers dropped 2 of the 3 counts in his presentation of grand jury perjury. He skipped the one about May and November, and he skipped the one about what the president thought in August about what he said in January that is so complicated I never even can say it right. But the only question then is the one Mr. McCollum referred to, and I guess we ought to be clear about this. It's an unpleasant subject to talk about, but the fact is, the accusation, am I correct, is that while the president acknowledged before the grand jury that there had been inappropriate intimate contact, and let's be very clear, Mr. Starr himself notes that that was an admission of sexual contact. Mr. Starr, on page 147 of the referral, notes that the president admitted to sexual contact. So the grand jury perjury issue is that while the president admitted that there had been inappropriate, intimate, i.e. sexual contact between him and Ms. Lewinsky, she had performed sexual contact on him, and he did not reciprocate. Is it in fact the case that that's the substance of the grand jury perjury? That's the factual issue we're talking about?
That's correct, Congressman.
How would you prove that? I mean, we say corroboration, but corroboration might be that Ms. Lewinsky told somebody. I mean, is there any, as a lawyer, how do you prove when two people are alone? I mean, if he lied about being alone, I think he didn't lie about being alone, but if he lied about being alone, that means they were alone. And if they were alone, how do we prove perjury? Because it really comes down, who touched what? Now, we are talking about impeaching the President of the United States, who admitted that he had inappropriate sexual contact, but he kind of shortchanged us on the details in a perjurious way. And that's the question. How would you prove one side or the other if you had to?
Well, I think my colleagues on the earlier panel made it very clear that, first of all, you'd never bring a case in which you had two people, one of whom was saying X and one was saying not X. But even if you did, the notion that's suggested by Congressman McCollum that somehow you would rely on, as witnesses, people that Ms. Lewinsky told the same story she's now telling the grand jury, with whatever motivation there may have been to tell that story, plus noting the fact that, indeed, some of the people she talked to, she didn't tell the same story, is, I would think, a nightmare for any prosecutor. And indeed, Congressman, to take it out of that context, would be a nightmare for this country if we tried to try that lawsuit in the Senate of the United States.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Geekus.
I thank you, the chairman. Mr. Ruff, from the very beginning, from the first moment that I reviewed the referral from the independent counsel, I developed reservations about the executive privilege portion of his litany of abuse of power. And since then, I have further examined that and counseled with my colleagues and have reached conclusions that may at some point coincide with your averments as to that. But on the other portions of the referral, I have some grave questions. As Mr. McCollum brought out from you in the opening remarks that you made in setting the scene, you stated that, or implied at least, that no offense that didn't amount to subverting the government or resulting in the inability to lead the nation, anything short of that, no matter what the offense is, would not be an impeachable offense. Is that a fair description?
That is fair. I truly believe that, Congressman. And let me just pick up that.
No, we agree on that. So I need some more time. We agree on that. All right.
If I may, I'll circle back at the end, but go ahead.
Now, the thing that bothers me about that is you also said that in a defense of the president, he didn't commit bribery, as stated in the Constitution. He didn't accept a bribe or give a bribe. I think you gave that as a little example. And therefore, he didn't come within the meaning and the actual literal wording of the Constitution. That means to me that if bribery is committed, whether or not it subverts the government, whether or not it deprives him of the ability to lead the nation, whether or not it is an attack on our system of government, because a bribe can take 20 minutes and then he can lead the nation for the rest of the term, that means to me that the inclusion of bribery does not require the subversion of government or an attack on government, but is so heinous that it is treated by the founders as by itself enough to impeach the president. That's what it means to me. Hold on.
May I respond?
Now, following that logic, if I come to the conclusion, or others do, that perjury is a high crime or a high misdemeanor or middle or low or some kind of misdemeanor, something to fit into that structure, and it is not accompanied by subversion of the government or subversion of the system or rendering him unable to lead the nation, that even so I would be justified if I feel that perjury is such an attack on the government or such a heinous offense and has the result of destroying the case of an American citizen who lawfully brought a lawsuit in Arkansas. If I feel that strongly, you cannot, can you, tell me that I have no basis for doing that simply because it might not render him unable to lead the nation or that it subverts the Constitution.
May I respond now, Congressman?
Yes, I think so, because I'm exhausted.
I have the advantage on you. I wasn't here this morning. 2 points to make. With all due respect, Congressman, I think your analysis is wrong.
I knew you'd know that.
I'll let you know when I think your analysis is right, as you are on the first point.
Yes, of course.
What the Founding Fathers determined is that where a president is guilty of treason or bribery, you don't need to ask any other questions. Those two offenses do go so much to the fabric of our government that they are presumptively subversive of his ability to govern. But where it is a question of what fits into high crimes and misdemeanors, you must apply the same test.
I must interrupt you. I have to say this. To me, bribery, as in the Constitution, is less destructive of the structure of government than is perjury committed by the President of the United States.
With all due respect, Congressman, I would only comment that, and I do appreciate your candor and the strength with which you hold that view, the Founding Fathers made a different judgment.
The gentleman's time has expired. The distinguished senator-elect from New York, Mr. Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, Mr. Ruff. Again, I think your testimony was outstanding. I think the gentleman from Wisconsin said you were the cleanup hitter for the administration. Well, I think you've hit it out of the park.
Thank
you. I've always seen this sort of in three levels. First level, even if you agree with all of Mr. Starr's factual allegations, there would be, you would say the president did a lot of wrong things. It doesn't reach the high bar of high crimes and misdemeanors that we talked about yesterday. And then this morning we talked about the non-perjury parts of the OIC's brief. And I think, again, you have destroyed those quite well. The abuse of power charge is just even not brought up in Mr. Schipper's points. The obstruction of justice really relies simply on somebody's surmise, the OIC's surmise, and to impeach a president because some people felt, with no outside evidence, that Monica Lewinsky was getting a job because of a desire to influence her testimony as opposed to a desire not to have the world to find out about an illicit relationship, strikes me as almost Kafkaesque. And so I think we'd knock that out. And what you really dwelled on today and what the questions have dwelled on is the third and the last bar to overcome, and that is perjury. And what I think my colleague from Pennsylvania, and he's made the same, in my judgment, mistake as the colleague of Wisconsin, they're assuming that one perjury is, quote, the same as another. Arguendo, just making for the sake of argument, not saying that perjury was done. Mr. Nixon interfering in a state court to get someone out of a criminal proceeding, which is the essence of what our system of laws is all about, that perjury in that case would be different than lying about an extramarital affair. The reason I would say to my friends on the other side, you're not getting very far with the American people, is they don't buy that. Very few fair-minded individuals would buy that. It is different. It's totally different, and it goes directly to a sense of fairness. Are we trying to be fair and treating someone not as a Democrat or as a Republican or as a liberal or as a conservative, but just being fair because what we're doing here is an extremely serious exercise?
or do we have other motivations? But I would ask you, Mr. Ruff, given your, in my judgment, at least superb testimony, but you've also made the other point here, which is what the President did is not perjurious. Misleading and perjurious are not the same as the basic thrust. One is a standard of common usage, as you and I would talk to one another, or even as an elected official talks to his or her constituents, and the other is a legal standard which justifiably is much harder to reach. So give us a few other types of examples. It doesn't have to be in this case. I mean, I thought of one, and maybe it has holes in it, but you know that the Earth has a blue sky, except for in all the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles the sky is blue. But there's one little square mile way down there in Antarctica where the sky is pink. And you ask a witness, is the sky blue? And the witness says no. Even though it's quite logical that that witness knows the rest of the sky is blue and there's just that one little part that's pink. Clearly misleading. But it seems to me, if you value our system of laws, if you are not hair-splitting, that is not perjurious per se, unless you could get inside that person's head and know that they never saw the pink square of sky or didn't believe that pink square mile of sky existed. I don't know if that's the right example.
It's as good as any, Congressman, because it goes right to the heart of what I tried to suggest briefly in my testimony, is that we didn't just dream up the protections we put around possible perjury prosecutions. They serve a societal purpose, and they reflect a judgment about what we do and what we don't do with witnesses under oath. We tolerate a lot of bobbing and weaving, a lot of evasion, a lot of misleading before we say, you perjured yourself and we're going to pursue you criminally.
The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Coble.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Ruff, I thank you for being with us today. I said something yesterday, Mr. Ruff, I'm going to repeat today. I'm getting tired of folks saying, well, the Republicans are unreasonably partisan because they're favoring impeachment. I don't think that's any justification of that, nor do I think it's justification to say that the Democrats are unreasonably partisan because they oppose impeachment. I think reasonable men and women can differ, and I hope that we'll carry that on through the end of at least the end of this week and maybe into next week. Mr. Ruff, I want to address a couple of myths. And I'm not suggesting that you disseminated the myths, but one myth is that we have no evidence because there have been no fact witnesses called. 5 volumes sit alongside me that contain sworn testimony before criminal grand jury, FBI interviews, depositions, and other materials. And I don't believe the critical testimony has been challenged by the other side. The second myth is that Judge Starr omitted from his referral important evidence favorable to the president. Now, I'm not saying you've said this, Mr. Ruff, but others have said it. The truth of the matter is, sir.
I have said it.
Well, the truth, well, Mr. You and I may have to disagree agreeably, Mr. Ruff, but I believe every shred of evidence upon which the White House relies was provided herein by Judge Starr. On the one hand, they say we didn't get anything, and then on the other hand, they use it oftentimes to trash him. But let me put a question to you, Mr. Ruff, if I may. Does the president still believe that Ms. Lewinsky's affidavit denying a sexual relationship is true?
Congressman, the president believes that when she submitted that affidavit, that the words sexual relations, and he's so stated, involved sexual intercourse. And it's on that basis that that affidavit, that representation was true. That definition in his mind of sexual relations was one that he held in his mind in January and in August, and he has so testified.
All right, sir. Now, let me ask you this. I'm wondering why the president did not intervene when his attorney told Judge Wright that Mrs. Lewinsky's affidavit meant there is, quote, absolutely no sex of any kind in any manner, shape, or form. Now that, Mr. Ruff, it seems to me, I'll qualify that, but it seems to me that's right smack dab in the shadow of obstruction of justice. Now, steer me away from the rocks and shoals if I'm heading for the rocks and shoals.
Well, I would like to steer you away from those particular rocks and shoals. Let me put aside for the moment your legal characterization of what that might have been if indeed the President intended that his lawyer actively misrepresent the facts to the court. The President has testified, and having represented several hundred witnesses and depositions, I think I have a fair sense of where this testimony comes from. That when the colloquy started between Mr. Bennett and the other participants there, the President was not focusing on what his counsel was saying. Now, I understand that Mr. Starr says, no, not the case, that in fact the President either was paying attention or should have been paying attention and should have cut off that series of representations. I was in the room. I will tell you that I have not, I don't have a recollection of that particular moment in time. I've not seen the videotape, but the President has testified, and it seems entirely reasonable to me in my experience in civil depositions.
Mr. Ruff, let me ask you, pardon me, the time is running. Let me ask you this. Did not Mr. Bennett, the President's attorney, subsequently admit to the court that the affidavit was not true?
What he's advised the court quite properly under the rules of professional conduct in the District of Columbia and in Arkansas was that Ms. Lewinsky had testified that the affidavit was false.
My red light has illuminated. I will yield back. Thank you, Mr. Ruff.
I thank the gentleman, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Berman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, did you want to use like a minute at this time to continue, finish your answer, Mr.
I'm at your disposal, Congressman.
Thank you.
Thanks. Both sides, we do it, they do it, slip and slide between analyzing this as sort of a judicial kind of proceeding with very formal rules and legal relations. You critiqued it, I think, appropriately when you argued we should not consider ourselves like a grand jury applying those standards in this very important process. That's why this issue of perjury is a legal conclusion. It's highly technical. We heard an excellent panel this morning describe its elements, talk about the difficulty of prosecuting it, talking about the kinds of cases that would be prosecuted. The area that in all of this, the most specific thing that bothers me is in the context of the testimony before the grand jury, and essentially in the one area that both Mr. McCullum, I think, and Mr. Frank focused on in terms of what was touched. Essentially there, looking through all the evidence, it's down to he said and she said kind of a notion. I'm not a judge. I look at this and apply common sense rules, and it seems I come to the conclusion, in this case, I hate to say it, I think the President lied. I take the other version of what happened rather than his. And I guess the only point I want to come back to is the issue of, I don't care whether that's perjury. I mean, I may care whether it's perjury, but for this purpose, that isn't my job to try and analyze that. I'm aware of the difficulties of prosecuting it. I don't think anybody should be making those conclusions about it in this context. But the question still arises. Having said all that, what does it tell us in terms of our constitutional standard we should apply here? And I'd like you to speak a little. You have already, but I think it's worth hearing over and over again your analysis of what one who comes to that conclusion has to do with the issue of whether or not to pass an article of impeachment.
Thank you, Congressman. This really goes back in part to one of my earlier discussions and questions and answers. None of us condones perjury if that's what occurred. I happen to believe it did not occur. Let me accept for the moment your position that it did.
No. I didn't say it occurred. I said...
If it occurred.
I said I don't know whether it occurred. I think he lied under oath in that particular instance.
If you ask the question, does any violation of the oath, does any violation of a witness's obligation to testify truthfully mean that the President of the United States should be removed from office? That, it seems to me, ought to be the starting point for this discussion. And it's already been suggested by Congressman Frank and Congressman Schumer and others that you can't simply, when you're dealing with this gravest of constitutional issues, leap from a conclusion we would all agree on, which is that lying is not a good thing, to a conclusion that we're going to overturn our system of government and the mandate of the people. Because if you do that, you're failing to weigh in the balance what I think the Founding Fathers, the framers of the Constitution, had in mind, which is, I've said, as bad as this conduct may be, whatever the conduct is, does it mean that the President of the United States should not and cannot lead the country? If you ask that question, people might reasonably disagree about where in the spectrum that inability to lead falls. But if you don't ask the question, you don't ever start getting into the right constitutional debate.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, you have testified today that the President did mislead the nation. Some of my colleagues, and I think particularly the last one, said that they felt that the President had actually lied under oath.
I'm sorry, I missed that last.
Some of my colleagues, particularly my last colleague from California, just said that he thought the President actually lied under oath. You have testified that the President misled the American people, probably on numerous instances. Don't you think that those public statements, and don't you think the President's actions were designed to thwart or impede the investigation of the independent counsel?
I really don't, Congressman, and let me tell you why.
That seems incredible that you don't think the President's motive was to do just that.
But the reason I want to address your question is, if you ask it, would everything have been simpler for the independent counsel if the President had come out on January 21st and said, yes, everything they say about me is absolutely true? Yes, that would have indeed eased the path. I guarantee you one thing, it would not have brought us here.
Mr. Ruff, let me reclaim my time. I'm not just talking about that one instance, but the repeated instances of admitted misleading, evasive answers, perhaps lying under oath. Let me just say to you, if there's 1% of the American people who don't think that he was trying to and intentionally trying to mislead or impede the investigation, I would be surprised. But that's my opinion, and apparently you disagree with it.
I do.
Let me go on to my next point, and that's this. Yesterday, the White House brief that was delivered to us contains this statement, which I assume that you're responsible for. The referral omitted evidence that exonerates the President. And then, interestingly enough, in many instances where you say the referral omitted evidence that exonerated the President, then you cite the appendix itself as the source for the facts that were admitted. By my count, 17 times you referred to the appendix for the facts that you said were omitted. So my question to you is, don't you consider the appendix to be part of the independent counsel's referral?
Congressman, I'm glad you asked that question, because I would have responded to Congressman Coble when he asked the same question. If there's one thing I think we all understand, is that what the independent counsel chose out of this massive material to put it in the referral ought to have been as honest, as unbiased, as detached an assessment of the facts as he could manage. And let me say further that when the independent counsel himself came before this committee in his own testimony, he should have, if he had failed to bring to your attention this exculpatory information in the thin little document. Excuse me, Congressman.
No, Mr. Ruff, let me reclaim my time. You've answered my question, the question to my satisfaction. But let me just respond to you. Is that not a prime example of splitting hairs and parsing of words and playing word games to say it should have been in the main body rather than in the appendix?
Oh, on the contrary,
as long as it was there and people had access to it, I think arguably the facts were evident and available.
Let me ask you rhetorically, if it was just part of the referral, if it was there for all to see and all to know, why didn't the independent counsel talk about it when he testified to you? Why hasn't one word been said of it in all the debates?
My time is up, Mr. Ruff. Let the record show that you really didn't respond to my question about whether you consider the appendix to be part of the referral. And let me end on one other point. You have said, and many others have argued, that the actions of the President don't warrant overturning the mandate of the American people at the election. But the response to that is that the American people didn't know then what they know now. They didn't know in the 1996 election. They didn't know in the 1992 election. What they know now, or their votes might well have been different. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Boucher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I want to join with others today who have commended you on the quality of your presentation. I think that you have made significant strides in attempting to put this entire sad matter into a clearer context, and I commend you for what you've said. I would like to take some time this afternoon to explore with you the allegation by the independent counsel that in asserting executive privilege and in asserting attorney-client privilege, the President, in the words of the independent counsel, has abused his office, and the independent counsel therefore suggests that the assertion by the President of these two privileges would be a grounds for impeachment. My first question to you is, do you agree that the President, as the caretaker of the executive office, has a responsibility to tend and look after the privileges, including executive privilege and attorney-client privilege, that attend his executive function?
I do, and I so advised him, Congressman.
Isn't it also true that when the executive privilege was asserted in the U.S. District Court, that Judge Johnson, in passing on that privilege, ruled that presumptively the executive privilege did in fact cover many of the communications involving the President's assistants, but that in the particular context in which they were raised in the case, those privileges had to yield for the need for information by the independent counsel?
That's correct.
And isn't it also true that upon that ruling, the President decided not to appeal that decision by the judge and basically dropped that claim of executive privilege at that time?
As to the non-lawyers, that's correct.
And then when the attorney-client privilege claim was appealed and reached the U.S. Supreme Court, isn't it true that two justices of the Supreme Court said that there was no clear legal answer to the question the President was raising, to the claim of attorney-client privilege that he was putting forth, and that there was therefore a clear basis for the Supreme Court to pass on that question?
That's correct.
And so would you not conclude that there was a plausible basis for the assertion by the President of the claims of both executive privilege and attorney-client privilege, the same claims that now, in the view of the independent counsel, are being suggested as possible basis for impeaching and removing the President from office?
Without taking the matter too personally, Congressman, I would look not only to the opinion of the two Supreme Court judges, but I like to believe that my own assessment and my own advice to the President set a level of plausibility for the claim of privilege that would defeat any suggestion of abuse of power.
Mr. Ruff, I also would like to explore with you the question of statements made under oath. During the process of these hearings, many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have tried to equate the standards for impeaching a president with those applicable to the impeachment of federal judges. And I'd like to ask you if you believe that that is a fair comparison. and ask you also what differences you perceive in the standards that should be applicable to the impeachment of a president on the one hand and the impeachment of federal judges on the other.
Congressman, I think it's fair to say that there's agreement that the pure constitutional test is the same. The difference ought to be in the assessment of the House as to what the impact on our system of government is if you speak about a judge with a lifetime appointment engaging, as Judge Nixon did, in commission of perjury, and the impact on our system of government if you think about removing the president, who has to stand for re-election at least once, and as to whose status the public can speak in many different ways. The president is the single head of the executive branch of government. To remove him from office, it seems to me, cannot be compared with the seriousness, however important it is, of removing a single judge of 900 or so with a lifetime appointment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ruff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Gallagly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, thank you for being here. I know this isn't the easiest duty for you. It certainly has not been the simplest duty for us either.
I understand.
Yesterday, Mr. Craig appeared before us and was asked about the president's candor before the federal grand jury. He said while the president was evasive, incomplete, misleading, even maddening, that he did not believe the president had lied under oath. With all due respect to Mr. Craig, and I have great respect for his legal ability, I think he's a fine lawyer, that might sell to a Georgetown law grad, but to the average citizen across this country, it's a pretty tough sell.
Can I just comment on one thing, Congressman? I won't be long.
Well,
I think Mr. Craig, when he described the president's testimony as evasive, misleading, maddening, was not talking about the grand jury. He was talking about the civil deposition.
Okay. In other words, it was testimony under oath, though.
That's true.
Very well. In the panel following Mr. Craig's panel, Mr. Wayne Owens, former member of this House, in an unsolicited comment stated that the president clearly did lie under oath. Who do you most associate your position with, either Mr. Craig or Mr. Owens?
Well, I suppose I could say that former Congressman Owens' statement to you reflects our efforts to put together a panel with no preconceptions about the issues before you, but without being flippant about it, and it's too important to be flippant about. I associate myself, not surprisingly, with my colleague, Mr. Craig, not just because he's my colleague, because indeed, as I've indicated earlier, as misleading and evasive as the president's testimony in his deposition was, in my view, it represented, albeit perhaps an abortive effort, to stay within some very narrow, strange boundaries, and yet not to help, to be evasive. There is no question about that.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff. Mr. Ruff, you stated earlier that the president did not help Ms. Lewinsky get a job. I think you further stated that Vernon Jordan did help Monica Lewinsky get a job, and that he helps many people in Washington get a job. Is that correct?
I did not say that the president did not help. I said he provided very little assistance.
Okay. But you said that Vernon Jordan did help Ms. Lewinsky get a job, and had helped others get a job. Do you know if it's common practice for Mr. Jordan to call the president's secretary and report mission accomplished, or report that business has been taken care of every time he helps someone get a job?
Well, I don't know on how many occasions he's helped someone get a job who was a friend and acquaintance of Betty Curry's. But there is nothing evil in any connotation about that.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff. Ms. Lewinsky testified that she spoke to the president 3 times about her testimony in the Jones case. All 3 conversations were within a 1-month period prior to president's deposition. Vernon Jordan also told the president Ms. Lewinsky had been subpoenaed. President Clinton was asked at his deposition if anyone told him that Ms. Lewinsky had been served with a subpoena. He answered, I don't think so. Mr. Sullivan on the previous panel stated that this is not perjury only if the president genuinely forgot these conversations. Do you think it's really reasonable for us to believe that the president completely forgot about those 3 conversations with Ms. Lewinsky about her testimony?
I have to quarrel with your premise, Congressman, because if you read the president's testimony, I think you will see that he acknowledges knowing that Ms. Lewinsky had been subpoenaed. He questions whether it was Mr. Lindsay who first told him, but the very fact that he frames it in terms of wondering who the first person who told him was suggests, it seems to me, that he was acknowledging knowledge.
He just didn't remember whether Mr. Jordan or...
I don't think you'll find a question put to him. I'll look at the record with you if you'd like, asking whether Mr. Jordan had advised him that Ms. Lewinsky had been subpoenaed.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Chairman, can I take you up on your earlier offer?
You surely may.
10 minutes?
10-minute recess. Committee will stand in recess for 10 minutes.
Over the wall, baby.
And the House Judiciary Committee will take a 10-minute break, a 10-minute recess. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we want to hear from you. 1-877-AM-VOICE. We're back right after this.
Hi there, this is Vic Eliason.
And this is Ingrid Schlueter.
We'd like to talk to you today about something that's near to our hearts. Today, America is overstuffed with material blessings. While half a world away, there are children starving, dying without love. No one to care, in an environment that offers no hope.
The Bible says true religion and undefiled is to minister to the widow and the fatherless and to keep ourselves unspotted from the world.
We'd like to invite you to a very special rally. The VCY rally is December the 12th, 7 o'clock at the Waukesha Expo Center. Probably one of the most unusual rallies you'll ever attend.
Gary Clark from Englewood, Florida will be singing beautiful traditional songs of the season with Vic at the keyboards.
Our rally will not feature a dramatic film or some other type of programming, but rather will focus on real-life miracle stories that we've had the privilege of being a part of this past year. There will be video footage as the VCY camera takes us to Romania and Bulgaria.
Your heart will be warmed with the stories of Mary, Anna, Tamara, and Georgie, as well as other children who wait around the world for the love of a Christian family.
This unusual VCY rally invites each one attending to bring Christmas gifts from your family that will touch the lives of children half a world away.
Gifts of new, warm winter clothing, boots, shoes, coats, and so forth for children ages birth to 10 will be received at the entryway of the Waukesha Exposition Center. Our prayer is to send these urgently needed items to 2 orphanages in Eastern Europe.
There are hundreds of families yearning to know the joy of adoption, yet they continue with that dream unfulfilled.
Attend this rally and learn how this can become a reality as the Lord is opening doors for committed Christian families who will say, there is room for one more.
That's December the 12th, Saturday night at the Waukesha Expo. Admission is a gift for an orphan child. For more information, call 800-729-9829 or locally 935-3000.
Disney. It's not the company it once was.
Disney extended insurance benefits to the live-in partners of homosexual employees. Disney allowed homosexual celebrations in their theme parks. Disney signed an occultic rock band to a Disney record label. Disney-owned ABC led the TV networks in the number of prime-time gay characters. Disney helped underwrite a benefit for the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force. It's not the Disney you once knew. If you're interested in written information on the Disney boycott, the American Family Association has compiled a 4-page brochure that includes an account of Disney's actions of recent years, a listing of the Disney companies and products, and suggestions on how to effectively boycott Disney.
Call us at 1-800-FAMILIES. That's 1-800-FAMILIES.
A message from the American Family Association.
Welcome back. I'm Genevieve Wood. The House Judiciary Committee is currently taking about a 10-minute recess and break. As soon as they reconvene, as soon as Chairman Hyde puts the gavel back into order, we will take you back live there. Until that, however, we are joined once again by Bruce Blossel. And Bruce, we've heard Charles Ruff's opening remarks, and we've made it through, what, about 7 or so congressmen, their follow-up questions. Anything surprising?
No, I don't think anything surprising. I think Mr. Ruff is holding up fairly well and making a pretty strong case for the president. But I don't think anyone has really expected any surprises through this point. I mean, both sides are holding hard and fast to their lines, the Democrats and the Republicans. Mr. Ruff continues to address the substantive charges against the president regarding perjury and obstruction of justice, but I don't think there are any surprises.
Do you think he's made a strong case when he takes a look at some of the allegations, for instance, the job search for Monica Lewinsky, and the fact that he says Ken Starr's report makes a lot of allegations and connects a lot of dots that don't necessarily go together, and he came forward saying basically Vernon Jordan didn't do anything illegal or improper in helping Monica with a job. It wasn't at the direction of the president. The president didn't try to get Monica Lewinsky a job at the White House or anywhere else for that matter in an improper manner. Do you think he's made a good case of that?
Well, I think he's covered his bases. I mean, I think even Ken Starr has kind of acknowledged that there are areas in his report where he was not able to substantiate concretely all of the various obstruction elements to this. But so I think this is why it's all going to boil down to the perjury question. It looks like tomorrow we may get to hear the president's testimony before the Paula Jones in the Paula Jones case, and the Republicans are hoping this will demonstrate conclusively that the president did lie in that situation.
Because many of these Republicans have actually seen that deposition. Is that correct?
That's correct, but
Mary Bono, for instance, made remarks, I think, about it yesterday, saying this was something that really swayed her.
That's correct, and what I'm hearing is we're actually going to get to hear the audio tape of the president's testimony, not just receive the transcripts.
So we'll actually hear his voice, hear exactly how the questions are asked, hear the way he answered them, and the like.
That's correct.
After today, after the committee members finish wrapping up their questioning of Charles Ruff, what are we likely to have happen next?
Well, apparently the two counsels are going to have their opportunity to question Mr. Ruff. I think they're going to maybe allotted at least an hour each to themselves. And that, of course, should be very interesting for Mr. Lowell. It's going to be more of a love fest between the two counsels on that side of it. Mr. Shippers...
Shippers and Kenneth Starr.
Yeah, exactly right. But Mr. Shippers, I think, will go aggressively after Mr. Ruff's testimony.
And then tomorrow we're likely to pick up with the counsels giving both sides of the argument from their perspective and moving into the debate period.
That's correct. They'll present the case from both sides, from the Democrat and Republican side, and then it will enter the, there'll be opening comments by each of the members. I think Henry Hyde said they'll get 10 minutes each, and then they're going to proceed into an amendment phase, and maybe it looks like they're going to be able to vote on a censure motion, which was not expected by many Republicans.
Well, we want to remind all of our viewers that, of course, as these hearings continue, as the members make their statements and arguments, and then finally their votes, we will be bringing it to you all live here throughout and through the duration. We're going to take a look now at a tentative schedule for the rest of this week. Of course, this again is tentative and it could all change. Thursday being tomorrow, December 10th, Republican Chief Counsel David Shippers and the Democratic Chief Counsel Abby Lowell, as we were just referring to, will be making closing arguments. And then late on Thursday and into Friday, being December 11th, the committee will consider articles of impeachment. 1, 2, possibly 3. They may throw them all together. On Saturday, December 12th, it's our understanding the committee at that point is expected to vote on at least one article of impeachment. Again, this could happen sooner. It could happen later. On Tuesday of next week, being the 15th, the full House is likely to take up the whole debate, and a vote on impeachment will ensue following that. Again, we will be covering it all for you right here live, so if you know what's going on, turn us on because we're here for you on that. And Joe in California, we're here to hear what you think about what's happened thus far. What are your thoughts?
Oh, God, I mentioned to your screener that I think the the conservatives on the committee are missing a huge point, and that's to rip away. They should, with their question, rip away the aura that the president was merely ambling along, totally unbeknownst of what was taking place there, and this was not the case. This man had a very tight-fisted control about everything that was going on, and that should and they could use tons of evidence that this was true. If I could
in particular, what would you bring forward? What would you suggest they bring up to say, look, it's obvious the president knew everything that was happening?
This thing with the secretary, what's her name?
Betty Curry.
Betty Curry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's ridiculous. How could he not know that Verdon Jordan was making these were making these things in favor of Monica to keep her mouth shut? Well, how could he not know about these gifts? And come on, is this a fairy tale? Is this a fantasy land now that we're born in on? This is ridiculous.
Good questions, Joe. Well, and indeed, you know, it's a good point, Bruce, in the sense of like, well, maybe it takes some faith to link these dots together that Kenneth Starr does. On the other hand, I would say many people might argue it takes a lot of faith to believe that all of these folks that are very important people here in the nation's very important capital of Washington had all this kind of time to assist a lonely intern in a job search. I mean, Vernon Jordan was taking around a Washington, D.C. intern, though she might have been at the White House, helping her with jobs, giving her recommendations, calling people in New York, calling Revlon. It does take a little bit of a leap of faith to think that there was nothing funny going on.
Well, that's true. And President Clinton is known as a very hands-on president. Unlike some of his predecessors, he's known to get into the minutia of almost everything that happens there in the White House, and likes to even have theoretical and philosophical discussions about everything that happens. So it is hard to believe that if anything did happen, if there was any conspiring going on to get Monica Lewinsky a job in the use of his aides, that he would not know about it and surrogates would just be out doing this surreptitiously behind his back. Again, this also comes back to the point that was being raised by some of the Republican committee members, and that is that the president, excuse me, the president, again, being very hands-on, but he was also very calculating, is what I'm trying to say here. He was calculating every step of the way. He had, 11 months between January and where we are now to come clean, and he used a lot of his opportunities to come clean, to really obfuscate and delay.
Well, and of course, from the Democratic perspective, I guess you could argue, look, it's the prosecution's duty to actually prove this case, as you heard Charles Ruff, I think, refer to a couple of times. It's not our job to come in here and prove that he's not guilty. You guys have to prove that he is guilty. On the other hand, you would think it's kind of the whole defense of, well, we don't have to give all the facts because that's not our job, which is kind of what the president said about the Bob Bennett situation.
Right. It is true, technically, legally, that the president does not have the burden to come in and prove that he's innocent. But again, this is a political process. This is what we keep coming back to, that many of the members of Congress who are going to vote on this are not going to be looking at strict legal definitions of whether the president committed a crime, or whether everything could be proven to a jury. They're evaluating whether the president violated his oath of office. And I think that's a different standard. It's not necessarily a lower standard. They're not looking at putting the president in jail. What's before this committee is to decide whether he violated his oath of office and whether he should remain in office.
Depending on what side you're trying to prove and what point it is that particular day, people want to say, well, this is not like a criminal case, so therefore it's all about politics. On the other side, other hand, you have people saying, well, a typical criminal would be treated as such, and why is the president held to the same standards? Let's go back to the phone. Alice in Indiana, welcome.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I was just wondering why there's not more of an outcry from the women on this Judiciary Committee. This is a man who, to me, is the sexual offender. It's quite obvious, and the whole reason that he lied about Monica Lewinsky was to cover up what he did to Paula Jones. Now, where's the outcry from the women? And I know the Democratic women are not going to do anything. It's quite obvious, but you have Mary Bono, that she should be asking more questions about this, or even any of the men. Why don't they stand up for the women?
Alice, all good points. I think Mary Bono's kind of taken it from my perspective. I watch her and I see her taking it from the perspective of a mother. And how do you explain this whole travesty and tragedy to your children? How do you explain not just the impeachment hearings, but obviously all the other kind of graphic language they've heard on television over the past year or so?
Yeah, I noticed one of the Democratic committee members was raising the issue of Monica Lewinsky and whether she's told the truth every step of the way. And apparently in Ken Starr's report, he cites several instances anyway, where she did not tell the truth or then has has changed her story. But again, the president's credibility isn't all that great in this matter either. He did confess in the Paula Jones case that, yes, he did indeed have a relationship with Jennifer Flowers, which he had denied before. He denied the relationship with Monica Lewinsky, where he had to come back and say, yes, in fact, I did have a relationship. So the president has really lied twice on the issue of illicit relationships with women. Therefore, I think there's a burden of credibility that falls on him as well, not just on Monica Lewinsky. And it's fair for Republicans to say, well, the president doesn't have much credibility either. So again, we're going to have to make our own judgment based on the testimony before us.
Well, and it makes you wonder if people still truly understand the whole issue of what this was about, the president lying. Yes, it is a civil case being the Paula Jones matter, but this is, you know, sexual harassment cases happen every day in this country now, and it was something that President Clinton, certainly Hillary Clinton, and a lot of their friends here in the nation's capital have fought for years, these exact types of cases, and yet he goes before one, lies his way out of it to some extent, and doesn't want to be held to the same level.
Well, and apparently was committing some of these illicit acts with Monica Lewinsky in the midst of his sexual harassment lawsuit with Jennifer Flowers. I mean, excuse me, with Paula Jones. Right. And that, I think, with a lot of Republicans, raises the issue of judgment. And again, as they evaluate his fitness to continue in office, I think these are all going to come up as considerations.
I understand Henry Hyde is back. He's hit the gavel, and they are back in order. We take you back live to the committee room.
Mr. Ruff, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you for your presentation, and I hope this lays to rest any further declarations that the President and his supporters have avoided addressing the factual allegations in the Starr report. I am, however, disturbed by the suggestion that the President's accusers have no obligation to prove their case with direct evidence, but that the President must prove his innocence. Now, I think you've done an outstanding job of showing that the Starr referral is, especially in view of the facts that he omitted and the including contradictory statements by some witnesses and omitting exculpatory statements by those witnesses, I think you've done a good job of demonstrating the referral is incomplete and misleading. Now, some of the members of this committee and various newspaper editorials and other people have denounced the President's and the President's defenders' use of legalisms and hair-splitting when you and others have pointed out that what the President said did not meet the legal definition of perjury because his answers were either not, his statements were either not material or because they were literally true, even if perhaps somewhat misleading. I would point out that nearly every member of this committee is a lawyer, so their disdain for the law is a bit disconcerting. But more importantly, my question to you is, why are these legalisms important? Why not just forget about these legalisms and the hair-splitting and just admit to perjury or to lying under oath if that is necessary to make some editorial writers less hostile or to get a few more votes against impeachment? Why not just say it, even if it's not really perjury or lying under oath? Why is enforcing a precise legal definition of perjury important for all of our liberties?
Thank you for the question, Congressman Nadler. As I indicated in my opening statement, we didn't just dream up the elements of perjury. They didn't spring full-blown from the forehead of some legislator, judge, or lawyer. They come to us from a history in our jurisprudence that is very carefully designed to ensure that when there is a charge that a human being committed perjury, that is knowingly lied, it can be distinguished from testimony that may be actually truthful, evasive, misleading, but nonetheless the product of human frailty. We don't put people in jail for that, and we certainly don't impeach them. So I think the legalisms that we are legitimately accused of using, we use them, no question about it, because that's what we believe best reflects the seriousness and the gravity of the offense that the independent counsel has charged the President with committing. No one is defending the morality of the underlying conduct. The President himself has said he was evasive and misleading and didn't want to help the Jones lawyers. But to get from there to a charge of perjury, even though I believe at the end of the day perjury itself in this setting would not warrant impeachment requires a leap through hundreds of years of law and protection that's grown up around that particular charge.
In other words, when we hear people saying, forget about these legalisms, forget about this hair splitting, implying that even if the president didn't commit perjury under oath or meet the legal definition of lying under oath, forget about that, just say you did, and then it'll make some people happier about voting against impeachment. For the president to do that would be a betrayal of his oath, would it not?
Indeed. Indeed.
Thank you. Let me ask you, and let me also point out that it's interesting for members of this committee to advocate that, since it's this committee that recommends to the House the legal definitions of things like perjury and other elements of the criminal code, and if they're too strict, it should be this committee that should change them. I would also ask that some people have said that the president is incapable of fulfilling his duties.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I want to thank you for your presentation here today. The president chose well when he chose you as his White House counsel. And let me say also that I agree with some of the arguments that you have made both in your presentation here today and in the written submission to the committee. I agree with your conclusion that this committee should have clear and convincing evidence before we proceed with an article or articles of impeachment. And I agree with you that this committee should not rely on the referral's account of the evidence. I believe that we have an independent duty to look at the evidence, and I would quarrel with your contention that we have decided to rely on the referral. I don't think that's accurate. I think we all understand that we have to go behind the referral to look at the independent evidence that is before us. And your presentation has helped point us to the portions of that record before us that you believe are relevant to your client's defense, and that has been helpful to us. But let me say that I am still frustrated by what I consider to be legal arguments that don't really meet the test of common sense and human experience. And we've heard about legalisms, and I understand, I'm a lawyer, I understand making legal arguments and legalisms, but there's a point beyond which things just don't make sense. And the contention that has been made that when the president testified in his deposition that he had no specific recollection of ever being alone with Ms. Lewinsky, that was truthful, I just don't think meets the test of common sense and experience. I understand that's your contention, but I have to respectfully submit, and using that as an example, that it just does not stand up to analysis. I believe that when the president gave those answers, he was lying. And I come to that conclusion reluctantly, but I think that viewing the evidence in context, one can only reach that conclusion. And I would say that the talk about legalisms and hair splitting, it isn't just coming from this side of the aisle. I'd quote Mr. Daschle, the Senate Democratic leader who said he agreed with the people, this is in September, who have grown impatient with hair splitting over legal technicalities. That's the Democratic leader in the Senate. Mr. Gephardt himself said that he believed that this matter was going to rise or fall not on the fine distinctions of a legal argument, but on straight talk and the truth. And I'm concerned that we're still not getting straight talk and the truth. Now, let me also, as a legal matter, refer you to the Dizarn case, which was decided just a few weeks ago by the Sixth Circuit. This is a very interesting case dealing with perjury, and it has some comments which I think are directly pertinent to what we're considering here, and which I candidly believe directly undermine some of your contentions. In that case, the court said...
Can you give me the name again? I'm sorry.
It's the Dizarn case, United States versus Dizarn. Decided by the Sixth Circuit, opinion filed October 14th, 1998. There the court said a perjury inquiry which focuses only on the precision of the question, which you seem to be doing quite a bit, and ignores what the defendant knew about the subject matter of the question at the time it was asked misses the very point of perjury. That is, the defendant's intent to testify falsely and thereby mislead his interrogators. Such a limited inquiry would not only undermine the perjury laws, it would undermine the rule of law as a whole, as truth-seeking is the critical component which allows us to determine if the laws are being followed. And it is only through the requirement that a witness testify truthfully that a determination may be made as to whether the laws are being followed. Indeed, that is the entire purpose of the sworn oath, to impress upon the testifier the need, under penalty of punishment, to testify truthfully. And I have to candidly submit that when the President was asked, so I understand your testimony is that it was possible then that you were alone with her, but you have no specific recollection of that ever happening, and he answered, yes, that's correct. It's possible that she, while working there, brought something to me, and that at the time she brought it to me, she was the only person there. That's possible. The President was lying.
Congress, may I have just a moment to respond?
Surely.
Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I'm not familiar with the case, and I will make myself familiar with it, and I don't know what setting it arose in. I don't think there's any difference of opinion, though, on the critical point that you seem to have been making. It's not that anybody gets to choose any little loophole in a question and slide through it and avoid prosecution. You have to look at the question, make a reasonable assessment of it, ask in a criminal case whether a jury would find it sufficiently precise or not, and then ask whether, in fact, the response to the question was such as would permit a perjury charge. Now, I don't know what the questions were and I'll be glad to address those with you independently. But I don't think there's an underlying concern. My position is that any reasonable reading of what happened in the Jones deposition would suggest that it, not to use a legal term of art, was a mess.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, were you given a list of the allegations that we're actually pursuing? You're aware of the fact that Mr. Starr started off with 11 allegations with some parts. 2 days ago, ABC News said that the Republicans were thinking of adding some new ones. Yesterday, Mr. Hutchinson added another statement in the grand jury that he thought might be added to the list. Mr. Graham this morning added another allegation. The scope of the inquiry has expanded and contracted to include the Willie matter and campaign finance committee matters and not finance committee. Have you been given a definitive list with specificity of the allegations that we're actually pursuing?
No, I haven't, Congressman. The last list I saw was Mr. Schipper's list of 15 points. It is an unusual experience for me to be making a closing argument without quite knowing what I'm closing about. But
you're doing well. Well, so I guess we have to guess what the allegations are. And skipping through, I think you ignored some of the allegations. 11. Count 11, there's substantial and credible information of President Clinton's actions since January 17, 1998 regarding his relationship with Monica Lewinsky have been inconsistent with the President's constitutional duty to faithfully execute the laws, and he concludes number 17 by saying this represents substantial and credible information that may constitute grounds for impeachment. I did not hear you comment on Part B of that, which cites that Mrs. Clinton forcibly denied the allegations on January 17, 1998, one day after the President's public denial, and cites her appearance on the Today Show. Did you ignore that because you can't believe that we would actually pursue that particular allegation?
Well, with limited time, Congressman, I wanted to touch on those points that I thought had the most weight. Whatever one might think about the allegation that the President himself misled the country, the notion that the First Lady misled the country and that would lead to bringing a President down, putting him out of office, did strike me as not worth devoting the narrow amount of time I had this afternoon.
Do you have a comment on the presumption of guilt that has been pronounced, that if you don't, whether the evidence is there or not, if you don't prove your innocence, that in fact you will be presumed guilty if nobody produces a witness? If it's 0-0 at the end, that you will be presumed guilty?
Congressman, I truly do operate on the assumption in this body, made up as it is almost of all lawyers, that the basic principles are going to be enforced, which is the burden is on those who favor impeachment to show by clear and convincing evidence that there are grounds for that. And I operate on that.
Can you get to a clear and convincing standard with uncross-examined, contradictory statements?
I can't, as my opening statement reflects, conceive that without some basis for assessing the credibility of particular testimony, you could achieve that result.
Okay, so without knowing what the allegations are, let's try to get to one of the allegations. How do you conclude that Betty Corey, that the allegations involving Betty Corey, why she wasn't going to be a witness?
Well, I think you need to understand that as you came to the President's deposition in the Jones case on January 17th, you were essentially at the end of the pretrial process, or almost at the end of the pretrial process in that case. Ms. Curry, whose name was certainly not a secret to the Jones lawyers, given the amount of information they clearly had about these matters, had never put her on the list. She was very close to the President. That was no secret. They never subpoenaed her. Let me just give you a small anecdote. The President sometimes has a way about him, and I was the victim of one of those. If you look at the grand jury transcript, you'll find a moment in which, I forget which question he's asked, and he sort of looks at me across the room and says, "I wish Mr. Ruff could answer that question." I was taken aback. We smiled at each other and went on about the President's testimony. I trust that that didn't make me a participant in the independent counsel's investigation any more than his reference to Betty Curry did make her a part of the Jones case.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Inglis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, if there were a trial involving the President for perjury, would anything that you've said here today be a fact in such a trial?
I believe that many of the facts to which I referred and which I included in my presentation would be essential elements.
Right, but would anything that you've said be a fact?
No more than, without all due respect, Congressman, anything said by any member of this committee.
Right. The point is that you have not met the standard that Mr. Craig pointed out. And by the way, earlier I was listening intently in the committee room to what you were saying. But in the course, as Mr. Craig said earlier, in the course of our presentation today and tomorrow, we will address the factual and evidentiary issues directly. The score is now 0-5. 5 groups have come before us. No one yet has addressed evidentiary matters. Mr. Ruff.
I absolutely disagree with
well, I understand you do, but you've just agreed that there are no facts that you've testified to.
No, that's not at all what I said.
Let me ask you this. Are there any witnesses that you would like to have called but have failed to call?
Congressman, I think that question, with all due respect, betrays to me, an inappropriate view of the process.
I understand what you're, excuse me, with limited time, I understand what you're going to say. You're going to say that the burden of proof is not on you, and I think you're correct in that. The point I'm interested in making here is the normal White House spin operation is coming unglued under the light of accountability here, because here, Mr. Craig raised a very high bar, and you're not meeting it. You're failing to meet what the White House spin put out at the beginning of this proceeding. And now that you've failed, you want to sort of split hairs again about what it is that you're doing here. But let me ask you this. I understand your response. Let me ask you something very different. When the President said on January 26, 1998, with a famous finger-wagging experience, "I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky," was he lying?
I responded to this question earlier. I forget who put it to me, Congressman, and I'll respond again. The President has said, flat out, no question about it, he intended to mislead the American people, and he did mislead them. Because he spoke on that occasion on the assumption in his own mind that sexual relations meant sexual intercourse. What are we doing here talking about? Just a moment, Congressman. And he knew that most of the people listening to him out there didn't understand the definition he was using and thus would be misled into believing that...
Let me ask you, you see, I think that if you were consistent with your argument on page 72 of the 184-page submittal, I think your answer here today to the question I just put to you should be no, he did not lie in the Roosevelt room.
That's what I said. I said he misled intentionally.
Oh, so what's the difference between misleading and lying?
Because he believed, rightly so, in his own mind, that he was telling the truth. That he used the word sexual relations to mean sexual intercourse, and that he had not had sexual intercourse with Monica Lewinsky.
Oh, we see, this is the heart of it then. That's not what he was saying. What he said subsequently is he lied when he said that with the finger wagging.
Never said.
But you see, the finger wagging is the same as what he said earlier. They didn't have sexual relations.
I fear that your recollection of the facts and the record is incorrect.
Please straighten me out. What is it? What's wrong here? He said...
You said the president admitted he lied. He didn't.
No, I'll leave aside the lying. You go back to your word misleading. You like the word misleading better than lying, and I understand that. For some reason, you like that better. But if it's not the truth, I don't think under consistent theory with your submittal here, he was telling the truth when he said that he didn't have sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. But he subsequently admitted to lying when he said that I lied to you, the American people, when I said I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
What he said was that he misled the American people, and that is what he did. He did it wrongfully. He's apologized for it. And whatever your, Congressman, look, I absolutely respect your right, however misguided I believe it to be, to have your own view of the record. But the fact is, the president said that he misled the American people, and he did it with malice aforethought because he wanted to hide this improper relationship.
The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I followed Mr. English in asking questions this morning, and this is the question that I asked immediately after he asked his question this morning.
An airplane?
So I'm going to open it up and ask you the exact same question that I asked following him this morning. Is there anything in the referral or in any of the information that was submitted by the independent counsel to this committee that could be admitted in that form in a criminal proceeding?
I suppose I might find a document or two in there, but the essential question is, could you simply dump that record in the laps of the Senate and say, go ahead and try the case? No.
Okay, so I can ball that one back up now.
Oh, I put it in your pocket.
Wait on the next round of questions then. I am struck by how my colleagues on the Republican side keep saying that this is not about sex, yet we've heard 2 hours worth of testimony from Mr. Starr and all of your testimony, and none of the basic underlying charges that we started out with in this investigation were even mentioned or hardly mentioned. And so I'd like to go through a series of questions which you, I think, can answer very quickly, just yes or no.
I'll do my best.
Is it true that the independent counsel back in 1994 was appointed to investigate matters related to Whitewater?
That's correct.
And have we ever gotten a referral from the independent counsel on the Whitewater matter?
No, sir.
And during his appearance before the committee on November 19, was that the first time that we were told that we would not be getting a referral on any Whitewater matter?
The first I learned of any of those matters and their status was on that date.
And Mr. Starr, after that, investigated the alleged misuse of FBI files by the White House personnel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we found out last month that Mr. Starr, that was also a dry hole.
Yes, sir.
And next, Mr. Starr investigated firings of personnel from the White House Travel Office. Is that right?
Yes.
And we found out last month that that was a dry hole.
Yes.
Do you recall the talk over the summer that the key to this whole case was the so-called talking points that were given by Ms. Lewinsky to Ms. Tripp?
Yes.
Those are no longer an issue. We haven't heard a thing about those, have we?
I think we now learned where they came from, yes.
Would you agree that only part of Mr. Starr's 5-year investigation that hasn't been a bust is his investigation of the president's sex life?
Well, I'm not sure I'd buy into your description. It's the only one that's reached this House.
It's the only one that's still going on that we're still talking about. And we got it over here, and then we started talking about investigating campaign finance matters. You remember that a week or so ago, a couple of weeks ago?
I do.
And then we dropped that one, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah. And then the Republicans decided to expand the investigation into Kathleen Willey. You remember that?
I do.
We dropped that one too, right?
I believe so.
And then the Republicans subpoenaed documents from Mr. Starr relating to John Wong. You remember that happening?
I read about it.
And we withdrew that subpoena after a little while in a couple of days, right?
So I understand.
And then there was a point at which the Secret Service was going to get information about the president's dealings with other Arkansas women. You remember some discussion about that?
Mm-hmm.
They dropped that one too.
As far as I know.
So we're back to allegations about the president's sex life. That's basically what this is about, notwithstanding all the protestations to the contrary.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff. I appreciate that. I yield back, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Watt. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Goodlatte. By the way, just parenthetically, a lot of things you just dropped ain't dropped. Just thought I'd mention that. We'll go.
Nice to know when we're going to get them.
Mr. Chairman,
you'll know in good time.
I'm sure it'll be next year in
That's
the next
right.
Congress.
You got that right.
After the election.
It's all after the election. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Goodlatte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I'd like to follow up on a line of questions that the gentleman from Florida, Mr. McCollum, pursued with you earlier. Mm-hmm. You said to us in your statement that with regard to the grand jury testimony of the president, that 2 of the instances cited by the independent counsel, you explained with what I would call, and I think we've been calling today, legalisms or legal hair splitting. But the third one, your answer was interesting to me, and that was this issue of the nature of the relationship between the president and Ms. Lewinsky. In that case, you said to us, take the evidence in the light most favorable to Ms. Lewinsky. Take the evidence as Ms. Lewinsky said it. Would that rise to being an impeachable offense? And I took that to mean an acknowledgement that if we do take the evidence as provided by Ms. Lewinsky, which I think is very strong and which is corroborated by her previous statements to other people long before anybody knew anything about the significance of this, that she said to friends, the computer printout on her computer of a apparently half-written letter that makes reference to her description of the relationship. All of that corroborating her testimony, I do take it as correct. And I would like you to explain to me why, if the committee does take that testimony as being the accurate testimony, and I believe that the vast majority of the American people on the issue of whether or not the president had any contact with her while this was going on would agree with her statement as well, as detailed as it is, why that does not constitute perjury.
If, in fact, you were to believe Ms. Lewinsky's description of those particular events and conclude in this setting by clear and convincing evidence, or, since we're talking about perjury, criminal case beyond a reasonable doubt that she was right and the president was wrong, then you could legitimately conclude that there was a basis for believing that a jury would find the president guilty of perjury. What I suggested was two things. First, and I think you heard exactly this from the panel this morning, and I base this partly as well on my own prosecutorial experience, I can't conceive of a case going forward to a petty jury on that basis. But even putting that aside, what you have in essence is Ms. Lewinsky saying X and the president saying not X. And the corroboration that you look to, and that, with all respect, that Congressman McCollum looked to, I think is not a legitimate basis of support for your finding.
Let me respectfully disagree. And then let me go to another point, because you have, and I have very limited time here, but you have also made the contention that this is simply about lying to cover up a personal embarrassment. But isn't it true, Mr. Ruff, that moments after the president completed that testimony before the grand jury, he went before the American people and admitted an embarrassment, which was what he acknowledges his side of what took place there. And isn't it really the reason why he committed what I think is that perjurious statement, not to avoid embarrassment, because he'd already embarrassed and disgraced himself, but for the purpose of covering up a previous lie in the testimony before the civil, the deposition in the civil case, because of the fact that if he acknowledged what Ms. Lewinsky says took place, he would be acknowledging that what he said earlier were falsehoods and that he knew they were falsehoods in that case. So his intent here was not to cover up an embarrassment, but to avoid prosecution for a crime, that crime being perjury and obstruction of justice in the earlier case, and he compounded it 7 months later by continuing his perjurious activity by lying before the grand jury. And I think that you have accurately stated that if we believe what Ms. Lewinsky stated, not only in her deposition, but what she stated to other people over a long period of time before it was ever even known that this was an issue, if we believe that, then the President of the United States has indeed committed perjury before the grand jury.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May I have one moment?
Of course you can.
Thank you. 2 points. One, the kind of corroboration, quote unquote, that you referred to, statements to other people, for the reasons already addressed and addressed by Mr. Davis at length this morning, simply would not fit into any prosecutor's calculus in deciding whether or not perjury had occurred. Second, and this was the point I made in my opening statement, I believe, I am convinced, and I think the weight of scholarly evidence would lead to the conclusion that even if you reach that conclusion, that is your conclusion, not mine, about whether the president lied or not in that deposition, in that grand jury testimony, it still doesn't warrant removing him from office. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Mr. Ruff, thank you for being here today and for conducting yourself with such intelligence and clarity and dignity. I think that you've helped not just all of us, but the American people to understand what some of these issues are. I was interested in your earlier exchange with Mr. Gekas about the issue of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. And thinking back to all of the reading that I have done in the notes of the Constitution and the Federalist Papers and the like, it seems to me clear that what the Founding Fathers had in mind in treason and bribery was to protect the integrity of the Chief Executive's loyalty towards the United States. And all the discussion I can recall in those original documents had to do with a fear that a chief executive would be the recipient of bribes and therefore have his loyalty diverted from the new country, the new America. They were also very concerned about titles and other emoluments, and that their new elected person might become nobility that they were trying to escape. The other high crimes and misdemeanors had to do with the other attempts that would subvert the Constitution that were not in the first two categories. And as we've discussed throughout these proceedings, there are really two ways to look at that. One is a conduct that is so egregious that it prevents the discharge of the constitutional duties of the president. And it occurs to me that that is not just a matter of opinion. And I'm interested in your comment on this. In a sense, that is the one area that is really subject to the judgment of the American people, whether or not and also to other factors, the duties can be discharged. Thinking ahead, if we were to have a trial in the Senate on charges and for the next 6 months to a year, wouldn't we have to go and prove up how many Mideast peace settlements have been established, how many Northern Ireland peace settlements, what's the economy like as part of that whole system? Wouldn't that be part of the evidence that would need to be put on?
Thank God I've never had the opportunity to try an impeachment. There is no doubt, and first let me say that your analysis of the issue that Congressman Geekus and I were discussing was framed much more articulately than I did, and I think is exactly correct. The issue of the president's capacity to govern, whether it be Mideast, economy, Ireland, what have you, is what has to underlie every senator's vote and indeed the vote of every member of this committee and the House. I'm not sure whether we would introduce evidence or whether it would simply be taken as a matter of public knowledge as to what the president is doing and how he is doing it, and whether overturning the verdict of the election is going to damage our country.
Well, that's really the question that we need to face, but I think there are other issues that obviously we are dealing with, which is what Professor Van Alstyne, Mr. Starr's former law professor, termed minor crimes, petty crimes. And you know, I wonder if you could just do this. As I was listening to both Mr. Inglis and Mr. Gallagly ask how could something be misleading and not a lie, I was thinking about cross-examination and the sort of the issue of, you know, did you spend $10 today? And you answer, ham sandwiches cost $4. Mm-hmm. It's the obligation of the questioner then to go back to the expenditure question. Do you feel that was done in this case vis-a-vis the president's testimony? Is that part of the problem why this misleading confusion has occurred?
That's certainly a large part of it, Congressman Lofgren, and I think any amongst the many trial lawyers here who go back and look at that deposition will realize that for whatever reason there was never follow-up, and the example you give is a good one. But you know, I might just note that at the very beginning of the deposition, Mr. Bennett, the president's lawyers, urged Ms. Jones's lawyers to ask the most specific, detailed questions, and they declined to do so. And I think maybe that set a process in motion that we're living with today.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Booyer.
I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Councilman. I want to just tell you, make a quick comment and then ask you 2 or 3 questions. We're still having a problem in my district with some of your wording, and I say you collectively, meaning the White House, in terms of squaring with the oath to tell the whole truth, your concept that he can tell incomplete testimony, give incomplete. That seems an opposite when you talk about giving incomplete testimony and telling the entire truth. And also the other part of the oath about nothing but the truth with evasion. We just don't, they just seem an opposite, how you can evade a question and say nothing but the truth, and how you can give incomplete answers and say the whole truth. Because we understand that both misleading answers and evasive answers are all tend to thwart the judicial system and its efforts to get at the truth. Now, let me ask you a couple of questions, if I could. want you to put yourself in the president's mind some today, and I want you to put yourself in this is a hypothetical, put yourself in the president's mind, his thinking, thought process, and using the Jones definition of sexual relations, could he agree that Monica Lewinsky had a sexual relationship with the president?
If I understand your question, it is using the Jones definition, did the conduct that he engaged in with Ms. Lewinsky?
No. Did she have a sexual relationship with him? The conduct she engaged in?
Well, I guess I'd have to have the definition in front of me in the sense that she was the moving actor in whatever.
You haven't thought about this?
You know, I really have not.
Because the reason I ask that is because she would have had the sexual relationship.
Please don't hold me or my client to this, but I think that's probably correct.
Okay, and under his definition, he would not have had a sexual relationship with her.
That's correct.
So he has brought forth the idea that one party can have a sexual relationship with another party, but that other party not have a sexual relationship with the first party.
With all due respect,
that's outstanding.
No, it isn't, because it's not as though you and I were having this conversation in a vacuum. What he had in front of him is, I have to tell you, one of the strangest definitions I've ever seen, and in fact, it was a one-sided definition and not a two-sided definition.
You answered my question. She did and he didn't. So let me ask you also, you mentioned that the president, and you've made something of an apology today, the president has had two opportunities to give this committee, the House, testimony in these proceedings, the grand jury testimony through to the independent counsel, and his answers to the 81 questions. And you've indicated that in your wording that his answers were evasive and misleading and even maddening. You left out incomplete that Mr. Craig said yesterday.
He'll remind me of that.
But now, with all due respect, that apology seems somewhat hollow in that, in fact, you helped the president over the Thanksgiving holidays construct the answers to those 81 questions, did you not?
Sure did, yes indeed.
And surely in preparation for his deposition, Mr. Kendall and probably others and you helped him prepare on how to answer those questions?
No, only Mr. Kendall. I take no responsibility for that.
But your apology that, boy, he's just a terrible client to work with, he's maddening. You folks are the ones helping him do that, and for you to come in today, it just rings sort of hollow to apologize for that. You're responsible for this, too.
No, I will take whatever responsibility falls on me, but let me make this point, because I'm glad you raised the 81 questions. I know that there's been a lot of discussion here in the committee and in the press about somehow those 81 questions were stiff-arming the committee or otherwise not being responsible. I have to tell you I disagree with that, and not only because of the introduction to them in which the president reflects his continuing contrition, but because, I mean, very honestly, those questions were framed, for example, at 1:02 a.m. on February 18th, did you have a time? The fact is that neither you nor I suspect the president could really be expected to do anything other than say, I don't remember specifically, but I will tell you that, in fact, my records reflect I did have a conversation on that day.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me say to Mr. Huff that your testimony has been both compelling, convincing, and understandable. And I just would like to take judicial note of the fact that you had already indicated to this committee if you thought that you were being asked to do something other than what a officer of the court should do, you would not be here or be still in the White House. And that's an understanding that you have made on the record. But I do want to start from your premise. Did the president do something so wrong deserving of impeachment? Frankly, I have in my hand here a letter that I wrote to the president extending to him my concerns about issues in my district, particularly the energy industry, with the enormous number of mergers and loss of jobs, and frankly have called upon his good services for us to begin to look at how to solve this pretending crisis. I'd much rather be dealing with the needs of my constituents, but I'm obligated to be here. And frankly, we have to do the very best job that we possibly can. And so I want to just put in the record, because there seems to be, again, a lack of clarity about perjury. The words of Jim Cole, a public integrity lawyer here, and I think he says it in a way that laymen can understand. Perjury, it seems, comes down to what the person said, what they understood themselves to be saying, and what they understood this question to be. And we've gone over and over this, and I think we can't be any clearer. So let me say this. Let me change the score. Let me come into the game and change it. 5 for the defense and 0 for those who don't understand what we've been doing here these past 2 days. But I would like to go straight to the question of this number 11 in the referral by the OIC that says there is substantial and credible information that President Clinton's actions since January 17, 1998, regarding his relationship with Monica Lewinsky has been inconsistent with the President's constitutional duty to faithfully execute the laws. Included in that are subsets B and C, and he says, the First Lady, can I say it again? The First Lady, the Cabinet, the President's staff, and the President's associates relied on and publicly emphasized the President's denial. I am speechless. The First Lady constituting abuse. Can I ask you a question? Abuse of power requires use of power. Did President Clinton in any way ask any of the members of his cabinet to use the powers of their office to help cover up his affair with Monica Lewinsky?
Absolutely. No, Congresswoman. I think the point that's been made there and in our submission that I think really goes to the heart of it is the President had already, and he's admitted it, and we all have, misled the American people in public statements. It's a little difficult to contemplate a setting in which persons who listen to him make those public statements go out and say, I believe the President, and then he finds himself accused of misusing his power.
So he did not actively engage in meetings and conversations to devise strategy for them to go out and perform what has now been alleged to be abuse of power by their statements.
Obviously, I can't speak to all the discussions he had with cabinet members and others, but the points that the referral makes, which is that they listened to the President say, I didn't do it, and then went out and said, I believe the President, struck me when I read it, particularly against the backdrop of the events of 1974, as an odd proposition to have constituted an abuse of power.
Let me go immediately to this other more chilling example, and that is the question of executive privilege and the use of the Africa statement. I cannot believe in the referral that the distortion of what was actually said. Can you just comment on that? The question was about the First Ladies being covered by executive privilege, and this is now being cited as an answer to the question of executive privilege for everyone. How did you find this, and did you find it stunning to have this left out, the entire transcript of the actual words of the President that would have said to us that he did not, in fact, lie by saying, I know nothing about it, I didn't talk to the lawyer? Could you just give me that again? It is chilling, it is pernicious. I cannot believe it.
Well, I'm going to surprise everybody by being kind to the independent counsel. What I believe happened is, forgive me, Washington Post, if you're here, they read the Washington Post story for that day, which carried only part of the dialogue, and have relied on the very limited line they used as though the President was referring to executive privilege. So I don't attribute evil motive, but I do attribute error, and that's what I wanted to bring to the attention of the committee.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Ruff, you were asked earlier whether you believed that the President lied under oath. And you replied that you'd like to associate yourself with Mr. Craig, another lawyer of the President, who believes that the President did not lie under oath, rather than with one of the witnesses the other day, another witness presented by your side, Mr. Owens, who believed that the President did lie under oath. And that's correct, right? Well, let me associate myself with Mr. Berman and with Mr. Schumer, both Democrats on this committee who, after looking at all the evidence in this case, have concluded that the President did indeed lie under oath. Now, we may disagree as to what the consequences of that lie under oath might be, but nonetheless, we've reached the conclusion that this President did lie under oath. Let me turn to something else. You also said in your statement, and I quote, "It's clear
that many in the majority have already reached their conclusion. Have you heard anything from the minority which leads you to believe that they haven't reached the conclusion or reached one quite some time ago?
Congressman, I am here with no pretense to represent the President of the United States in this proceeding. Obviously, I would hope that we have convinced members of the minority and members of the majority that we are in the right here. What my goal is as an advocate, which is what I am today, is to reach the people whose minds I want to change, and that's what I was trying to do today.
Thank you. Also, in your statement, you said that you were not going to, and I quote, drag us through the salacious muck that fills the referral. And I thank you for not doing that. But let's not forget that it was the President's own conduct which caused the subject matter of this hearing to be what it is. Now, if he had lied about bribery, it would have been about that. If he had lied about a bank robbery, it would have been about that. In this case, he apparently lied under oath about a sexual harassment lawsuit. So that's what it's about, whether we like it or not. And let me ask you this. Why do you think the President called Ms. Lewinsky, somebody he obviously knew quite well, that woman?
You know, I don't know, Congressman. I think at that moment, as he was standing there in the Roosevelt room, trying to be as forceful in his denial as he could be, those words came out. But I wouldn't begin to try to explain to you what caused that to happen.
He obviously knew her quite a bit better than referring to her as that woman.
Absolutely, and there's no question about it.
Thank you. You stated in the preference to your written submission that you made to this committee that nothing the President has done justifies criminal conduct, correct?
That's correct.
In that case, I assume that there's no reason for the President to grant himself a pardon before he would leave office for any criminal acts that he might have committed. Can you assure us that President Clinton will not pardon himself or that he will not accept a pardon from any presidential successor?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And let me conclude by asking you this. In this written defense that you submitted to us, you again went into this legalese thing, which I really think is a mistake that you all do. And you talk about a loan. And you told this committee that the term alone is vague unless a particular geographic space is identified. I would strongly encourage you to drop that line of defense. I think if this President and his advocates would come forward and tell the truth, if they'd done that a long time ago, I don't think the President would be in the jeopardy he is right now. And I would just strongly suggest that he come forward, come clean, tell the American people the truth, and let the chips fall where they may.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ruff, I too must join my colleagues in complimenting you on the job that you've done here this afternoon. I think you did a fantastic job of further taking apart, really, the allegations that we have been presented with, and you were able to build on what was said by the witnesses who were here this morning discussing prosecutorial standards for obstruction of justice and perjury. They, too, did a fine job. I don't know what else can be done with these issues. You've made it clear what the legal definitions of perjury are. We've discussed in detail obstruction of justice and bribery. The other side of the aisle, my colleagues cannot overcome the factual information that's been presented to us. As a matter of fact, the more we get into these allegations, the flimsier they are. I mean, in essence, they're rather lightweight. They would have some believe that we on this side of the aisle are simply some kind of liberals and that we're not paying attention, and they don't know why this turns out to be a rather partisan effort. Well, let me just say this. We have members on this side of the aisle that I disagree with all the time. This turns out to be a partisan effort simply because the allegations are lightweight, they're flimsy, they can't prove the point, and the tactics that have been used by Ken Starr are tactics that many of us, and I in particular, have real problems with. It is central to the civil rights movement, of which I'm a part of, which my life's history is all about, that we pay special attention to the justice system, and we are absolutely focused on abusive tactics by prosecutors around this country. We are not happy about what happened to Monica Lewinsky. We're not happy about what happened to Julia Steele. We're not happy about what happened to Rob Hill's son in the subpoena that was issued at the school. We're not happy about intimidation. So we cannot trust an investigation where these kind of tactics have been used. And I want to just add to this that we believe that Mr. Starr came with a bias. When Mr. Lowell, our attorney, questioned him here in this committee and asked him about connections of his law firm, about Mr. Richard Porter, about his contacts with Paula Jones' lawyer, he answered by saying things like, well, to my best recollection, and I'm not so sure I had those conversations with them. And then he said, I'm not sure so many times, until he finally ended up saying, well, you can fault my judgment if you will, but just frankly, it did not occur to me, as I think it happens to a lot of us in life. At the same time, we have colleagues from the other side of the aisle who claim any representations by the president that he did not recall as somehow lying. I want to just get away from the flimsy allegations. They don't mean anything. I don't want to talk about the abusive tactics anymore. But I do want to talk about this bias that Mr. Ken Starr comes with. Do you have information about contacts with Paula Jones' lawyers and/or information about the connection of his law firm with that case at all?
Well, I think what we know has been set out in our submission. It emerged during Mr. Kendall's cross-examination of Mr. Starr, and it certainly suggests that there were contacts and involvement with the independent counsel's law firm and the Jones lawyers that, in our view, should have given serious pause to anyone who was undertaking this particular prosecutorial task.
Did he tell Attorney General Reno about those contacts when he sought to expand his jurisdiction?
Not to my knowledge, Congressman.
Thank you very much.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Barr of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me just state for the record a couple of, I think, important items for those who believe that perjury may not be a serious offense, whether it is looked at in the context of a constitutional issue involving impeachment or in the context of criminal prosecutions. And I know our learned witness is very, very familiar with the federal sentencing guidelines, which provide that perjury is even a more serious offense than offering, giving, soliciting, or receiving a bribe. I know also that he is very familiar, as the other attorneys are in this panel, that there are enhancements for sentencing under federal criminal procedures for those in a position of trust, which I would presume all of us would believe includes the President of the United States of America. And I know that the witness is also intimately familiar with the U.S. Attorney's Manual that provides, quote, because false declarations affect the integrity of the judicial fact-finding process, all offenders should be vigorously prosecuted, close quote. So for any who believe that these are not serious offenses that we are looking at here, the procedures under the Department of Justice for United States attorneys as well as for federal judges in sentencing those convicted of the offenses of obstruction, bribery, or perjury understand that they are indeed very serious. With regard, Professor Ruff, to the procedures...
Taking me back too many years, Congressman.
Well, more than we'd like to think. But, Professor, with regard to some of the provisions of Title 18, I understand your reticence to go into great depth about perjury. I believe that the elements of perjury are here. But let's put aside that for a moment and focus on some other provisions of Title 18 that I really believe are much more problematic for the President. And that is Section 1505, obstruction, Section 1512, tampering with witnesses, and of course for both of those you have to look at the definitions, which I'll come back to in a moment, as well as Section 1623, false declarations before a grand jury, which, as you know, does not contain the additional element of willful. Just that a person makes false declarations knowing that they contain false material. The problem is that when you look at these provisions of Title 18, as you know, one doesn't look at them just in a vacuum. One has to look at the definitions. And when one looks at the definition for misleading conduct, it means knowingly making a false statement. So, for example, if somebody walks into a room and makes a statement to somebody that either is or reasonably could be presumed to be a witness in an existing proceeding and makes a false statement to them, they have engaged in misleading conduct, which is falls within is the definition that applies to tampering with a witness. So I think the President has a very serious problem when one looks at the statements that he made to Betty Curry the day after he gave his deposition, in which he referred to her many times. So certainly he could presume, we've already established this morning, that he was not acting as her attorney and she was not contemplating hiring him as her attorney, in which case it might make sense for him to talk with her about certain testimony that she might be giving. So I think one is left with the very clear, inescapable conclusion that this was misleading conduct within the definition applicable to Section 1512, tampering with witnesses. One also, I think, has to conclude that the President has other serious problems with regard to these provisions of Title 18 with regard to the definition of sexual relations. The definition of sexual relations, while you have correctly pointed out, does not include a specific reference to oral sex. It does include a very, very wide and expansive variety of activity that clearly falls within the definition, within the activity unrebutted by the President as late as today that Monica Lewinsky testified to under oath. So when you look at the fact that there were false statements, when you look even at the fact that even if we presume they were not technically perjurious, I think clearly they fall within the ambit of these other provisions of Title 18, and notwithstanding that we all agree that you do not need to establish a criminal offense to impeach, I think clearly they do. So I respect your arguments. They are indeed arguments, eloquent as they are, but I think the President has a very serious problem in violating these provisions of Title 18.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Meehan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, in looking over page 207 and 208 of the referral relative to the President's statements while he was in Africa, while you may view your comments as defending the independent counsel, I don't know where I come from. If you make a submission to any court of law and you're a prosecutor and you say to the judge, well, sorry we got that wrong, Your Honor, but we relied on the Washington Post or any other newspaper, that generally would be the basis of admonishment from the judge, and I'm being kind, prosecutorial misconduct potentially. But I think that that bit of misinformation in the report is consistent with a lot of information that is in this report. And again, where I come from, a failure to provide exculpatory evidence, or all of the evidence, is the basis upon which in Massachusetts, that's what prosecutorial misconduct is all about. The failure to provide evidence which tends to show the innocence of the target of an investigation. But let me go to the record. Mr. Ruff, in arguing that the President lied in his civil deposition about whether he had talked to Vernon Jordan about Ms. Lewinsky's involvement in the Jones case, the referral cites the following exchange. Question: did anyone other than your attorneys ever tell you that Monica Lewinsky had been served with a subpoena in this case? President Clinton: I don't think so. Now, that might be a false statement by the President, except there's one problem. The referral failed to cite the entire exchange on this subject. The entire exchange was as followed. Question: did anyone other than your attorneys ever tell you that Monica Lewinsky had been served with a subpoena in this case? President Clinton: I don't think so. Question: did you ever talk with Monica Lewinsky about the possibility that she might be asked to testify in this case? President Clinton: Bruce Lindsay: I think Bruce Lindsay told me that she was. I think maybe that's the person who told me she was. Now, the President's answer, Bruce Lindsay, clearly is an answer to the first question about whether anyone asked the other attorneys, any of his attorneys, told him that Ms. Lewinsky had been served with a subpoena. Indeed, it doesn't make any sense as an answer to the second question. The referral fails to mention the Bruce Lindsay answer. Fails to mention it. Mr. Ruff, in light of this omission, is the referral's presentation on this subject fair or balanced?
Both your analysis and your imitations are exactly on the mark.
Let me. I don't mean to cut you on, but let me go to the obstruction of justice, the gifts. Mr. Ruff, the referral chose to accept Monica Lewinsky's claim that Betty Curry suggested the idea of picking up the gifts from Ms. Lewinsky's apartment rather than Ms. Curry's conflicting claim that Ms. Lewinsky initiated the transfer of the gifts. Now, in explaining why it believed Ms. Lewinsky's testimony, quote, made more sense than Ms. Curry's testimony, the referral noted that Ms. Curry drove to Ms. Lewinsky's house to pick up the gifts and then claimed, quote, the person making the extra effort, in this case Ms. Curry, is ordinarily the person requesting the favor, end quote. Now, that's incredible. Let me repeat the rationale used by the referral to resolve the differences in the testimony between two key witnesses on a critical point. Quote, the person making the extra effort is ordinarily the person requesting the favor. Mr. Ruff, do you think that that sort of speculation, and I guess you could call it psychopsychology, would ever be a legitimate or rational basis to draw this kind of a conclusion?
I surely do not.
Mr. Ruff, the referral claims that the President encouraged Monica Lewinsky to file an affidavit in which he allegedly knew would be false. This claim is based on the fact that during a December 17, 1998 conversation with Ms. Lewinsky about her filing of an affidavit in the Jones case, the President allegedly repeated a cover story that he and Ms. Lewinsky had formulated early on in their relationship. Now the President testified before the grand jury that he did not recall repeating that cover story on that date. So we have a case where the President's account conflicts with Ms. Lewinsky. And, of course, the referral believed Ms. Lewinsky. But later on, when the grand juror asked Ms. Lewinsky on August 20th, 1998, whether she had any discussions about cover stories with the President after she learned she was a witness in the Paula Jones case, Ms. Lewinsky responded, no, I don't believe so, no. Not in the referral.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I want to make sure I characterize this appropriately. The President has apologized for his personal conduct or misconduct, but he has denied any legal wrongdoing.
That's correct.
That's a correct statement. And so if there's any violation of the law, it is fair to say that he has not accepted responsibility for that.
He's accepted responsibility for his conduct. If someone determines, you described it, Congressman, so let me just try to be responsive. I want to be as responsive as I can be. He has taken responsibility for his conduct. We believe, and I believe the better answer to the question is, it was not criminal.
Well, all right. I think that could have called for a simple yes or no, but I will accept what you said. Now, in your presentation of the defense, and I think you had as much time today as you wanted, and I appreciate what you did an excellent job, by the way, Mr. Ruff.
Thank you.
But I was listening, and you covered the allegations of perjury before the grand jury, you covered the abuse of office, and you covered the obstruction of justice charges. I did not hear any discussion from you on the allegations of perjury from the deposition testimony.
I did cover it in this fashion. I said, I believe, in my opening statement that I think if you look back at the colloquies that occurred during that deposition, you'll be struck by the President's admitted, evasive, misleading questions, which I do not believe were lies. But you will also be struck by the absolute mess that the deposition was in terms of the questions that were put.
I did spend some time last night looking over the President's response prepared by his lawyers to the charges. And if you have that, if you refer to pages 79 and 80, particularly page 80, I just wanted to ask you some questions about that because this pertains to the civil deposition. And it deals with the charge that the President was not truthful whenever he was asked about his conversations with Monica Lewinsky, and particularly in regard to whether did she tell you that she had been served with a subpoena in this case. And I would underline that did she tell you that, and the answer was no. And the essence of the question is the conversation with Monica Lewinsky, and did the President learn from her that she had been served with a subpoena in the case. Now, up earlier, you or the attorneys say, once again, the charge of false testimony, I'm at the top of the page on the right, is based on a wholly inaccurate reading of the President's deposition. The President acknowledged that he knew that Ms. Lewinsky had been subpoenaed. Now, to me, that's not the issue addressed by the question whenever you say the President acknowledged that he knew Ms. Lewinsky had been subpoenaed. The question was, did Ms. Lewinsky tell you that she had been subpoenaed?
And if you actually will go back and look at the context in which, I'm now looking at page 80, if you look at the context in which the Q and the A that are cited here and that you refer to occurred, there was a long series of questions about when was the last time that you saw Ms. Lewinsky, and it was in that setting that this question arose. In the broader setting of all the questions that were going back and forth with the President on this subject, the point we're making is, because this is the point that the Jones people were getting at, was did you know that she had been subpoenaed, and if so, at what time? The critical issue I think you'll find in that context, Congressman, was it she who told you? It was in the setting of those meetings and conversations, did you know that she'd been subpoenaed?
Well, let me say, because I'm going to run out of time, that I'd like to develop this factually for a long time with you, but it appears to me from reading this that in your defense, you set up a false charge, and then you respond to the false charge, and you're not responding to the charge of the perjury on did she tell you that she had been served with a subpoena in this case, in which he said no. And in the next page, on page 81, there's a lengthy question and answer, and you're critical of Mr. Starr, but here that is not a complete recitation of the Q&A in the deposition. There's a lot more that transpires in the deposition.
The gentleman's time has...
Indeed, I grant you that, and that was indeed my...
time has expired. The distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Delahunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be very brief. Mr. Ruff, would you care to further elaborate in your answer to Mr. Hutchinson?
I think the point I was trying to make, and in no sense would we ever want to do what we indeed have accused the independent counsel of doing, and that is to skew the record here. But the point that I think needs to be made in response to Congressman Hutchinson's concerns is that the context in which this dialogue occurred was a dialogue over at what point did the President know that Ms. Lewinsky had been subpoenaed. The issue, I think it's fair to say, and my colleagues behind me will elbow me if I don't have it right, was when the President last talked to Ms. Lewinsky, did he at that time know that she had been subpoenaed? And in that setting, what is being done here, I think, in the independent counsel's analysis, is to focus in on that one Q&A without grasping the full universe of questions and answers that pour on that subject.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ruff. And let me just say, I genuinely want to extend my appreciation because you definitely have provided context and texture to the referral from the Office of Independent Counsel, and I hope the American people are listening. You know, the President and the administration have been accused of hair-splitting, semantic gymnastics, and we're talking a lot of conversation. Part of the dialogue today has been about the definition of sexual relations. And I really want to be clear, but it was not the President that suggested a definition of sexual relations in terms of the Paula Jones deposition. Is that a correct statement?
That couldn't be more true, Congressman.
So it wasn't the President that insisted on a definition. In fact, it was counsel for Paula Jones.
That's correct.
Do you remember, I remember seeing, I think it was on Fox TV, Mr. Camerata, who, when asked by a reporter or a journalist, acknowledged that the definition was very confusing and convoluted. Do you have any memory of...
I don't remember seeing that, but I'll accept the...
you will accept that, though. Well, thank you. In fact, my memory of the transcript is that in a conversation with Linda Tripp, Monica Lewinsky herself said words to the effect that, well, you're not really having sex unless you have sexual intercourse. Is my memory correct on that issue?
Your memory is correct.
So, again, I'm going to repeat it because I think it's important to repeat. It was not the President that insisted on that particular convoluted, confusing definition of what constitutes sexual relations.
That's correct.
And am I correct when I state that it was counsel, or it was the judge that ruled that oral sex would not be considered within the concept of that definition?
What she did was to strike those portions of the definition that would encompass that form of activity.
So it was the court that struck that particular aspect of the definition?
That's correct.
Thank you. I yield back.
The distinguished gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I too want to thank you for your time and for your presentation and for your demeanor before this committee, and you're a very effective advocate. I want to address, I would like for you to address what appears to me to be an inconsistency between your strong assertion that the committee should not consider, when we review perjury, we must look at the underlying behavior, but when we look at executive privilege, we cannot look at the underlying behavior, in both cases it being the personal behavior of the President.
No, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that because I don't believe there's any inconsistency at all. Let me describe for you what happened in the executive privilege setting so that I think that will make it clear. Initially, the independent counsel took the position that no conversation that had anything to do with Monica Lewinsky could be covered by executive privilege because it all arose out of the President's personal conduct. It was that issue that we litigated before Judge Johnson. And the position we took was not that we were entitled to assert executive privilege over matters involving the President's personal responsibility, his personal liability, whatever it may have been, but that only to the extent that we were advising the President in the conduct of his official business. For example, what to do about the State of the Union address, which, as you know, came up 6 days after all of this broke, or how to deal with press questions in the setting in which he was meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu or Chairman Arafat, and similar, and his meeting thereafter with Prime Minister Blair. It was in those official areas of conduct that we were saying, you may not inquire, and it's that's the distinction that I think is the difference between those two situations.
Thank you. I don't want to misstate what I think I concluded from your presentations about the difference between misleading and lying, that you admit in many ways that the president misled the public, but he did not lie because in his mind he technically was telling the truth on whatever the point might be at the time. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Do I understand that to mean then an assertion that there is no objective standard for truth? That it is merely the subjective analysis of what one believes to be true at a moment in time?
No, absolutely not. In the case law, if I were in a courtroom now instead of in this hearing room, we'd be talking about what the case law establishes, and it is case law I think that we can all accept, which is you have to make an assessment. Is the person who tells you that's what's in his mind telling you the truth? You make that assessment by whether you believe the person is telling you that, whether there's corroboration for it, whether under the circumstances that is in fact a plausible, believable explanation of what was in his mind, and most importantly, and this is really the crux of it, is what he is telling you was in his mind a reasonable interpretation of the facts. That's the test.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, and I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to place in the record a letter from Donald Alexander, the former commissioner of the IRS, and other materials relating to some of the argument that's been made concerning the action of the 1974 inquiry on the tax fraud article of impeachment against President Nixon.
Without objection, so ordered.
And having put that in the record, I just want to say, Mr. Ruff, that you've quarreled with the independent counsel's presentation of facts, and I have to quarrel with your presentation of the facts relating to the committee's dealing with the tax fraud article against President Nixon. In your submission to the committee, I believe you really misrepresent the facts there. You quote four members who, one of whom you quote totally out of context for the proposition that the committee decided that tax fraud was not an impeachable offense. When the fact of the matter is, and the record shows, that 12 members of the committee, the vast majority of those who expressed an opinion on this subject in the debate, based their decision on the conclusion that there was simply insufficient evidence that tax fraud had been proven. And I think that's a significant omission in your report.
Can I just respond briefly, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If, in fact, our description of those events is in any fashion misleading, I will see to it that it is corrected and resubmitted to the committee. And I will go back and look at it and I will respond directly to you. But I believe, and I haven't flipped through it, but I believe what you'll find in essence is that we acknowledge that there were many different opinions as to why no tax count ought to be returned. But that there were 3 or 4, including Congressman Railsback, Congressman Hogan, and I forget who the others were, who said specifically they don't think that tax evasion rises to the level of an impeachable offense.
That's not what it says.
Mr. Wexler.
I will see to it that it's corrected, Congressman, if it doesn't.
I'm sorry, what?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
A gentleman from Florida is recognized for a unanimous consent request.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put in the record at this point in time the Congressional Research Service report to you on the compilation of presidential claims of executive privilege from the Kennedy through the Clinton administrations.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Wexler.
Mr. Ruff, I think the American people owe you a debt of gratitude for today, I hope finally, putting to rest the argument that the president's lawyers, that the president's side has not responded to the factual allegations against the president by presenting facts. It is undeniable that in your 180-page submission, yours, Mr. Kendall's, Mr. Craig's, that it is replete with dozens and dozens of pages of factual rebuttal to the claims against the president, and certainly your talk here today enunciates many of those factual rebuttals. I would like to talk to the issue of executive privilege, because Mr. Starr had some pretty strong condemnations of what I guess is your legal work or your legal advice. On page 207 of the report, Mr. Starr claims that some of the executive privilege claims were patently groundless. Later on page 207, he refers to other assertions of executive privilege as frivolous. If we turn his page to page 208, right after Mr. Starr either negligently misrepresented the quote to the president or just downright took it out of context, we don't know, he then cites the deception of, I guess, your legal advice and how it continued. On page 209, he then seems to, I guess, get himself into your head because he asserts to this committee that the executive privilege was not the, and I quote, the executive privilege was not the only claim of privilege interposed to prevent the grand jury from gathering relevant information. Mr. Ruff, please take the remainder of my time. Tell us why you recommended to the president to assert executive privilege. Tell us, was your advice to assert a frivolous claim, a patently groundless claim?
Thank you for the opportunity, Congressman. I like to think that I don't give advice to advance frivolous claims in any setting, much less with the President of the United States exercising a constitutional privilege. The law in the District of Columbia Circuit, most recently embodied in a case called In Re Sealed case, which dealt with assertions of executive privilege in the Espy investigation, makes it absolutely clear exactly what the rules are and how broadly the presidential communications privilege extends and what the legitimate boundaries are for that privilege. And it was within the rules set down by that case that we advanced our claims here. Indeed, we advanced them substantially more narrowly than we might otherwise have done if we were in a different setting, because we certainly realized the importance and the gravity of the investigation that was being conducted. Executive privilege was advanced, other than for the lawyers for whom it was wrapped into the attorney-client privilege, for only 2 individuals who, by the middle of March, had either had the claim withdrawn without a court ruling because we believed there was no need for it, or the court had ruled against us and we did not pursue it. So that whatever the independent counsel sees as the purpose, and I certainly would deny any intention improperly to withhold information from the grand jury, there can be no claim that it had even a measurable impact on the conduct of his investigation.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I'm going to hand you, or have handed to you, a couple of documents. If I could have staff do that. And while that's happening, I thought I'd ask you a first question. Thank you. Yesterday, I asked Mr. Craig if he thought Judge Wright should deal with any wrongdoing by the President in the Jones suit, and he said yes. Mr. Ruff, if Judge Wright does take action against the President for his conduct in the Jones suit, and her options range from a mere admonishment to jail time, are you willing to commit on behalf of the President and the White House that the President will be subject to Judge Wright's discipline, if any, and pledge not to invoke the defense that the President is not subject to her jurisdiction because of the impeachment proceedings under the Constitution is the only method of disciplining a sitting President?
I will say this, Congressman, and you pose a question to me I have not really had time to think about. I will say this, that the President has stated through me, and I was very specific this morning, that he, like any other citizen, is subject to the law. And that would certainly include, because he has already been subjected to this civil proceeding, subjected to the orders of the court. The question of whether, while he is still in office, a court could impose a sanction on him.
Let me just shorten it and say that you may argue that during his tenure in office, but after he leaves office.
After he leaves office, just as I said.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking that is that it would seem terribly inconsistent to use such a defense when the White House is now seeking the extra constitutional measure of censure. Now, you said earlier that the First Lady was found to be covered by the executive privilege. Does that mean that Judge Johnson agreed with the assertion that information could be withheld, or only that, in a proper context, the President could assert privilege as to the First Lady's discussions?
The latter.
Because, in fact, in the document or the information that was being sought was given to the independent
As was
counsel.
true of all claims of executive privilege in this matter, the judge ruled that the showing finally made by the independent counsel overcame our interest in confidentiality.
Incidentally, I had wanted to see how you were coming across on television when you invoked my name earlier. So I was in the room watching out there. I was riveted by your description, and let me just say that you are coming across quite well, and I think that the way the information is coming forward, I think will be helpful to people like Mr. Berman, who has made up his mind that he disagrees with you, but that's not because of your demeanor, I will say. On the other hand, you were quite rough with the independent counsel. You said, misstated and misquoted the issues that I had dealt with earlier. Looking at the documents, let me have you look at the document labeled number 1, and there's a yellow tab there that will show the part that's relevant. That's a declaration filed by you, which you referred to this morning, under the seal with the D.C. District Court on March 17, 1998, in which you were attempting to assert executive privilege for Mr. Lindsay and Mr. Blumenthal.
Right.
On the very last page, under penalty of perjury, you assert, quote, I have discussed with the President these areas. Of course, you have many areas in there, but these areas of inquiry and the privileged nature of the information sought. The President has directed me to invoke formally the privileges applicable to these communications, unquote.
Yes, Congress.
Now, a week later, while the first document was still under seal, the President was asked by the Washington Post in Africa about rumors that executive privilege was being asserted. And let me direct you to the document number 2, which is that article. Now, this was at a time when there was a great deal of public interest in the issue of executive privilege, and the President did not want to deal with that. So let me read you the characterization by the Post in that case, which is, Clinton, who has not yet acknowledged publicly even that he is asserting executive privilege, was pressed by reporters to explain why he is trying to block testimony. His voice curt and his expression cold. That's the Post reporter saying that, not me. The President responded as though he were a bystander in a controversy rather than its central character. All I know is I saw an article about it in the paper today, said Clinton, referring to the packet of news clippings faxed each morning to him on the road. I haven't discussed that with my lawyers. I don't know. You should ask someone who knows. Now, my question is, did you discuss with President Clinton asserting executive privilege on behalf of the First Lady in that document, in the document which you avert to? And before you answer, let me just point out that on page...
let me point out your time has elapsed, but I don't want to foreclose Mr.
I'm happy to respond, Mr. Chairman. I'll just be very brief.
Would you do that in the context of paragraph 44, in which you specifically refer to the First Lady?
Yes. The situation, and this is fully set out in pleadings subsequent to this, Congress, which we'll be happy to point you to so that you have the full record, that this issue was litigated. The independent counsel made the argument that somehow the claim as to the conversations between Mr. Blumenthal and the First Lady wasn't covered because it hadn't been adequately focused on by the President. Now, in fact, what I said in that subsequent litigation was, quite consistently with my declaration and with normal process, we had to, because the independent counsel refused to provide any accommodation and tell us what he wanted, areas he wanted to talk in, we had to go to the President and say, they're inquiring about communications between Mr. Blumenthal, among others, and senior advisors to you, among whom is the First Lady. We don't know what they're going to ask. We need your authorization where an appropriate, protected communication among senior advisors is sought to be able to seek appropriate protection for it. The President authorized that. Obviously, we could not, and I don't think anybody would have expected us to, go back to the President when a witness was in the grand jury and say, Mr. President, they just asked Mr. Blumenthal about a conversation he had with Rahm Emanuel, the First Lady, whoever it might be. Would you specifically authorize us to assert the privilege? And the court accepted that position.
I want to say to the gentleman from Utah that as your time is expiring, asking a complicated question prolongs and I want to be fair to the witness. No, it isn't fair to you.
Mr. Chairman, my question was very simple. It was only, had he talked to the president about asserting the privilege as the First Lady? And I didn't hear the answer to that question.
Well, okay, but well, we'll just move on. Mr. Rothman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ruff. I'd like to make some observations. In my opinion, those at this point in our inquiry who are advocating the impeachment of President Clinton based on the charges raised by Judge Starr are going to do two very dangerous things. One is to expand the Constitution's definition or standard for impeachment without getting a vote of the people or the states. And second, to turn traditional notions of fairness and American due process on their heads. And let me explain. We were told by experts over the past several weeks that the original standard was treason, bribery, and high crimes and misdemeanors against the state. And that the words against the state meant against the three branches of government, the president's ability to carry on his affairs of state. It was the words against the state, high crimes and misdemeanors against the state, that phrase against the state was taken out by the Committee on Style without the intention of changing the meaning. Those on the other side of the aisle and those who wish to have the president impeached at this stage of the proceedings say, well, forget about the words against the state. It's not there, so let's talk about personal conduct. It's got to be, if it's high crimes and misdemeanors, that's enough. Well, we heard from the panel today of Republican and Democratic prosecutors that no responsible prosecutor would call the charges, would raise the charges by Mr. Starr crimes and wouldn't indict on them. So then the folks on the other side of the aisle say, well, okay, it doesn't have to be a crime. It can just be a violation of the civil rule of law, and lying in a civil deposition is something that's bad, and we have to tell our children that it's bad. And when we tell them that there's penalties by a civil court judge against lying under oath in a civil deposition, and that, as a matter of fact, maybe that was one of the reasons the president settled that civil case for $850,000, they say, well, maybe that's not enough. What they want to do is add a new standard to the Constitution: treason, bribery, high crimes and misdemeanors, and wrongful non-criminal behavior. Well, I dare say that we can discuss the merits of that, but it's not presently in the Constitution. Then they want to say that Judge Starr presents evidence, which he hasn't. He presents a referral, which everyone agrees would be not admissible. Then yourself, Mr. Ruff, and Mr. Kendall present your rebuttal to his referral, which is also not admissible. So we have not one single fact witness. And they say, okay, but it's the president's obligation to prove his innocence. The long-standing notion in American justice that the accused doesn't have to raise a defense. It's up to the prosecution first to bear the burden of proof. Here, a clear and convincing standard of proof. They say it can be accomplished without one single fact witness. I dare say that as I read history, the framers of the Constitution would have recoiled in horror and shock at the notion that we, as a Congress, must accept the word of a government official, here the prosecutor, the independent counsel, without a single corroborating fact witness, not only to convict someone of a crime, but to impeach the President of the United States. They would say it's preposterous. Only if, as of today, maybe they'll present some fact witnesses. If you accept their notion that what's occurred requires the impeachment of the president, then you must say that the constitutional definition of impeachable offenses has been expanded and amended without the people say so, and without the states voting on it, and that we're going to turn the presumption of innocence and the burden of proof on the prosecution on its head and make it a presumption of guilt and put the burden of proving one's innocence on the accused.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Utah has a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I request that the two documents I referred to earlier be inserted into the record.
Without objection, so
you need them back, Congressman? Or
no, thank you.
I have this, okay.
I have copies.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Rogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, good afternoon. I thank you for your very cogent and able presentation today. I'm also going to say something that might surprise you. I think you're right when you say, or essentially express the idea that words are everything when it comes to looking at perjury and lying under oath. Definitions may be misleading, they may even be maddening, but that's what we lawyers do. We're supposed to parse these statements and look at the hyper-technical definitions and whether reasonable inferences can be drawn. I do want to make sure I understand your position. From the beginning, the President takes the position that he never lied to the American people or while giving testimony under oath. Essentially, he simply misled them with a different definition, and he was sending the same message both to the American people and the courts. Is that a fair?
I think that's fair, Congressman, yes.
And he did that intentionally because in his own mind he drew a distinction between the technical definition of sexual relations and the definition of improper relationship or something along those lines, which is how he now characterizes his relationship with Monica Lewinsky.
Yes, I think that's correct.
You suggested earlier in your testimony this is a distinction that he has drawn since the Jones deposition. My notes indicate you said the definitions are one that he held in his mind in January and in August, and he has so testified.
Yes.
And in determining whether the President either perjured himself or lied under oath in this matter, you're asking the committee to look to his state of mind from the beginning of this whole episode and make that determination.
Yes.
That's, I think, a very fair analysis on a technical legal point, and I will say to you that I agree with you that if the record supports this technical parsing, then I don't think this would be an appropriate avenue for us to go down by way of an impeachment resolution. Would you agree with me, however, if the record did not support that and demonstrated the President was lying, that would be fair game for a committee to review?
If any member of this committee, in good conscience weighing the evidence, concludes that my assessment is wrong, of course you must take it up and determine what action is appropriate.
Well, let me share with you what troubles me in this area and see if it rises to that level. In the January 17th deposition, the Paula Jones case, the President was asked if he ever had sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky, and his answer was definitive. He said, "I have never had sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky. I've never had an affair with her." And I take it that was the definition that he adopted that would protect him from being charged with lying.
I think there are two pieces to that. The sexual relations definition, which is encompassed in the actual document put before him, and what he has already testified, that a sexual affair or other sexual relationship encompasses for him sexual intercourse.
That part I understand. Now, let's move on to 4 days later. He was being interviewed by Jim Lara, and he said, well, it's actually what he didn't say is interesting. He did not use that carefully crafted phrase to deny his conduct. He used a much broader phrase, and I'm quoting now from the interview of January 21st. He said, "There is no improper relationship." And Mr. Lara asked, "No improper relationship. Define what you mean by that." The President responded, "Well, I think you know what it means. It means there is not a sexual relationship, an improper sexual relationship, or any other kind of improper relationship." On that very same day, the President sent his press secretary, Michael McCurry, out to deny that he had no improper relationship, not a sexual relationship. And when the press asked Mr. McCurry to define what an improper relationship meant, Mr. McCurry gave the famous phrase, "I don't want to parse the words." And finally, the President gave an interview to Roll Call when he was asked about his relationship. The President said, "Let me say the relationship was not an improper one. But let me answer, it is not an improper relationship, and I know what the word means." Question, was it in any way sexual? The President, the relationship was not sexual, and I know what you mean, and the answer is no. And then we had the finger-wagging speech a few days after that where he said, "Everybody listen to me, I did not have sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky." Mr. Ruff, he used those phrases interchangeably.
The gentleman's time has expired. The distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I think you've done an excellent job this afternoon. I think that you have presented yourself very well. I think you've presented the President's case very well, and you can be proud of that. I think that for the first time today in this proceedings that those who are watching these proceedings and the members here are engaged, because this is the first opportunity, I think, that really you've been able to take advantage of to present the President's side of the case. This proceeding has been marked by claims that, by the Democratic side, that this has not been a fair proceeding. You have said several times that you feel somewhat hampered because you don't know what you're responding to. I have here the articles of impeachment, the 4 articles of impeachment that have just been released to us. So apparently, out of the feeling of fairness, you have about 4 minutes to respond to the 4 articles of impeachment, which you have not seen. The first article deals with...
Would the gentleman yield just briefly? Because we had agreed not to give them the articles until after they had finished so that it wouldn't disrupt the proceedings. They just came off the press and it was given to the members. And it wasn't meant to disrespect counsel for the President. So I was hoping that we didn't try to get into that at this point.
Well, then I will withhold that. But I will ask you, Mr. Ruff,
I think you should be able to.
Because this is your last opportunity with the Democratic questioner in these proceedings. From here, we'll move to the stage where we have to make decisions. So I'm the last questioner from this side of the aisle, and clearly the grand jury charge is the most serious charge. And I want you to make your argument again to this committee as to why the President should not be impeached for his statements before the grand jury.
Congressman, I think, let me go right to what has been the heart of the debate here on this subject today, and is very real, and it needs to be addressed in 2 respects. One is the pure, factual, what would trial lawyers do issue in a setting in which the President says he did not touch certain parts of Ms. Lewinsky's body, and she says he did. I think it's fair to say, amongst all those here who are former prosecutors, that that kind of conflict between 2 witnesses simply would never be pursued in a court of law. Should it be pursued in this committee? I think for the same reasons that you cannot reach the level of clear and convincing evidence, you ought not even to consider whether, or if you consider it, you cannot arrive at the conclusion that the President committed an act which would take you to the next level of the discussion, that is the determination as to whether or not he ought to be impeached and removed from office. But I want to pass over all of that and go to the heart of the issue, which is, even if you take, as some of the members on the majority side have suggested they do, Ms. Lewinsky's testimony as the truthful version, I still am convinced, and I believe that it is the most consistent position, most consistent with our Constitution and our history and our form of government, that you may criticize the President. He has criticized himself. If you believe he acted in this fashion, you ought to censure him in whatever fashion seems most appropriate. But you cannot overturn the will of the people, even if you find that there is clear and convincing evidence, which I do not think you can, that the President was wrong and Monica Lewinsky was right on that point.
Okay, thank you, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ruff, I agree with you. If it comes down to who touched who, we're not going to overturn the will of the people. My quarrel is not with you, Mr. Ruff. I think you're a fine lawyer and have done a good job. My quarrel is with your client. My quarrel goes sort of like this. We're bastardizing the English language. I can only believe your defense if I check my common sense at the door and I forget the way the world really works. I'm singularly unimpressed with this defense. This defense is a rehashing of facts already in our presence, except the quote about in Africa. I do appreciate you reinterpreting the facts. The term alone is a get-out-of-jail-free card according to your client, because when you ask him, were you ever alone with a woman, he says, well, no, I wasn't. and he meant there were other people in the building. When you try to prosecute him for perjury based on a different version of how they related to each other, the defense is, well, you can't corroborate it because there are only two people there. There's nobody else there. The term alone seems to be used in many ways in an inconsistent way and in an offensive way to me. And if people in America follow Bill Clinton speak, we're going to ruin the rule of law, and he's not worth that. No one person in America is worth trashing out the rule of law and creating a situation where you can't rely on your common sense. I'm not through yet. The biggest problem I got with your client is not about a consensual affair gone awry. Grand jury perjury, no excuse anytime, anywhere. It's not about how they touched. I believe your client lied when he said he wasn't paying attention to the discussion that Mr. Bennett had with the judge. I've seen the videotape deposition. He's following it very closely, nodding his head. He knew it was a false affidavit because he colluded, in my opinion, with Ms. Lewinsky to defraud Paula Jones from getting to a relevant material fact. I believe that. Nothing has changed, in my opinion, there. But the most disturbing thing about your client to me goes like this. Do you know Sidney Blumenthal?
I do.
Right after January the 18th, your client, for the first time, in my opinion, got wind of the fact that there may have been something known about Miss Lewinsky that his little collusion with her would not protect. That they knew something he didn't know. This is a statement he makes to Mr. Blumenthal after Dick Morris, who's a real character but a pretty smart guy, tells the president that if he had just come clean, it may save him because it might have saved Richard Nixon. And here's Blumenthal's discussion according to Blumenthal's testimony. Are they close friends, by the way?
Who's close?
Blumenthal and the president.
I truly do not know the answer to that.
Okay, well, we'll find out about that later. Now, I said to the president, what have you done wrong? And he said, nothing. I haven't done anything wrong. I said, well, then that's one of the stupidest ideas I've ever heard, the idea of being confessing. Why would you do that if you done nothing wrong? And it was at this point that he gave his account of what happened to me, and he said that Monica, and it came very fast. Listen, female members of this committee. He said, Monica Lewinsky came at me and made a sexual demand on me. He rebuffed her, he said. I've gone down that road before. I've caused pain for a lot of people, and I'm not going to do that again. She threatened me. She said that she would tell people they had an affair, and that she was known as the stalker among her peers, and that she hated it, and that if she had an affair or said she had an affair, then she wouldn't be the stalker anymore. And I repeated to the president that he really needed never to be near people who were troubled like this, that it was just he needed not to be near troubled people like this. And I said, you need to find some sure footing here, some solid ground. And he said, I feel like a character in a novel. I feel like somebody who's surrounded by an oppressive force that's creating a lie about me, and I can't get the truth out. I feel like the character in the novel, The Darkness at Noon. Do you agree with me that the President of the United States is telling an operative, for lack of a better word, that Monica Lewinsky was a sexual predator coming on to him?
No, he said it's true.
I take it that the implication in your use of the word operative, Congressman, is
ever what relationship Blumenthal had with him, he was passing on a story about Monica Lewinsky, giving this individual an impression that he was having to fight Monica Lewinsky off. Is that true or not?
You read the language, and I take it we can all understand it, but the one thing I want to be absolutely certain of, because I think your implication is that this was somehow a directive to go out and trash Ms. Lewinsky or otherwise to denigrate her. And if that's true, let me tell you from someone who was involved, I think from day one through today, in what the White House was doing and not doing, didn't happen. Never was thought of.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Bono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to yield to Congressman Graham for the amount of time that he needs.
Let's continue that thought. Is it your testimony that no one in the White House has ever planted a story in the press that Monica Lewinsky is a stalker, unreliable, a troubled young lady, shouldn't be believed? Is that your testimony?
Congressman, obviously I wouldn't know whether there was ever anybody in the White House, but I will tell you this. That
there was no organized effort.
There was no authorized effort.
Authorized effort.
Because we thought long and hard about how to defend this president and how to deal with the very proceedings we are going on today.
I want to read. Thank you. Thank you very much. You've answered my question.
I have not,
Please let me continue. You're saying there's no organized effort. I have got a mountain of press stories. January the 31st, 1998. Should they paint her as a friendly fantasist or a malicious stalker? That poor child has serious emotional problems. Representative Charlie Rangel said Tuesday night before the State of the Union. She's fantasizing, and I haven't heard that she played with the full deck and other experiences. One of the most respected members of this House who was passing along something told to him by somebody. Charlie Rangel's a good man, but he was of the belief that this is a disturbed young lady. I will read to you other press accounts shortly after. One White House aide called reporters to offer information about Monica Lewinsky's past. Her weight problems and what the aide said was her nickname, the Stalker. Junior staff members speaking on the condition that they not be identified said she was known as a flirt who wore skirts too short and was a little bit weird. I can go on and on. The trouble girl defense. The one White House aides have been quietly testing out on reporters is the trouble girl defense. The great feeler of all pain, who also bears the scars of a turbulent upbringing, was just being kind to Lewinsky because she was a child of a difficult divorce, because Bernard Lewinsky's parents were German Jews who escaped to El Salvador. The White House even speculated about family Holocaust scars. I have tons of press reports linked back to the White House saying this girl is unreliable, that she is basically crazy and weird, and I'm telling you, I believe your client left that deposition, planted a story in Blumenthal's mind, and tried to get Betty Curry to believe she wanted to have sex with me, and I couldn't do that. He was trying to tell Betty Curry that she was coming on to him, and that the President of the United States, his state of mind is established based on what he told two people close to him.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order.
Shortly after that, the press operation in the White House turns on this young lady. They were calling her unbelievably vile names, questioning her sanity, and if it had not been for that blue dress, they would have tore her to pieces.
Congressman,
Mr. Chairman, a point of order. Charlie Rangel's name has been mentioned as if he was working in connection with the White House.
No, sir.
Go order. The gentleman from Michigan has
regular order, Mr. Chairman.
I really think we should be more careful about the use of members of integrity in the House and what their connection is with the narrative that my distinguished colleague.
Well, the chair will say he heard Mr. Graham read from a newspaper account.
Can I please make this correct? I have no higher opinion of anybody than Charlie Rangel. He's a Marine Corps veteran who served in Korea. Charlie Rangel was repeating something somebody told him. He had no reason to believe. I believe that's what the newspaper accounts show, that Mr. Rangel was passing on a thought planted in his mind, and he's a very innocent victim of the spin machine, like maybe all of us are around here.
Words. He don't need to have anybody plant
The gentlelady is not recognized. The gentleman's time has almost expired, and
I yield back the balance of my time, and I
thank
really
the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. The witness was on the point of answering when.
Oh, all right.
When the point of order came, shouldn't the witness have a chance to
He
answer?
surely should. The gentleman may answer if he wishes.
I would only make 2 points with all due respect, Congressman. Other than your speculation, you have no basis to suggest that the President of the United States ever directed any such sort
Mr.
of...
Ruff,
let me...
how do you establish state of the mind of a witness?
I think out of all due courtesy, I'm entitled to 30 seconds to respond to a 10-minute question.
Okay.
You have no basis for making that allegation, and I will tell you that to the extent I have any personal knowledge, I will represent to you that to the contrary, a very careful and well-considered decision was made to do our damnedest to ensure that, in fact, no such personal attack was ever made. Thank you,
I thank the gentleman. Everybody's... Mr. Nadler.
I don't know if this is a point of order or what, but I just asked if the chair would suggest to the witness he speak more closely to the microphone.
I apologize. It's been a long afternoon, but I'll try to stay close.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Chairman, I have time remaining, and I yield it to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Ruff, I'll come.
What time?
The gentleman may state of just a moment. I'm about to entertain a parliamentary inquiry. What is your
I just
inquiry?
question, Mr. Jenkins hadn't been called on at all before?
He reserved his time. Mr. Graham has been yielded Mr. Jenkins' time.
I suggest this solution to this problem, that I will get the press reports that I'm referring to, and I will introduce them into the record, and every committee member will have a chance to look and see what was going on toward Ms. Lewinsky, what was coming out of the White House, and they can make their own decisions about how this started. I also would like to point both the committee members to the fact that we have statements from the President shortly after the deposition where he is planning in the mind of Mr. Blumenthal a story that is patently false, a story that if you believe he was having to defend himself from Monica Lewinsky, the stalker, a term he used. Shortly after the President used the term stalker, we see press accounts where White House sources are calling her a stalker. He goes to his secretary the day after the deposition and runs a passage by her basically saying she wanted to have sex with me and I couldn't do that. I've always wondered what that was about. Now I believe it's not so much trying to influence her testimony as to plant into Miss Curry's mind or thought pattern that Monica Lewinsky was coming on to him. Every member needs to look at this. This is something that is more than consensual sex. This is something, in my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, where a high public official is using the trappings of his office, the White House, to go after a potential witness who, if that witness is called and gives testimony down the road in a sworn fashion, not just tapes, that what he is trying to do is set up a defense to make her not believable, that this witness possesses information that would hurt his political and legal interest, and the President of the United States, I believe, planted stories that were false, and shortly after those stories were planted, the White House operation went into effect, notifying the press that if you ever hear anything about this witness, you need to know she's unreliable, she's a stalker, she's basically not a responsible person. That Bill Clinton did, in fact, like so many women in the past, that Monica Lewinsky was going to go through hell. And that the only thing that stopped this was it was just maybe one too many women to trash out, or it became the blue dress. You can think what you want to about Linda Tripp, but I can tell you right now, believe in the bottom of my heart, ladies and gentlemen, if she didn't have that blue dress proving a relationship, they would have cut her up, and I've got evidence in the press reports coming out from the White House sources after the President plants in the minds of two people close to him that she was coming on to him. That was a false story, and I do believe for a moment in time, the President of the United States used the full power and force of the White House to go after a young lady so that he couldn't hurt him politically and legally. And that is far more like Watergate than Peyton Place. And I'm going to believe that probably till I die. And I don't ask you to accept my rendition of the facts. I do ask every member, especially the female members here, if you've ever done a rape trial, you know what comes women's way sometimes. They wear their skirts too tight and they're flirtatious, and you got to watch out for these type ladies. They even called her Elvira at one time in one of the press reports, that this is serious. And I do wish the President would reconcile him with the law, Mr. Ruff, himself with the law. I do wish he would quit saying alone means one thing one time and means something else. I do believe that the President of the United States was willing to use the weight of his office, take a consensual sex partner, a 22-year-old lady, and he was going to turn on her, and they were going to unleash stuff on her that she would never been able to handle. And that, to me, is far worse or as bad as anything that anybody has brought to my attention in this case. And I need to reconcile this in my mind, and I'll try to keep an open heart so we can bring this country together. But I will give the members of the committee the press reports, and you can read for yourself what they were about to do and what they were calling this young lady, and it was not going to be pretty. And I will yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, a unanimous consent request.
I will apologize.
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman.
If you will just please be quiet. Mr. Booyer has time that he wants to use now.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous
but
consent
I will
request.
be happy to entertain motions. Mr. Frank
of
has
personal-
I'll get to you next. Just a minute.
I would ask unanimous consent after that loaded, filibustered question that the gentleman be given a chance to respond. To put a question such as that, to use up the full 5 minutes deliberately so that there can be no chance to respond is inappropriate, and I would ask unanimous consent that the witness be given a couple of minutes to respond.
I would join in that unanimous consent to give Mr. Ruff time. But before we get to that, we have Ms. Waters to deal with. Ms. Waters.
Point of personal privilege. I resent Mr. Lindsay's reference.
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
Ms. Waters, have you a point of order?
Yes, my point of personal privilege is the reference that he made to every woman on this committee.
Ma'am, I didn't
Well,
mean
that certainly includes you.
I didn't mean to. I certainly didn't mean to do anything disparaging.
I
All
know
I'm
what
saying
you
is
did
I've been
not
a
mean to do, but
prosecutor in
I have a
cases.
point of personal privilege,
Yes, ma'am.
which
Please
I'm
state your point.
appealing to.
Please state your point.
My point is that he made a reference to what every woman on this committee should do and how we should feel about the spin that he just put on wild allegations about the President of the United States. I think as one of the women of this committee, and every other woman should have an opportunity to respond, since he is talking for us and about
Regular
us.
order, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
Regular order.
I think your point is you've taken offense and you've expressed your resentment, and
No, I have not.
I
I'm
apologize
asking
if
your
I've
permission
offended
to do
her.
such, Mr. Chair.
Regular order, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it really isn't a point of order. It is. I want you to express yourself. I think you have. Could you do it in another minute, maybe?
Oh, come on.
Yes, I would like to say that every member of this committee should be offended by the spin that was just, the wild spin that was just put on by Mr. Lindsay in attempting to somehow send a message to Monica Lewinsky that she's been undermined by the President of the United States and thus set her up to be angry at the President in case she's called as a witness. We're no fools.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Booyer is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Who?
a unanimous consent
I'm sorry, Mr. Ruff is recognized for 3 minutes.
I'll try not to use all of that time, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you letting me respond. Congressman Graham, I have the greatest respect for you. I have to make two fundamental points. One, I absolutely reject the notion that the President of the United States either explicitly or implicitly authorized, directed, hinted at, or caused any such attack of the sort you describe. But second, I must say, even out of the greatest respect for members of this committee, that to be greeted at the end of a long day by the next to the last speaker with a litany of charges never heard before, not even, I believe, included in whatever document it was that I was handed a few minutes ago, does not give us any reasonable opportunity for fair response. And I would ask the chair's permission that if this is to be, in any respect, a factor in the consideration of this committee's grave duties over the next few days, that we be given an opportunity first to have clear and explicit statements by the congressman with whatever supporting information he believes he has, and second, a reasonable opportunity to respond.
Well, we have a schedule we're trying to adhere to. Mr. Graham can put together a package of his documentation and get it to you immediately for your review and response. We're not going to be through with our business, I don't think, until Saturday at the earliest. And anything you want to add by way of rebuttal or amplification or commentary would be received by the committee. This is a kind of a wild card situation, unanticipated, but why don't you...
Mr. Chairman, since I was referred to, I'll be glad to do that. And in terms of the timing, as I've said, this became clear to me after trying to figure out what he was saying to Betty Curry and we'll all have a chance to
Regular
evaluate if it makes
order.
any sense, and I will gladly give you the press
Regular
releases.
order, Mr.
Well, I
Chairman.
think we're trying to wind this up, and I'm trying to get Mr. Graham, and he seems to be agreeing to present his information to Mr. Ruff, whereupon Mr. Ruff can analyze it and respond in some appropriate way. You just let me know how you want to do it, if you want to come back. But we
I will be glad to do that. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. We'll work within your timelines.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, I was hoping that there would be a way to work out for his return, that Mr. Ruff would need to be back if he so desired.
He thought you were his friend, John.
If Mr. Ruff so desires, but I would hope this can be handled through the U.S. mails.
No.
If I could leave this, if I could leave this open, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Conyers, thank you for the opportunity. If I could get back to you and let you know how best we would like to be able to respond.
That's fair.
Sure. We will give you an opportunity to respond, but we are on a schedule that, see, we have to file our report next week. It has to lay over 2 days. Christmas is coming, and all of this enters into our calculus. But you are entitled to respond because those were serious charges, and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
We will do so.
Now, Mr. Booyer is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was struck by Ms. Waters' comments that somehow Mr. Graham's statements here was an effort to anger Monica Lewinsky against the president. You know, my reading of a lot of the evidence here, Mr. Ruff, when I read Monica Lewinsky's deposition after the president's statement to the American people on August 17th, there wasn't anybody that could have angered Monica Lewinsky more than that statement. So I don't know anything anybody here can do. The president pretty well angered Monica Lewinsky, and it really came out in that deposition that she gave to Ken Starr. I just wanted to share that with you. The one thing that is bothering me is that part of your defense here today, and Mr. Craig's of yesterday, is to come before the committee and to make an admission that the president's intent was to be evasive and incomplete, mislead, yet he was legally and technically accurate in anything and everything he did. And not only all of yesterday, but today, you were also very accurate, never, ever to say the president lied. So you've done a good job. You never fell for that. So you've stuck with the game plan. Now, I agree with you. To prove perjury, earlier you made the comment, you must make, the trier here must make an assessment. It must be plausible and believable explanation with regard to the state of mind. Okay? Now, if in fact you have a witness who has perhaps a motive to lie, if in fact they are not helpful, they have an attitude to be misleading, to be evasive, to be incomplete, that all of that is relevant evidence to the trier of fact.
Absolutely.
Is it not?
It is.
It is. Okay. Now, one thing that I'm trying to reconcile, and Mr. Graham brought up the comment about, you know, if I have to believe some of the defense, you're saying to leave our common sense out the door. So here's one thing that does bother me. I hate to go back to the gifts, but I'm going to go back to the gifts for the moment because this question about feigned forgetfulness.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you work with the president more than anyone else in this room, perhaps, and Bruce Lindsay knows him much, much better. The president's memory is very good, is it not?
It is.
Now, I guess what is troubling to me is when I read the referral, out of the referral here, and it's in reference to, it says a day or two after Christmas. Now, I remember that because I was with the president on Air Force One. We went to Bosnia. And when we came back from Bosnia, a few days later, what happens? Miss Curry lets Monica Lewinsky into the White House on a Sunday morning, December 28th. Now, she lets her in there so she can give gifts to the president. But now what's interesting is that what happened later? The two of them, according to the referral, which cites then the grand jury testimony, is that she wants to know how she ended up on the witness list. The president's not sure how she ended up on the witness list and said, well, it must have been Linda Tripp, or maybe it was the Secret Service. He didn't know at the time. But then she says she mentioned with anxiety that she received a subpoena with regard to the hat pin. And he asked a specific question about the hat pin. Then 3 weeks later, the president asked a specific question at the civil deposition with regard to what gifts did you give. He said, I don't remember. Do you know what gifts? And then he comes back and says...
It's the last part that's...
Pardon?
It's the last part that's important, Congressman. That's right.
Yeah, but this feigned memory about I don't recall, there are a series... I don't have the time. I see that my yellow light is on. But I have a series of case law, and I know you have seen it also, where individuals have been prosecuted for I don't recall, I don't know, I don't remember, when in fact they know. And so what I have difficulty reconciling, and I want you to give your explanation, is when, in fact, the president, and I agree with you, has a great memory, even asked the witness about the hat pin, then testifies and says, I don't know, I don't recall. Can you please, I'd ask unanimous consent that Mr. Ruff be permitted to answer that question to reconcile.
I'll do it very briefly because you yourself pointed at the critical issue there. And I commend you not only to the transcript of his testimony, but when we all get to see it, to the video as well. It's clear that what he's saying is, I don't recall, please remind me. It's a virtually one sentence. And what he's, look, I don't know how many presents the president gets, but lots. What he said was not, I don't recall any, I don't recall not ever getting gifts. What he said was, I don't recall, tell me which ones, remind me which ones they are. And that, it seems to me, is the natural human response under the circumstances.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
Totally.
Who's speaking? Yes.
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Yes, please state it.
I would ask that unanimous consent that a letter signed by about 80 scholars and former elected officials and cabinet members and so on, calling for the impeachment of the president, rebutting some of the information earlier submitted by other scholars, be made a part of the record.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentlelady from California.
Unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman. I have a letter here that was sent by one of our colleagues, Mr. Alcee Hastings, talking about the way that information was received in his case and asking that that information be provided in ways that other members of Congress would have easy access.
Without objection, it may be made a part of the record. We have reached the end of a stimulating day, and I want to thank Mr. Ruff for his patience and for his superb presentation. We will convene at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and so these hearings pursuant to House Resolution 581 are concluded, and the committee stands adjourned till 9 a.m. tomorrow.
And you've been watching our gavel-to-gavel coverage here in America's Voice of the impeachment hearings. And I'm joined here by Bruce Blossel. Bruce, it got a little feisty there with Lindsey Graham from South Carolina, who had quite a bit of time to debate the issue of Mr. Clinton's intentions of trying to trash Monica Lewinsky. What did you make of that?
Well, Lindsey Graham has been considered to be one of the bellwether congressmen, meaning because he's considered moderate to conservative, as Lindsey Graham goes, so would a lot of other moderate to conservative Republicans. And he's been holding back quite a bit, but as you saw just a few moments ago, he finally blew his stack. I mean, there's no other way to put it. He's been saying that if the president would just come forward and come clean, he would give him a lot of slack, but he became extremely irritated by all the evasiveness, and now finding evidence, what he considers to be evidence, that the White House really did come down on Monica Lewinsky with a ton of bricks to try and move her one way or the other. Apparently he just had no more patience for this and got very irritated.
Well, certainly it's going to be interesting to watch when a lot of the moderate Republicans and some of the conservative Democrats making a decision. We're going to be covering this, of course, as you know, all the way through. We appreciate that you've been staying with America's Voice. We're going to be continuing with all of the coverage throughout the period that this is live on television. We plan to proceed with the regular programming scheduled here on America's Voice. And so we will hope that you will stay with us, as we are going to be involving you as well in the discussion, and you call our network, which of course the number is 1-877-AMVOICE. Paul Weyrich will be coming up, so please stay with us.
This is WVCY, TV 30, Milwaukee.
Rabin's assassination, the Gulf War, Clinton's election, the Oklahoma City bombing, and Timothy McVeigh. Were all these predicted in the Bible? The mysterious Bible codes continue to be examined to find fascinating hidden facts from the Word of God. Is the code legitimate, and does it give added evidence of the authenticity of Scripture? Hear an intense discussion on this topic today on God's News Behind the News. And now here is commentator Joe Van Koovering.
Thank you. You know, one of the most amazing biblical discoveries of our day has got to be the mysterious Bible codes. Surely you've heard or read about these encoded words and messages being found within the text of Scripture. Michael Drosnin's best-selling work entitled The Bible Code captured the attention of the nation. Dr. Ray Brubaker himself has reported extensively in the past on this broadcast concerning Mr. Drosnin's discoveries and the ramifications of those things which he shared. Well, it didn't take long for Mr. Drosnin's work to set off an avalanche of inquiry, investigation, and heated debate concerning this issue. Many books and articles have since been published in both the Christian community and the secular publishing world at large, with lines being drawn in which voices are loudly supporting the Bible code phenomena on one side, and also those who are solidly warning against the Bible codes lined up on the opposite side. And this is why we took the occasion to address this important debate head-on during our 1998 International Prophecy Conference. We assembled a panel of leading authors and researchers to discuss this very important subject. And in today's broadcast, and in the next few following weeks, we want to take you into this exciting debate to see and hear for yourself what our panel of speakers had to say, and thereby examine the evidence yourself. On this, our first broadcast in this series, you will hear Grant Jeffrey expound upon what the ELS codes really are, and they set the stage for our vigorous debate which is to follow. So we go now into the convocation from the 1998 International Prophecy Conference with the exciting discussion about the mysterious Bible codes. A couple things that I want to just share with you quick, and then I'm going to have Grant take a few brief moments as we had discussed. In the recent book, referring to the heated debate, the fact that this is a heated debate, Satinover's book, Cracking the Bible Code, and I have a copy of that here. He has a whole chapter dealing with the debate, and he says this: scrutiny has become more intense and more sophisticated. In other words, the scrutiny concerning this issue. Refutation has required that the research itself be fine-tuned. And I say that to all of the men on this panel today. In some cases, extended beyond its original parameters. In short, this is him saying this, after years of relevant quiet, the debate over the Bible code has taken on the character of an intense scientific dispute. And whether we like it or not, whether we wanted it or not, that's pretty much where this discussion and debate has gone. Now, there's many tremendous men in the body of Christ. Ray just referred to some, and of course this host of speakers here today who strongly are very supportive of the Bible code. I know that Joseph Stoll, president of Moody Bible Institute, recently posed the question concerning the Bible codes. He wrote, quote, Michael Drosnin's book, The Bible Code, has taken our insatiable curiosity for the mysterious by storm. And then he asks, who would have dreamed secret codes locked in the letters and words of the Old Testament that when decoded reveal details of the future with remarkable precision? He adds, I've always believed the Bible is a supernatural book, yet I have to admit that even for this believer, it's a stretch to imagine that God wanted to give our world a hidden code as added evidence of the authenticity of Scripture. Interesting from his perspective. David Reagan, a prophecy writer and scholar many of us know, refers to the Bible code saying, quote, I am convinced that the code is legitimate. Because of this conclusion, I believe it is one more piece of evidence that substantiates the supernatural origin of the Bible. And he adds, I also believe it substantiates the verbal, word-for-word inspiration of the Bible. And he concludes by saying, I think the timing of the code's revelation is significant in another respect. I see it as just one more sign of the soon return of the Lord. And most of us would say amen. Of course, author by the name of Grant Jeffrey had this to say in his book, The Handwriting of God. I'm going to quote you here, Grant. It's all right, isn't it? I believe the code has provided this extraordinary new evidence in the form of the Bible codes to prove to this generation of skeptics that the Bible is truly the Word of God. And he adds, the complex nature of these codes mean that the phenomenal discovery of these encoded words could not have occurred until the development of high-speed computers during the last 15 years. In a sense, God secretly hid these incredible codes within the text of the Bible thousands of years ago with a time lock that could not be opened until the arrival of our generation and the development of sophisticated computers. In his prophetic foreknowledge, God knew that our generation would be characterized by an unrelenting attack on the authority of the Scriptures. Now, with that said, there's also many skeptics. Grant just referred to the critics and the skeptics there, and many of them have arisen, obviously, in recent days. I don't know if you have the internet and can pull up a multitude of articles on the internet. I have just a small sampling of articles directly taken from the internet concerning the official Torah codes and the Bible codes, and the debate is quite lengthy these days. There are certain watchdog, let's just say, ministries in the body of Christ, and they have come forward and put their opinion upon this research. And I just want to refer to one here initially, and this particular gentleman quotes a number of other skeptics. Shlomo Sternberg, member of the National Academy, and these men aren't here to put their quotes on the line, so I have to do that on their behalf. Shlomo Sternberg, member of the National Academy of Science and holder of the George Putnam Chair in Pure and Applied Mathematics at Harvard University, that sounds credentialized there, I guess we could say, calls Drosnin's book, quote, complete nonsense, unquote. Southern Baptist Theological Seminary professor of the Old Testament, Daniel Block, accuses Drosnin of turning the Bible into another, quote, Delphic oracle, ambiguous, able to tell you anything you are looking for, unquote. Ronald S. Hendel, with a Ph.D. from Harvard, in a recent book review concerning this issue, calls Drosnin's book, quote, a journalistic hoax. So what I'm saying is that these are days in which people are coming and emerging. I hold in my hand here the latest rebuttal, if you will. I don't know if probably some of you have heard of John Weldon, and a man who is well known for some of his writings. In his latest book, Decoding the Bible Code, Can We Trust the Message? I think if this is a Christian brother in the body of Christ addressing some issues, it's only fair that we let him do so. And I just believe the truth will stand. Forgive me, but I'm just simple enough to believe that. I learned a long time ago a wise man will listen to his critics. You don't have to, spend your life dealing with all the criticisms that come your way. There's not a man in the earth that's ever done it. Let me tell you something. There's not a man in the earth that's ever done anything for God that didn't do it smack dab in the face of critics every single day. All right? But at the same time, I think we're all men enough and big enough and hopefully men of God enough to at least be willing to examine this debatable issue. I just want to give this quote, and then I'm going to turn it to Grant to share. This, I feel, we'll do that later. I want Grant at this time to, and listen, guys, we have several mics here, so we want you to avail yourself of the mics, and we'll have to share them. Grant, I want you to give just an outline, if you will, to set up the ELS codes and to define them for our folks.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Ray. I would just like to say that the Bible code phenomena is so astonishing that when I first heard about it 10 years ago, while I was in Israel, I looked at it, I read about what I could read, it was very little. 6 years ago during the war in the Gulf, just before the Scud missiles landed in Israel, Kay and I were in Jerusalem. I went down to the old city to a rabbinic bookstore, and I got the computer programs. I have spent 6 years on the computer programs, verifying the validity of the codes, discovering new ones myself before I ever chose to write The Signature of God, which was, I believe, the first book in North America that received a wide audience that talked about the Bible codes. I wrote many other books in that time. Why did I wait? Because it is so astonishing, because it is so incredibly hard to believe that God could have and would have done this thing, and I wanted to be sure that it would honor the Bible, that it would honor Jesus Christ, and that it was absolutely valid. I remain more convinced a year and a half after publishing Signature of God that the Bible codes are valid than I was when I wrote it. I am convinced that despite all of the objections that have been raised by Orthodox Jews who hate the Yeshua codes, to the atheists who hate the Bible codes, to Christian brothers who I think simply in some cases misunderstand, like a brother like Hank Hanegraaff. I don't believe he understands the codes. I don't believe he spent a moment on a computer with them, because he wouldn't possibly have written what he wrote, talking about finding the codes by drawing a diagonal line. He doesn't understand. That's a mathematical array. It's a diagram to illustrate the codes. That's not how you find the codes. The codes are found by a computer seeking along a sequence. Imagine Genesis written out, 76,064 letters long. Imagine it a long string. The computer starts with the first letter. You must tell the computer to find Hitler, or whatever your target word is, in Hebrew. The computer looks for the first letter, and since most of us don't use Hebrew, let's do it in English, though it only works in Hebrew. The computer searches until it finds the first H. When it finds the first H, it skips forward 2 letters, 3 letters, 4 letters, up to 30 letters, 500 letters, looking for the next letter, I, in Hitler. When it finds the H and then skips forward 30 letters and finds the next place that I occurs, it automatically jumps another 30 looking for the T and the L, E, R. Of course, it doesn't find it. It goes on to the next stage, starts looking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 500. Then it goes to the third one, the fourth one. Finally, when it got to Deuteronomy chapter 10, 17 to 22, the computer in Hebrew found the first letter of Hitler, and then having found the Hey letter, which is the H, it then found 22 letters out. It found the next letter of Hitler, the third, the fourth, the fifth. It found Hitler every 22 letters. Now they focus in the search, because you must understand this. Any word can be found by accident as an ELS, equidistant letter sequence, in any sufficiently long text. It's called an accidental ELS. You can find the word cat on the front page of your newspaper. You can find Somoza, the name of the president of Nicaragua, in War and Peace, or Moby Dick, if you're willing to search up to 10,000 letters apart, because in a sufficiently long text, accidental ELSs occur. The critics will hold up that and say, look, you can find Somoza every, say, and they'll never tell you, but it's over 8,000 letters apart. Say Somoza, every 8,000 letters and 10 apart in War and Peace, and then they'll say, look, beside one of those letters, in the surface text you find that Cap Mahab says that he's in great danger from Moby Dick. And they'll say, see, the word great danger is near the letter M of Somoza. That's just like predicting the assassination of Somoza. That's just like what the Bible codes do. Well, that's a clever debater's trick, but that is no more what the Bible codes are than the man in the moon. The Bible code phenomenon, we have to understand what is a real Bible code. Not an accidental occurrence of one word in a very long text at a huge interval. No, a Bible code is one of two things, I believe, after 10 years of studying this. Either the finding of a very specific, meaningful word like Yeshua right inside a sentence at a very low ELS interval, like every 7 letters or every 2 letters, right inside a passage that specifically deals with the Messiah and the events of his life. That is something that no one has found in any other literature accidentally. A second type of valid Bible code is a Bible code that lends itself to a statistical analysis. In other words, when they found Hitler in Deuteronomy 10:17-22, that was interesting, but it's not yet significant. Now they focused in their focus on the computer. Looking at those 2 paragraphs, they then asked the computer if other meaningful words that we knew because of the history, were they there? Was Eichmann there? Yes, it was. Now it gets interesting. Could we find Führer? Yes. Mein Kampf, Hitler's book? Yes. They found Poland. They found Germany. They found Berlin. Then they found Bergen-Belsen. They found Auschwitz. They found Holocaust. They found crematoria, genocide. An evil house rose up, king of the Nazis. 13 words, all within 2 paragraphs. That's what no one has ever found anywhere outside the Bible. And I can tell you, I'm on the internet every day. I'm debating with mathematicians, atheists, Orthodox Jewish scholars. I'm debating with Brendan McKay, the mathematician who is a lapsed Roman Catholic who hates the Bible codes because he doesn't want to believe the Bible's true. I'm debating with these people, and I can tell you, while they're extremely clever debaters, this is the guys that are not questioning it, but are real opponents. And they really oppose, especially the Yeshua codes. While the debating tactics are great, I had the privilege as a young man being on the Canadian National Debating Team, and so I know a little bit about debating. I know about setting up a straw man argument and knocking him down, and then saying, see, I've proven your argument's false. One of the things the Orthodox Jewish scholars said about the Yeshua codes was, well, yeah, the name Yeshua is there. In fact, it's significant. Not one Jewish scholar has ever stated that our codes that we discovered, the name Yeshua, that Yaakov Ramsel and I validated, were in the Messianic prophecy. No one has ever said they're not there. You know who has said they're not there? Christian scholars. You know why? Because they didn't read the book. When Handwriting of God and Signature of God came out, they clearly, again and again, stated that it's found in the authorized Masoretic text. That's what's used by the Jewish Orthodox Jews throughout history. The atheists have actually formed a team, a secret team of computer, linguistic, and scriptural scholars at McGill University in Montreal in Canada, Harvard University in the States, and Hebrew University in Israel. They are trying to crack and break the Bible code because these atheist scientists understand very clearly, if the Bible code stands, there is a God, and the Bible is his book. They understand how critical this is. This is the first scientific data that has ever been irrefutably put forward for 3.5 years now, and no one has been able to crack it. Now, there have been many people who've made claims. Brendan McKay, a brilliant mathematician from Australia, has stated repeatedly that he's proven that that original discovery published in the British Royal Statistical Society Journal and in Statistical Science, he said he can prove it's wrong. He has not got a scientific publishing house to publish him yet because you have to prove to other mathematicians. Anyone can make claims, but after 3.5 years, and believe me, this has been sort of put before more scientists to be challenged than probably anything else I can think of, perhaps the cold fusion experiments, and they have not yet been able to prove that the experiment is invalid. But authorized Masoretic text, it's called the Koran text, published in Israel and in New York. Secondly, they've not found it anywhere outside the Hebrew of the Old Testament. They've not found complex codes where you find 13 names all about one event in one place. We have found 41 names naming Jesus and his disciples, naming the high priest Annas and Caiaphas, naming Herod and Caesar, naming the place Jesus was born, the date of his crucifixion, all in 15 verses in Isaiah 53. We have challenged for 6 months our critics to find any place outside the Bible where they could find these 41 names, and we said, if you can, in 15 verses, we will admit that this is not significant. Well, there are a lot of people trying, and no one has even come close. I believe it can't be done. Finding one name like Somoza or Gandhi, absolutely, I can do it myself. You can do it even without a computer if you want to waste enough time, but with a computer it's easy to analyze a text. That's an accidental ELS, so don't be confused by those who hate the Bible codes that means the Bible codes are invalid. Next, the Bible codes are not numerology. Numerology is defined by Webster's dictionary as the study of the occult significance of numbers. In other words, they want to know that you were born on the 9th day of the 9th hour in the 9th month of such and such a year, and that this is a fortune-telling device. It is irrelevant to the Bible code whether the meaningful word Hitler or Holocaust is spelled out every 22 letters or every 13. That's not the meaning. There are a few codes where, like, all the ancestors of King David in Genesis 38 are 49 letters apart. Every one of them. That's interesting. But the meaning is, are there meaningful names in the Hebrew, and are they clustered together in one place? That's where it becomes meaningful. Last caution, you can't use it to predict the future. And here's why. One, God forbids it. God says divination's like witchcraft. We're not to be trying to be prophets to predict ourselves, to use the Bible as a fortune-telling device. The logical reason why you can't use it to predict events is, let's give you an example. Someone said to me, and please forgive me for this joke, but they say, can you find President Clinton? I said, yes, we can, we have. Bill Clinton's name is there. Robert Dole's name is there. Your name may be there. Then they said, can you find the word impeached? I didn't look.
That's one of the questions here, by the way.
Okay. I did not look, okay? But let me tell you, let's imagine hypothetically that we did. We found Bill Clinton, and near it, in code, we found impeached. What would that tell you? Nothing. Until an event happens, it could mean that Bill Clinton is impeached. It could mean Hillary's impeached. It could mean Al Gore's impeached. It could mean they attempt to impeach him and fail. It could mean that they talk about impeachment, which they are, but they don't do it. It could mean nothing. You are doing no more than teacup reading when you look at a code before it's happening. And that's why Michael Drosden has already falsely predicted World War III in '96, falsely predicted a nuclear attack on Israel in '96 from Jordan, because the finding of a couple of words leaves you to guess. But when the war in the Gulf occurs, or the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin, then when you see the word Yigal Amir beside Rabin and the very date, you're not left to wonder, was he the guy carrying the bags? No, you know the significance of Yigal Amir is he's the guy who shot the president or prime minister. You know it because the event has happened. Now, who then gets glory? Not the discoverer, God. And the Bible's then proven to be true, which I want to end with. Why would God have put the codes in the Bible? And I think the answer to that is that God in his sovereign foreknowledge knew that our generation would be the most skeptical generation in history. The first generation in Western world that doesn't generally believe the Bible's the Word of God. When God, Jesus Christ, was confronted by Thomas, who did not believe the evidence of the women, thank God Jesus was not like you and I. You and I would have said, Thomas, tough luck. Gave you all the evidence. You don't want to believe. You lose. But Jesus Christ loved Thomas. He appeared supernaturally in the middle of the upper room, and he said, Thomas, come here. Put your fingers in the wound to my side. See that I'm real. And then he said something to this extent. Blessed are those who believe, though they have not seen. But blessed are you who believe, though you've seen. He gave Thomas that last measure of evidence in love that Thomas would be without excuse. I believe the Bible codes are not essential to most Christians. I believed and you believed in faith without the codes, or even without archaeology or scientific evidence. But I believe God has given the Bible codes to this generation as that last measure of evidence that is scientific, naturally criticized, because the critics must defeat the Yeshua codes unless you want to accept Jesus as Messiah. The critics that are atheists must reject all the Bible codes, or they must admit there is a God and the Bible is his book. But in the end of the day, as Joe said, we don't have to defend the Bible codes, because if they're by God, they will stand the scrutiny of those who will fairly look at the evidence. And in my next book, I will be dealing with all of the objections raised by Christians, by Jews, by atheists, all the legitimate questions. And I truly believe they can be answered.
I know that these excerpts from our recent convocation panel discussion about the Bible codes have captured your attention and you desire to see and hear more. Well, we must bring this broadcast to a close for today, but we have prepared all of this tremendous information for you on videotape and on audio cassette in order for you to enjoy in your own home or church or listening in your car. Plus, we are now offering these life-changing materials while supplies last at a special holiday season discount. So here's our announcer to tell you all about it.
These powerful prophecy videos of the 1998 International Prophecy Conference, containing all the conference speakers on 15 two-hour tapes, were once available for your love gift of $199.95 plus $8 shipping and handling, and can now be yours for just $109.95 plus $5 shipping and handling. The audio album of 16 90-minute cassettes, formerly $79.95, is now available for your gift to the ministry of just $44.95 plus $5 shipping and handling. Hear prophecy experts like Hal Lindsey speaking on the Great Tribulation, Joe Van Koopering with the mystery of the Golem, J.R. Church and the ineffable name of God, Perry Stone on the Babylonian Prince, Sherlock Belly, Israel, Earth's lightning rod, Scott Pearson with Trends Toward a One-World Religion, Dr. John Cianci, AIDS, the Perfect End-Time Plague, Grant Jeffrey on Gog and Magog, Coming Nuclear War, Dr. Ray Brubaker, Did NASA Find Heaven, and much, much more. Also included is the convocation session on the mysterious Bible codes. Call toll-free 1-888-463-7639, which are the letters for God's News, or write God's News Behind the News, Box 10475, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33733. We're approaching the year 2000, and you need to be prepared.
I know that many who are watching me right now are saying in your heart that you are not ready, that if Jesus was to come right now, you would not go with him. Pray this prayer with me. Say, "O God in heaven, be merciful to me, a sinner. Jesus, come into my heart. Cleanse me and redeem me by your power and by your blood. Make me ready for your coming, I pray." If you prayed that prayer with me right now, I need to hear from you this week. Will you sit down and write me and let me know? Remember the words of Jesus.